What up, though? What up, though? King Blackout, what up, my brother? Bud Files, what up, man?
What up, Nine?
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
As the 9% and word would say, make a better you, a better us.
Give them what they ask for.
Who do you think you are? I'm the word. Boy, I'm the one who put in the work.
When I move, is it a quick rumble? I won't ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble.
What up, though? It's the word. You see the title? We're going to get into it. But before we get into that, let me get into the chat. Dee dee. What up, sis? My brother King Blackout. I got something for you in 1 second. Let me get the intro in. What up, Nine? Big Nine in the building. What up, BDB? How you living? How you feeling? What it do? What the business is? Commander in the building. What up, Nine? That's my Nine. The commander, the general, the minister of defense is in the building. Stop playing with me. Don't play with me. Stop playing with me. Don't play with me. What up, though? Rudy in the building. What up, Rudy? Hustle. What up, brother? I hope you feeling good. I hope you all right. Bud File. I hope the family good, man. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all so much. King Blackout, bro. I hope you like this, man.
Too many people out there just living in the moment. And that's the downfall is
Try again. Try again. Try again.
looking for progression, exactly.
Shout out to King Blackout. Frankie Blanco's in the building. What up, though, Frank? Appreciate you. Yeah, Ozzy said it's too much dancing. I'm like, bro, it's a money clip, bro. It ain't just a regular video, bro. We gotta dance. When we get money, we like to dance. That's what we do, right? We be happy, bro. We like to dance. We shake our derriere. You know what I'm saying? We don't shake it for the money. We shake it when we get it, right? But yeah, what up, y'all, man? Yeah, took yesterday off, feeling good, feeling great. Everybody weekend was good. Shout out to everybody who came through on Friday to the event. I'm gonna try to do that every Friday, right? To get us right for the weekend. Whatever smoke you got on your chest, get it out, and then that way you enjoy the weekend. Then we come back here, right? But I was sitting talking to my sister-in-law today. Went and chilled with sister-in-law today, and I was like, we was talking about just character. How character ain't value much in today's society. And then, I was like, let me ask the people. When I do these questions, always an open panel. The link is pinned. So yeah, hit the link, come up here, have a talk. But what builds your character? When you think back on your life, and you look at yourself now, what do you think the situations, the circumstances, what helped you build yourself up to what you are now? For me, it was adversity. Sports chat with Mr. 33. What up, 9? That's my brother, man. Shout out to big bro, Mr. Gary Busted Down Brown, aka Gary Sleeps. Shout out to Gary, man. But what builds your character, man? What built you, or what broke you? Because for me, if you ask me, it was the adversity, that I faced in life. It helped build my character, man. It showed me what I was. It showed me what I ate. Showed me what the results of the work I put in, and showed me what I needed to work on more. And those situations, for me, a lot of the situations I've been in helped me develop compassion, man. Definitely built confidence and self-esteem, but compassion. They say hurt people hurt people. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I've been hurt in life a lot, but that didn't make me want to hurt people. That made me less likely to hurt people. That made me more compassionate in situations because I know how that shit feel. It don't feel good, man. It don't feel good when you're down and people kicking you, bro. It don't. And that happens often to me. So because I had those experiences, I make sure I don't, I do my best not to do that to other people. Has it ever happened? Not in a long time. Not in a long time, but it is what it is, right? So that's what helped me build my character. It was the adversity, the challenges life threw at me. It built me up, man. It didn't break me. It bent me. It knocked me down. But if it didn't knock me down, I would have never learned how to get up, right? And I was just thinking of when I was younger, carrying in the building, Ozzy, oi, oi, oi. What up, though, K? Shout out to Big K and Little K. But I remember I had to be like 5 or 6, man. Can y'all remember the first time y'all got punched in y'all mouth, man? I do. There's a very vivid memory in my head, man, because it was what happened after. The first time I got punched in my mouth, I curled up because I didn't want to get punched again. I got hit in the mouth. I think I was 6. The boy was 14. He was bigger than me. Big old, hillbilly white boy. Punched me right in my mouth. And I ran home crying. And my grandmother said, well, why are you crying? I said, well, it's a small little, neighborhood. So when I told her who hit me, she said, pick something up and hit him with it. And don't come back until you do. And I'm 6 years old, this boy 14. So what am I going to go hit him with that's going to hurt him? A brick. And that's exactly what I did. We was down there playing football. I sat there with the brick in my hand behind my back. I waited for them to tackle him. Well, I wasn't waiting for them to tackle. I was waiting for an opportunity. And when I seen him on the ground, they tackled him. I ran right up to him and smacked him with that brick in the back of the head. And ever since that day, I've never been afraid of confrontation. Win or lose, it's like, look, at least if we lock horns, you gonna know you was into a fight. You gonna know that. You gonna know you was in a fight. You gonna remember me. Even if I lose, you gonna remember me. That's been my mentality ever since. And that translates into other areas in life. Because even ever since that day, I was never afraid to fight for myself. If it was physically, if it was mentally, or if it was emotionally. I've never been afraid to stand up for myself and fight for myself. But until that point, I was. That was the first time I ever got hit in the mouth. Wasn't nobody there to protect me. So I ran. First, I curled up. And I mean, when I curled up, he hit me like 2 more times and, then he left. Like he ain't hit me, he kicked me. But you know, I wouldn't. I was weak. I was weak physically, mentally, and spiritually. But my grandmother gave me no other option. She told me not to come back. So that's what I did. I went down there, smacked him in the head with a brick. I ain't gonna tell you what happened after that, but yeah. I got him really good. I got him real good. But never been afraid to fight for myself. You know, from that point. So for me, it's always been adversity, you know. And I always say, if y'all been paying attention, I always say skills and traits you develop in one area, they translate to other areas in life. So um, I just been a fighter ever since then. It's like the switch turned on, never turned off. Always been a fighter. No matter what I was faced with, if it was like even my mental health at times, you know, that was probably one of the hardest fights I had because I was asking for help, you know, but everybody just felt like I was mentally strong, you know. And I don't know. And I joked around a lot, so maybe they didn't take me serious. I don't know. But for whatever reason, no one really like got me help. So I helped myself. You know, I fought through that. Even what I'm going through now, I'm fighting through this, man. But it all started when I got punched in the mouth. That all started when I got punched in the mouth. If it wasn't never for that, and I faced adversity later in life, I couldn't say I'd be as strong as I am now. I couldn't say that, you know. So for me, what built my character was adversity. It was the stripes, you know, the being left out, man. Even that, you know, when you're a kid, you want to belong. You know, it was times I was left out, and I didn't like that feeling. So you know what I did? I just started creating my own shit. If you don't want me part of your group, I make my own group. Do y'all hear static? Can y'all hear me? Mike, check. Let me look in the chat real quick. I would say trials and tribulations. Right there, BDB. Good day, just dropping in on my lunch break. The word. Oh, bet. Have a good day, Karen. You know, have a good day. We're gonna get you some Timu earphones so you can listen to us while you work. You don't have to whistle while you work. You can listen while you work. Listen while you work. Just put word on and let it get going and listen while you work. Listen something. Hold on, what did Gary say? Me? No. BDB. They don't like listening to me. So I say, why would they want to hear my story? Yeah, I want to set up some interviews, man. Y'all want to tell y'all a story? Tell your story. Yeah, and I got some ideas for Nine Eyes View. Let me take that out of the thing right now. I got to put the right one in tonight, but yeah, my bad. I'm just rocking with y'all real quick. Is my glasses on? I can't see shit. I'm gonna have to put that damn thing up. I don't feel like going to get it. Okay. I think I found it. Check out Mr. 33. Discord is turned off. Petty vision. Let me turn that off. I gotta edit it. Gotta do it on my phone because I don't know how to. Maybe I can't. But anyway, I don't want to bore y'all. Well, let me do this real quick. Let me play this for y'all. Oh, what is going on? Oh, um, yeah. Okay. Mm. Can't get the word. And I got to go. Yeah, I got to go. Yeah. Trust. All the technical difficulties. I don't know how to get out of it. Mm. For sure, Miss Chicago. I appreciate you. This one goes I don't know what the hell I done did. I don't want to end the show. Uh, let me think.
Mic check, mic check, mic check, check. Can you hear me?
No, yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
All right, my guy having technical difficulties, I guess.
No, that's me, bro. I was trying to do something and I don't know what I did. You got an echo and it's annoying.
It wasn't really an echo, it was like static. And then this thing just started kicking up. So while Word is going through that, BDB asked the question. I think his question was if somebody, I'm paraphrasing because I can't really see what it was per se, but I think he asked if somebody wrote a book about you. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. Word and check. Quick question. If somebody wrote an autobiography book on your life, do you think anybody will read it? I'm saying that, for me, my life is bland. It's plain. It's something that people may not want to talk or read about. So I don't think they want to hear it. It's bad enough. I think some people don't even like. Some people don't want to hear. Not the subscribers, but people in general. They don't even want to hear about overcoming situations, right? Like for me, I've learned that adversity makes you diverse. right? That means it builds up character in you. It builds up a certain amount of strength to where you can go through situations that other people may not have gone through, right? I like to think that I'm a cosmopolitan, right? Because wherever I go, wherever I'm at, I believe I could fit. I fit wherever I'm going, or I fit wherever I'm at. That's just me. If I feel like I can't make a certain situation or make a community or make it in a community, I won't place myself there for that reason because I don't think I can adjust to it for whatever reason it is. So me, I like I said, I don't think too many people would be interested in the life story. So nah, to answer his question, I don't like I said, I don't think that would be it. So that's just my opinion. Mouthpiece, what's going on with you? Right? So, like I said, that's
There
just
we go. I got it. I figured it out. I'm smart again. Mouthpiece, what up, though, my bro? Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate
oh,
you. Hey, can
oh
y'all
so
do
you
me a
smarter than
favor?
that fifth grader?
I'm smarter than the third grader. I ain't advanced to the fifth grade level yet, bro. Third grader, man. Come on, man. Don't put no high expectations on me tonight. Hey, Mouthpiece. Hey, y'all do me a favor. Drop Mouthpiece link in the chat, man. Gary got me up here cutting up. It ain't even peanut butter patty time, but we gonna get into it.
I
But
ain't saying that. I was just talking. I was just answering the question that my brother Nine asked out loud. You know what I mean?
and shout
So
out, hey man, shout out to the young bird too, Blackbird. Appreciate you, man. Day one since day one. That's one of the first people I met when I came on YouTube. And Young Blood been rocking with me ever since. Y'all see him pop in and out. He a busy young man, man. He getting himself together. So shout out to him, man. But he always Blackbird always around. Blackbird always around. Shout out to Blackbird, man. And yeah, if y'all can drop Mouthpiece link in the chat, I greatly appreciate it. He got a great channel, man. Great discussion. A real deep brother, man. Goddess D is in the building. Stop playing. Y'all drop Goddess D too. Yeah, man. There's some great people in the
I
building.
gotta
Make sure we
see.
showing each other some love, man. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. But yeah, and now, that's why I love having these conversations with you because we take a concept and we give our own perspective because that was unique. I mean, I've never heard no one say, adversity creates diversity. I always say adversity gives you opportunity to see how far you came and how far you got to go, right? That's what adversity is. It
Mhm.
shows you what you made of and what you ain't. That's how I use adversity. But now, even from your concept, diversity, when I look back at my own life, the thing I had to get creative to get through a lot of the situations I was in life. Had to, it wasn't no thinking, it wasn't no black and white, it was that gray area. So I had to get creative to get
Yes, sir.
myself up. You know what I'm saying? So that created diversity within me. Like even when I said I was looking, I was trying to find a way to save my soul. So I studied a lot of different religions. I practiced a lot of different ones. That adversity made me diverse. I just didn't stick to
Mhm.
one. I tried many. So, I definitely rock with that. But that's why it's good to have these conversations. And that's why I ask these questions. You see a lot in the chat, people say trials and tribulation. You know, it's just a different way of saying the adversity in life, you know. Um,
Yep.
so it shapes us and molds us. Some of the toughest things I've been through life yielded the best lessons of life. So, shout out to Rachel, shout out to writers. What up, Nine? Shout out to writers in the chat because the other day we was talking, but writers we often talk about going down rabbit holes and stuff. But she had asked me a question. I think it's probably about a month ago. What would I change? What would if I can go back and tell my younger self something? What would it be? And I've been asked that question so many times. And the more mature I get, when I was first asked, I tell myself this, and this, and this. I do this. But the older I got, I realized I wouldn't tell myself nothing. I just because I would have had to go through all that stuff I went through to be what I am today. So I just encourage them. Like, you gonna be all right, man. Just keep moving forward. Don't give up. Don't stop. That's it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Right? It, like, most of us would say, especially that those that was in the street. If I known what I know now, yeah. If you knew what you knew now back then, you wouldn't even be the same person. You know what I mean? You would have been dipping and cutting corners and snipping and scratching and clawing still, right? It wouldn't have made you the person you was, right? But that's the beauty of life that I don't think people understand. You were saying how it builds character, right? It also allow you to have different perspectives. It brought out a uniqueness in you, right? Not only because you got through the situation, but you had to observe it hands on, right? Like, I could learn from your story, right? But you have the experience of the story, so it's a different dynamic, right? So, I would just tell myself, man, continue to encourage yourself, continue to be encouraged, right? You can't go through what you go through without encouraging yourself. And sometimes you doubt yourself, but you got to tell yourself, keep going, keep pushing. Because, like in the movie, they tell you if you change something in the timeline alters everything. I wouldn't want that to happen. It makes me who I am. It makes me have the compassion that I have. It gave me the encouragement to come on here and have conversations, right? If I don't go through none of that, I might be a shell of myself. I might be a muted person, right? I may not have found my voice. Like, a lot of things occur if you go through the situations that you go through. But if you don't, you may not be the person that you are today. And for a lot of us, well, I'll speak for me. For me, I don't think it's possible that I could have became me.
Hey, you know what? One of my mantras is like, and I've been saying it since I was little, man. Is my pain is my muscle. Like, the things that hurt me made me stronger, and my struggle is my hustle. The things I struggle with, it made me get that drive to be better, to get better, to do better. So I don't look at like what most people call problems. I look at it as opportunities, bro. Adversity in itself is just an opportunity. I get an opportunity to show my skills, man, show what I'm made of. That's how I look at it now. So oftentimes that's why I put too many things on my plate, because I don't want it easy, man. I want it hard. My whole life been hard, bro. I'm used to it. I'm comfortable being uncomfortable. So, uh, but that's just how I am, right? I mean, that's just me. Um, I ain't telling people you should be comfortable being uncomfortable, but there's a benefit to it, man. It's definitely a benefit. But you gotta have that dog in you. Like, shout out to King Blackout. He was saying that the other night. Remember, he was saying that inspiration has to come from within before you even look without. If it ain't in you, it ain't in you. You gotta put it in you. Put yourself around the people who got it in them, and hopefully it rub off on you. You know what I'm saying? You become aware of what it is. You know, my grandmother used to tell me, if you don't go through shit, you ain't gonna never be shit. And that was so profound. When she first said it, I'm like, what? But the older I get, the more relevant it becomes in life. Like, if you look at people who go through things at an earlier age, when they go through things at an older age, and they built for it. They got the experience, they got the tools, the skills, the abilities to get through it. But when people never been through nothing, been sheltered, and then they finally face that adversity and they grown now, oh man, them people who be having a hard time with it,
They just
struggling,
step
not
in
knowing what to do. Yeah. Now stepping it, they
it.
fall facing it. Fall facing it. Face first in it, right? That's what happens, man. They fall face first in it.
Step and
So
slip right into it. Yeah.
mhm, that's what happens,
But
man. So that's why, like, even like a lot of the conditions or situations I've been in through, and I ain't embarrassed. Like some people, they're embarrassed to say they come from the ghetto. They're embarrassed to say it was roaches and rats in the house. You know what I'm saying? You fighting over the oodles and noodles with some rats. You can't even put them in the goddamn cabinet because the rats come 2-3 o'clock in the morning. They eating your damn oodles and noodles. They don't even leave the season pack. Like, come on now, bro. People embarrassed to say that, man. Like, damn, rats taking the season pack. Well, we had rats, we had mice, but they took the goddamn season pack too. Like, god damn it. Like, I mean, people
Man,
embarrassed to say stuff like people embarrassed to say I used to go to the gas station to steal the lemonade packets and the sugar packets so I could have some lemonade and not water all day. People, they're ashamed to say that, man. That's what it was, bro.
man, doing that, getting the lemon juices, add the lemon juice to it, talking about this lemonade.
Right. Drinking lemonade, bro. How many of y'all done had some syrup and sugar sandwiches, man? Because you couldn't afford no
Yeah,
French toast. Stop playing with me. I ain't know
right.
how to make that shit, bro. I knew it was sweet though, so we had some sugar and some syrup. So we eating French toast today, bro.
Man,
Man,
listen, man,
butter
if
sandwiches.
you got extra rice, they just scramble some eggs with it. You got rice and eggs for breakfast. Man,
Man,
y'all don't listen. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. The adversity of the situation, right? You know, last night I was talking about momentum, right? And I say it's the energy that's surrounding you, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, right? You got to understand, you got to ride that wave, whatever it is, but you can also adjust to it. You could either increase, you could have it go in your favor, or you can just ride the wave, right? And I was comparing it to sports, right? Like, when you see certain people going on a 10-0 run, you're like, dang, they need a timeout. Yeah. Somebody need to call a timeout to slow it down and make the adjustment. Right. If you alter your life, you could make that adjustment. But until you make that adjustment, that run is going to keep running over you. That momentum is going to keep you on the sideline because you ain't gonna have the opportunity to jump in there and ride the energy. You got to figure out what works for you and put it into motion. Until then, you just sitting there watching things go by you and complaining about it ain't gonna get you nowhere. You got to make that energy work for you, and you got to adjust to it today and not tomorrow, because tomorrow the energy might be too strong for you. It'll get stronger tomorrow than it was today. So you got to make that adjustment. Get a timeout, see what's wrong with the energy, and adjust to it. You can stop it if you really put the effort into it. But I don't know if everybody know what I'm talking about.
Shout out to Rach in the building. What up, though? I was rocking out with her last night.
What it do? Yo no hablo inglés. ¿De qué estamos hablando?
But to answer BDB question real quick, my mama been telling me to write a book for years now, man. I don't even know if I want to. I can't even write a book on a lot of things, bro. I mean, I wouldn't probably write a biography. I let somebody do that when I'm dead and gone. I leave my memoirs and let them have that.
Oh, sure.
I think Meek was telling me to write a book. She's like, "Yo, you got to write a book," and I'm like, "I don't think nobody want to hear that." I'm just saying, nobody want to hear this story.
Bro, but
Shout out.
You'll be surprised.
Shout out to me. Mouthpiece, what up, though?
Blessings, mouthpiece.
Big blessings, family. Man, how y'all brothers
What
doing?
up,
Big
though,
blessings.
bro? Big blessings, bro. How you doing, brother? Welcome to the show. I think this is your first time. Is this your first time
First
up?
time, bro. I'm excited, bro. I'm geeked up, bro. I'm turned, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie about time, bro. I think it's been a long grind coming, my brother. You know what I'm talking about?
Long time coming, bro. Every time I try to hit your panel, bro, it's like I be having the kids, and then on the weekend I'll be out and about. I'll be like, damn, man. But yeah, I'm gonna get up over there.
Hey, I appreciate that. It's all good. Thank you, bro. Man, hola, mi hermana, hola. ¿Cómo estás?
Blessings. Muy bien, ¿y tú?
Todo bien.
Yeah, he funny. He knows some Spanish, yo. He probably know more Spanish than me.
Maybe. Might be. You know what I'm saying? But
I
yeah,
like
bro,
it.
I read the bottom of your description on the show tonight. I said, oh hell yeah, I had to pull up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, for sure.
No doubt.
So what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you the word, you know what I'm saying? And the mouthpiece, man. I mean, come on, y'all see the synchronicity.
Get him.
You feel me? Bars.
Get him.
Bars.
But yeah, man, I was just thinking, man. You know, I be having conversations in life. You know, and you know, I just came up with this because my sister-in-law, like, people inspire me so much to talk about different aspects of life, bro. And this is something that you know, I feel everyone can relate to, right? So everybody got their own story and they go tell it their own way. So, you know, that's why I threw it up as a question versus a statement, because in holding open panel, because there's the opportunity for us to hear how we go through similar things, but maybe different. And we can add to one another through these conversations. So, yeah, y'all got the flow, man. I'm going to let y'all rock.
Man,
I
appreciate
said
that.
my piece.
I'm a gentleman. I'm a gentleman, so you know I gotta let the queen go first. You know what I'm talking
Oh, Sam, thank you, King.
about?
But basically, the topic is kind of like, you know, when you're sitting down in therapy and, you know, the therapist asks you, you know, how can we turn your pain into motivation? In what ways can we, you know, shape this to better, you know, yourself in the future, right? Wait, word just disappeared on me with Morpheus.
Nah, he muted. But yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
that's what I'm like.
Yeah,
That's basically what the topic is about: turning your pain into motivation, right? What builds
yeah.
your
You know what
character.
gives you?
So, like,
What builds your character? Right.
basically, like in my situation, I've turned my pain into motivation. Doesn't matter the situation, because it's something that was, you know, there's something they taught me how to do it. I know how to deal with it better. I don't know. I guess it's true. Like I always say, I got that phrase: we all deal with demons in the same hill, just in different ways.
Ooh, hey, you gotta slow that pot up though. You cooking too fast, Queen. Go around it a couple more times, because you know you
They,
said some gripping. That's powerful right there. I don't think they get what you're
He
saying,
said,
Queen.
"Stir the
Expound on
pot."
that, please. Yeah, stir it up a little bit.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a little lost on that. Wait, what you mean by stirring it out? Wait a minute, but it's true though.
Okay.
Like, I mean, it's something that I go by, because in the beginning I used to be, you know, so lost I couldn't understand, you know, be down a lot. And it's like it took me a minute, especially after a few people telling me, listen, that pain that you got, you could turn it into something. And a lot of us got in our minds, we for some reason can't how can I say, can't seem to understand that we got the power in our hands, right, to control our destiny, our future, to control what happens today. We can't control the past. We can't control the future. It's like I tell people, doesn't matter what demon you're fighting, we're all fighting demons in the same hell, right? Just in different ways. You got your way of turning, you know, turning of whatever is going on in your life into something positive. I got mine too. So it doesn't matter how you do it. There's always a way. It doesn't matter how long it takes you. You're able to do it.
True
But
indeed.
yeah, so yeah, I was about to ask. You know, like, you know, some people, like, what made you admit that you had those demons? Because you know, there's a lot of people out here, they don't even got a clue that they're fighting a demon. So what allowed you to acknowledge that it was a demon that you had to overcome?
When somebody told me to look in the mirror, and then when I looked in the mirror, the person I was looking at wasn't me. Deep
That's
as
deep.
shit, right?
That's deep as
You
hell.
look in that mirror
Nah,
and you're looking, you don't recognize that person you're staring at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right.
Damn.
Yep.
I don't know what to say behind that now, bro. Shit, I was gonna shit. No, I'm saying, but yeah,
Oh, it's
that's
real
deep.
though.
I
It's not a
respect that,
joke.
because you know what? I had the same thing I was going through. I ain't gonna even cap. I'm gonna add on to that real quick. I was going through the same situation in my early when I was like shit 13 all the way to 17. Like I was on some rampage ass type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
And you're right. I didn't recognize myself, because I was usually upbeat fella, you know what I'm saying? A person who, you know, like to do positive shit and help everybody and all that shit. But a lot of adolescent shit kicked in at the time, you know what I'm saying? I went through my you know, resilience, my revelation, as some may say, or my awakening. Let's be even clearer with it. The true awakening came through, and then like by the time I made 18, man, I already peeped it out. I already had it already mapped out in my brain and what I, you know, pretty much thought as a kid coming up. And I saw it face value as becoming a black man. You know what I'm saying? By the time I hit 22, I was wide awake on that shit. I pretty much peeped out the whole scene. And I think what make character the most to me is your trials and tribulations. Is what you're willing to go through to get to where you got to go. You know what I'm saying? It's not the fact that you're going through it. It's the fact that you're going to keep going and not give up and then succeed. It's your ability to see success. See, people get fucked up when it comes to success. They be thinking success mean money. Success mean a lot of other, smaller, or should I say physical shit. But it don't mean that. It really mean you succeeding in life, period. Setting your own self, you know, quick goals or short-term goals or long-term goals to achieve those. You see what I'm saying? And what better way to get it from experience? So I think experience does draw out character too. And that like
That's something Word talks about a lot too. And that's crazy though, but if people don't notice, everything we go through in life teaches us something.
real shit.
Absolutely.
Facts.
Absolutely. But you know, you gotta like I just said earlier, you know, with adversity comes diversity. It makes you more diverse, right? You have to understand the things that you go through. Your test, like your test makes you, it gives you a testimony, right? Even if you fail, you learn the lesson of all right, I did that part wrong. But you know, sometimes in life you do get a do-over, right? So you can do that over and then make sure you correct that mishap and go on with your life, right? You know what I mean? It's not about uh it's not about being down, you know, because quitters don't win and winners never quit. So you have to pick yourself up. I tell people all the time, you know, in boxing, you get a standing 8 count. If you get up before that you get to dust yourself off, and then you get through that round. You sit in your corner and get to gather yourself together and go to the next round. That's how it is in life, right? Somebody may knock you down. Some circumstance may you know, got you in a daze, but it's up to you to overcome, right? You could clinch through the round, or you can go out swinging and hope you hit that haymaker. Or you defend yourself until you get through the situation, right? But you know, once you get through the situation, you got to make that adjustment. Like I said earlier, once you make that adjustment, you can focus and ride that momentum that you need to go forward with, right? It's not like we have to understand that you're not going to win every battle, but the battles that you win can make you win the war. It's a difference. You see what I'm saying? That you got to know what you're fighting in order to understand what the war is about. Until you know what the war is about, you just fighting and don't have a clue.
Just fighting. And some people fight themselves. That's another thing that we was just saying too. A lot of people tend to fight themselves the worst. You see what I'm saying? You would be thinking, and to, you know, on your aspect, everything is cool. Y'all talk, y'all see each other, everything good. And you don't even know what this person going through. You know what I'm saying? You ain't take the time to get to know the person, to understand who they are and what they've been through. You know what I'm saying? And once you realize that, y'all able to, you know, gather the understanding on who that person is, and they able to relate to you, or you able to relate to them too, and they're like, and y'all can talk these things out, and that way you can help that person elevate, because that's another thing that brings it to the light too, when it's being discussed, when y'all have these discussions, when people bring these topics to the forefront, especially on social media too. I think that was the base of what that shit was really supposed to be for, but they got so corrupted with, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, all the other stuff. I want to add to what Mouthpiece and Rachel was saying, and hopefully my experience creates a nuance, a nuance to a way you can kind of look at it. But you know, I had to look myself in the mirror, and I didn't like what I seen, but I I didn't blame it on nobody, right? I ain't blaming it on no higher power, no lower power. I ain't blaming it on no demons or nothing like that. I'm blaming it on me, right? And when I looked at it, I realized, like, man, there's something in me that I don't want in me. But no matter how much I tried to get it out of me, bro, it was just an aspect of myself. And then I realized, man, I'm fighting myself. I need to find balance, bro. So that's why you'll hear me say I'm at peace with my demons. I don't fight my demons no more, bro. I'm at peace. They me. That's a part of me, man. And we got a higher and lower self for a reason. And the problem is we overindulge in one or the other. Because I mean, being that higher self, bro, that can lead to some negative aspect. You know what I mean? People took advantage of me because I was kind and compassionate. And put me in a worse situation than me being the evil ass, right? Put me in a worse situation, right? So I had to realize, like, man, that demon in me, bro, is there for a reason.
It's necessary.
Man.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a necessary evil.
I know, but you know, bro, they program a lot of us in that MK Ultra shit to go against that. You know what I mean? To like not be, no, it's cool. It's cool. Subservient attitude. And it's like, oh, hell no, fam. Wait a minute. I ain't asked for all the extra shit because all that come with so much extra shit. And you're right. You do have to draw the polarity. You gotta have the balance because when you don't, like you said, man, it's spill over type shit. I ain't even cap. I agree 100% with what you just said, man.
How you think them people in Hades fought through that revolution, bro? That wasn't no angel. That wasn't no.
Talk to him. You niggas had to get fed up. Exactly.
Yeah, man. I mean, they want you to. What we call that demon, bro, that's our warrior, man. We just gotta have balance, man. Know when to let it out and when not to. But to do that, you gotta look at self, man. And you can't blame nothing outside yourself, bro. Everything, all the unscrupulous behavior I had when I was young is because of my ignorance. That's simple. I'm not gonna sit up here and beat myself up about it. I ain't gonna down myself. I ain't gonna do nothing. Look, I was ignorant, man. I had to learn. I had to do the dumb stuff to learn how to do the smart stuff, right?
There we go.
Miss Tracy, what up, though?
There we go. Blessings.
You know, I mean, that's why in the Bible it say, "I'm God. I create good, not create evil." You know, it's necessary, bro. It's the aspect is a different aspect of the same thing, man. God created good and evil, and it's for a purpose. We wouldn't know what's good if we didn't know what was evil. So, even the adversity we go through in life, like I said, some of the best lessons I learned is through some of the worst shit I've been through, bro. It yielded the best lessons in life. Like, okay, I understand now, you know. So it's not even about battling no more, fighting it, bro. It's just finding harmony, you know, finding peace and balance and understand what it's for and what it's not for, you know.
That's what I always used to say, like, you have to sit here and realize. That's why I said that what I said earlier about, I had to look at myself in the mirror. At times we don't realize that we are our own worst enemies. We don't just have enemies walking around us. We're not just amongst enemies. You see, we are our own enemies at times when we can't figure out, you see, how to turn that pain into motivation, figure out, how to not let ourselves down. Like we're arguing, like Word just said, it's not a demon. We can't blame God for not fixing our problems. And we cannot blame the devil for the mistakes that we keep making constantly over and over. It's you.
It's you. You know, that's like that one clip
hey,
is in the video
somewhere. Y'all cooking tonight. Let's go. That's what's up.
That's why I keep saying it's like I don't care how many times people get mad or they say something, or you might be, listen, I come to Word because I know that he will break down exactly what I'm saying, whether I'm saying it on some hood shit or I'm saying something that I read off of some encyclopedia or a history book, right? You don't understand it, but hold on, wait a minute. Since you want to be a kindergartner, let me bring the teacher out. Real shit. Let me bring the therapist.
Real shit. I'm trying to tell you.
It's just a gift given from the divine to translate and understand. That's it, bro. I mean, I did it, Rach. My bad. I called you, bro. I ain't did that in weeks. I ain't did that in weeks. But I caught myself.
I'm like, go ahead, just call me, bro.
But see, this
but you got two other guys up here, so you good. I think you good.
Yeah. But this was supposed to.
I'm one of the guys. I just don't have a third leg. right?
But this is what it's supposed to be, man. Because these conversations right here, and I think that's dope. How Rachel, she kind of know my methodology by now. But anytime I ask a question, it's for a reason, and I just want people to look at themselves. Like, what built my character, man? What was it? Was it the pain? Was it the joy? What was it? Some of everything, man. Our experiences in general. That's what built us. But it's not only the experiences; it's about what we take from those experiences. And the only way I healed from a lot of stuff, I had to take something back because some experiences it takes something out of you, man. And I was empty, so I'm like, hold on, I got to replace it with something. So I replaced it with the lesson within the experience, and I learned, so I don't have to keep going through the same cycles. And once I learned that, I learned how to look at other people's and learn from their mistakes, so I won't have to go into the cycles they were. Like, even with my father, he got 6 kids by 4 different women. I didn't fall into that cycle because I learned from his mistakes. So that is how people say generational curses, when in all actuality it's just learned behavior. We see stuff, we become, like I was saying on your show last night, when we see things, like growing up in the hood, we get desensitized to things, man. We get conditioned to it. We think this is what life is. So, okay, my daddy did it, so if I do it, that's just what life is. We conditioned to nah, man. My daddy fucked up, so I got to correct it. So my son won't fuck up. You know what I'm saying? I give him a better example than I got. And that's how we correct these generational curses, man.
That's facts. That's true though. That's why I love that one quote, man. Like, we got to break the chains of society to be who we truly meant to be. But for some reason, right, I add on to that quote, we keep adding chains. We keep adding pieces to that chain and tying ourselves up little by little. Like, we don't want to be free. We talk about freedom. Like I'm saying, I asked a question, was it yesterday? I think it was towards the end of the live, right? And I said, is freedom of will? Let me see. I think I wrote it down, right? Yeah, I always write these Johns down. Is freedom of will an illusion? Let me see, because that's the beginning of the question. But it's like it had me thinking, like, okay, here we go. Is free will an illusion, or do we truly have control over our choices? And I don't know what made me think of it. Like, during that whole live yesterday, I don't know. I just wanted to ask that question. Like, do we have free will, or do we have control over our choices?
I want to play with your brain for a minute.
Yeah, this is crazy.
I'm about to play with your brain.
Go ahead.
What's the difference between a choice and a decision?
You said between a choice and a decision. I don't see a difference between the two, but I think there is one.
It definitely is. Decisions are.
I'm not gonna be stupid. Where did this before? I'm smarter this time. Hold up.
No, so think about a choice. When you're given a choice, you're given options, right? Listen to what I'm saying. You're giving options to choose from. A decision is one who makes the choices. So when you asking is free will, do we have a choice? Yeah, you got a choice between what was given to you. But free will be you more making decisions than choices. Most people just make choices. They just choose from what they're given. Like, what race are you? Like, people, like, think about this, man. When they say, what race are you? What do you check? Check whatever the choices they give you, whatever one you resonate with. When people ask me what I am, I tell them I'm a divine being having a human experience. It's a decision. Now, by choice, I will say I'm black because those are the choices I have to choose from.
Yeah.
But by making, I'm a divine being. You know what I'm saying? But the decision of me saying I'm a divine being having a human experience, I create my choices now. What I choose to identify myself as.
Facts.
That's a fact.
Don't limit me. I'm not gonna allow you to.
No,
you can try. You can do whatever you can try. I'm just not gonna concede to it. I'm stubborn bastard. It ain't just a Taurus in me. It's just.
But you're not lying though. It's
Let's go, bull
It's
gang.
kind of
Bull
like
gang in this thing, man. Talk to him, man.
when I learned the
Bang bang
definition.
bull gang.
I'm trying to tell you, big tourist nation. You already know.
But that's some real shit though. It's like when I learned the definition of what the queen really meant, right? And people was calling me queen like crazy. I was like, listen, I'm not a queen. Just call me a goddess. They like, what? You ain't know. I'm like, listen, I'm a goddess. I'm divine. I can't be touched. I'm celestial. They be like, why don't you want to be a queen? I was like, because when I looked up the terminology of queen, I'm sure as hell not a fucking prostitute. And I do not misbehave unless I want to be a bad girl, but with the right person. You know, me fucked up. Like, wait a minute.
Talk to him. Talk to him.
I'm like, wait. I'm like, if that's what it means, why do we want to be called queen so bad? Fuck that.
Because they don't
Yo,
they don't
females
know
get
what
mad
the
at me
actual
when I
queen
say
is.
that.
Because they don't do the work.
On the real. Yeah. So what age did you realize? What age did you say, you know what? Yeah, I'm a queen now. What age did you just?
Listen,
what age did you see that?
When I was a teenager, a lot of us girls used to say, "Shit, I can't wait to be, older. I'm gonna be a queen. I'm gonna be this." You see where I'm coming from? When I got older, I was like, "Oh, fuck that! Like, wait a minute, this is what it really means." I was around 22, 23 years old when I learned the real definition of a queen. I was like, fuck that. Ain't no nigga. I mean, my bad. No man calling me no queen. Like, I'm good. I was like, but when you look up king, wait a minute, I'm about to look it up. Does king mean the same thing? I never even thought about it till now.
Oh shit.
I'm
about to break some.
Yeah, I'm interested in the etymology of queen because I know it's spelled 3 different ways from the Germanic to the Old English, and a lot of the meanings diverge within the conceptions of the words over throughout the period of time, and then they usually subsidize it to one word.
Yeah.
Yep.
It shows you when was it that they changed the definition and all that stuff. Like I went down a whole rabbit hole for a good minute with that, John. I even got a video that I uploaded like that I did. When was it? I think it was either 2023, 2024, right? On some TikTok shit. And I just wanted to show everybody, like, look back, this and boom, this shit keep popping up like this. I'm like, I'm not the only one. I'm not fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, but a king is not a bad thing. Y'all are a monarch, a man who holds life, 10 years, and usually by rights, the chief authority over a country and people. Initial capital letter, God or Christ. Oh shit!
Here we go.
That I did not know.
Oh shit! There they go.
God or Christ.
They put it in there. They put it in there. See.
So okay, that's if people look up one of the definitions of goddess, right, is one of it's supposed to be a wife of a god. That shit crazy. So why do they call a queen a king's wife? Why do they even change all these words up like that? That's the crazy part. You have to go down the rabbit hole to really find out the true definition of every word you're saying nowadays.
That's just you putting in the work, but that's what I'm saying. Like if you don't have expectations of doing the work, you'll settle for what they tell you it is. You gotta want this. That's like when people tell you seek your soul salvation with fear and trembling, right? If you seek the improvements that you want, you understand that there's gonna be a shift in your life. So it's gonna be some shaking. It's gonna be shaking the trees. There's gonna be some rumblings. There's gonna be all of that. But when you settle for less, you don't have to do the work. So you good with it. And people be like, I'm straight. I'm cool. I'm good where I'm at. So it's always work when you trying to improve. If you settle for less, you ain't got to do the work. So you straight. That's the difference between those that want to improve and those that want to change. That's the difference. That's like words, choices, and decisions. That's the same thing he's telling. That's the same thing he's saying. One is definitive, and one is like a momentary choice. I mean, a momentary momentary decision. Yeah, because I didn't want to use decision because the decision is a finality. But when you make a instantaneous choice, that's the difference. Choice is instantaneous. Decision is long term.
Here we go.
Facts.
Where did you see that definition of queen at? Because I know, I mean, the grammatic spelling.
Look up terminology. Look up terminology of queen.
It's gonna change from queen to QUEAN, and then it's gonna
tell you everything.
click on. Yeah. Click on.
And then there's another way to look it up too. Is another I forgot what it was. Was it terminology? I learned how to use it the other day. That was like, wait a minute. I'm like, so there's different definitions in this shit depending, I guess. And I'm not sure if this goes by country or what. Like where you're from.
Most of them, some of them do. The spelling is from different countries.
Because like most of the words we use come from when you trace the origin of the words we use come from the Germanic language. So what came after that is Latin. So like the English words we use, but a lot of the spellings and understandings come from everywhere. Like I said, over time they just diverged it into one word. Like you have these people over here speaking this language, these people over here speaking this language, but the people are merging, so they had terminology, so they combined it and used one word or one interpretation of the word. So a lot of times, because I know before I think it was 1400s, queen wasn't Q. It wasn't spelled with a Q. It was spelled with a KWEEN. And it wasn't even, it was associated to the wife of the leader of the tribe, but it was Germanic, so it wasn't like there was lords, it wasn't kings. So I just be interested, like the origin of certain words, especially. You said with the definition
is etymology. There you go. What is the etymology? There you go. My bad.
But even when I looked at the etymology, I was just looking at that. I didn't see.
It's going to tell you.
Guys, D asked the same question. Actually, you get the definition of queen. Was research. I found something different.
He found. Yeah, that's why I'm like, wait a minute. I'm about to show you the.
You found something different. Okay, yeah. The one she is referring to is okay. That's what I figured. It couldn't, and that's I believe that's Scandinavian, isn't it? I believe that's Scandinavian.
They do break it down in different forms, right? They say queen, then they'll tell you to see queen, QUEAN, and then they'll try to give you the word queen, QUEAN.
If you get a dictionary from the 1600s, you'll see the terminology of white meant ghost, unfortunate person, pale person. That's how, I mean, not ghost, white. But it was spelled WHYTE. It wasn't WHITE. You see what I'm saying? Because words are words. You know, they come from all over the world. You know, and a lot of words, like when we was talking about translation and transliteration, we got to remember a lot of times this is why, like when you're looking at things written in a different language, translated into English, you have to really look through the table of contents to understand what was translated and transliterated, because a translation is a word of similar meanings or same meaning, same to similar meaning. A transliteration is all on the phonics of the word, the sound of the word. So you may have someone say, "Oh, this is a queen," right? And they use that term queen because it sounded the same, but it don't have the same meaning. That's why I was telling people about Yeshua and Azus.
In Latin, it means Virgin Mary.
You said who?
Queen in Latin. Latin, it means Regina. Etymology borrowed from Latin Regina, queen. The given name originally referred to the Virgin Mary as the Queen of Heaven. What the hell? Wait a minute. All these definitions for this word.
Yeah, you gotta, because it was different people using them at different times, and they just
Yeah.
associated to their understanding. So like they looked at the Virgin Mary as the mother of God, so she's
Yeah.
God queen. You see what I'm saying? This is an interpretation of the people. That's why I tell people one of the fundamental things you must do when you study history is study the people. Not don't study what the fuck they writing, because you won't understand it unless the mindset of the people of writing it. And that's where a lot of people mess up when they even reading the Bible. Even reading the Bible, bro, you got to understand the mindset of the people who wrote it to really understand what they even think about this. Um, I come from the hood, right? Gary come from the hood. I don't know if Mouthpiece.
Oh, for sure, sir. I definitely come from the hood, sir. Milltown.
So so the way we perceive things and look at things is different from people who come from the suburbs. You know, our terminology, everything is different, bro. But we can understand them, they can understand us. But if I write something from a hood perspective and then somebody read it 30, 40 years from now, they just gonna be reading the words I wrote and associate like, oh, this must be this. Nah, man, it's gonna be a misunderstanding, because it's gonna be a misinterpretation, because you don't even understand what the writer is trying to convey, because you don't understand the writer. You got to understand the mindset of the people writing it to understand what they're writing.
Indeed.
You know. So even the reason why I do stuff may be a little different. You know, why I don't trust people or ain't as trustworthy of people is because of the experiences that I had in the hood. So now when I write people ain't trustworthy, they gonna be like, damn, well, yeah, people are trustworthy. Yeah, I trust this person. I didn't have that experience though. But if you knew my experience, you understand. Okay, damn, I understand. This dude almost got set up so many times. Shit, I haven't experienced that, but if I did it, I would see why he say people ain't trustworthy. You know,
Yeah.
so I mean, that's how we got to do history, bro.
Were
We
you
was
able
just
to hit that? Oh my bad. You able to hit that link and that I put in the back chat right there?
hold
Has
on,
definitions. I'm hoping you can see all the definitions right there. It shows you.
rule of the most
Oh,
powerful speech, behave, pleasant. It
That's why I
gave
was like,
me
wait. I
it
had to
gave
look
me
for it deep.
I'll show you what it gave me when I clicked it. Hold on.
I'm hoping it's able to.
that's what I'm saying.
Trying to
Just the
give you the links that I
wordplay
be
on
going
things,
into.
right? Just the wordplay on things, right? Like we say hood, right? It don't. People might think we shortcutting neighborhood. And that ain't, for most people from the hood, we ain't talking about a neighborhood. We just talk about like a certain area, like this one little block or this little radius of a block, right? Your city could be big, but you talking about your hood, the blocks that you be on, or whatever that situation is. You know, it's just the way we use words most of the time.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Old English. See, Grammatic went to the Old English. It was over. Yeah, and then it like gave me a Google page, an actual page. It
Yeah.
didn't take me specifically.
Yeah, you'll pick your own little links because that's what I do. I'll be looking at everything. That's kind of, it shows you, and it got its own little links within it, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Can y'all see what I'm saying?
I'm like, I got more links, but this one shows a little more than the other ones.
A female sovereign woman considered permanent or in a particular field of reigning queen of hip hop.
They funny as shit. I'm sorry.
Rules the country. So I can't read these white screens,
This
bro.
is also, by the way, Miss Chicago, by the way. You know what I'm talking about?
Miss Chicago, what up, though?
Chi-town.
Number 6 says an adult female cat that has not been spayed. Wait, what?
Whoa. What the hell?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so they trying to say a purified cat is a queen.
Yo,
That's
number
virgin.
one says, look, number one says the female ruler of an independent state, especially one who inherits the position by rights of birth. Kind of like in Europe, right? London, England, the queen.
Okay.
Then they got all these, verbs to it. A king's wife.
Okay, this is I think this is what you was looking at right here. The way
Oh,
God
all
is
the way
there.
down there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing it now. God is there. I got you, so
Blessings to the queen.
Check out my
Godspeed.
melody.
Hey, how you change your screen?
yeah.
Don't do that.
I go in black. That's the only way I can see, man. Y'all know I'm legally blind. Yeah. So even in the Merriam dictionary, ill behavior, girl or woman or prostitute. So it's QUEAN, queen.
Right.
Is a noun that means disruptive woman, especially a sex worker. Yeah. I ain't gonna say who like these people, but
Damn.
Yo, chill. He popped up on my panel. Listen.
Wait, what?
yeah, it was in the bushes chilling, bro.
I was gonna leave him there if it wasn't for We Unlock Nation. He would have been in the back for the longest, but he behaved incredibly. That's like we're talking about behavior so much, and that kind of shows something.
Programmatic queen. Oh, so no, it's a good. Okay, I was right. It's a Scandinavian. Okay, yeah. Programmatic in your language later gave rise in the English, German, Dutch, and Scandinavian. I just know AN, things that often end with AN we adopted from the Scandinavian. Indo-Europe. Well, I mean, like even if you look at say English, German, Dutch, Scandinavian, grammatic, Latin, that's why like a lot of people around the world say English is a bastard language because it got many fathers. A lot of our English was created from a lot of different different languages. We borrow from a lot of people to create the English language.
We are a trouble nation. They said they said we like the Tower of Babel, confused languages. There you go.
Examples of what can happen when sounds change, creative linguistical ambiguities. One possible is the repeating words dropped out of the language, and is an example of another possibility. Yeah, so let's give you the history of it right here. But they are two different words, but they have roots from the same origin.
Yeah, that's why people
wild.
put the two together.
That is real wild, though.
That's like week and week. Are you weak or at the beginning of the week? You feel weak, or is it the beginning of the week? Which one?
That's a perfect example. They sound the same, but they two different words.
Have two different meanings. Context is everything.
Yeah.
That's what I tell people, bro. Context is everything. People be like, "What does context have to do with it?" What you mean, bro? Man, I heard somebody say that. I'm like, hold on, bro. I'm like, man, no, we ain't gonna have no conversation.
That's like humility. That's like humility and humiliate, right? They think it's the same thing, and it's not. Two totally different meanings, but the spelling is almost identical.
Missing Mod, what up, though?
Hey, Missing Mod.
Yeah, Missing Mod is funny.
And if they don't, Missing Mod, and tell them I don't look. That's my favorite forehead on YouTube, and I don't care what nobody say. They ain't gonna keep talking about Missing Mod forehead. Your forehead is beautiful, sis.
Wait, what? Hold up.
They be trying to go in on Missing My forehead. I'm like, man, y'all better leave Missing My alone.
I'm like,
Yo,
wait,
you
he just
on me,
popped
man.
up with that out of nowhere. Wait, what happened to her forehead?
Ain't nothing wrong with her forehead. It's the most beautiful forehead on YouTube.
But we didn't. I mean, I haven't seen her forehead. You're the funniest right now. He said she got the most beautiful forehead on YouTube.
They be trying to go after her about her forehead. Like, no, man. They be joking. We be joking. But I ain't about to let them roast her forehead. Ms. Ma don't even got a big
Stop
forehead.
playing.
Trust me. I done seen some big foreheads before. I done seen some mega minds. I got a couple of them in my family. I'd be like, damn, did you get stung by a bee or something, bro? Like, what happened?
Well, Miss Amanda, if they think that you got a forehead like Mega Mind, then use your powers. Hey,
No,
what
she
is
ain't
it?
no
Telepathy. I can't even say the word.
telepathy.
Telepathy. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Hey, her forehead not even big though. People just be looking for things to.
That's all right. Man, they think that she Mega Mind. Let her use her powers. Throw them across the room from your house.
Math is the universal language. It's the same everywhere. Yes, it is. Until I ain't even gonna speak on bro. He doing his second run. Terrence Howard. I don't know what he talking about now.
They keep playing. They keep playing.
Yeah.
They keep trying to play her. I be so bad. I was like, yo, boy, smart as shit though. Like y'all keep sleeping on him because everything he said is coming true though. Look at the men right now. We're only in 2025. He gave us the 2045. He said by the end of 2045, there won't be no more men.
There won't be no what?
No more men. Our men will cease to exist.
No,
they
man.
always said transgenders.
No, it's something. What is that? I was reading. Somebody sent me an article. I think it was my wife. It was like months ago, and they were saying like the Y gene is degenerating through each generation, meaning after a while there will be no Y gene, meaning there will be no men if there's no Y gene. So I haven't heard the way he explained it, but I seen an article saying that, which I don't believe.
Yeah, I don't believe that either.
But see, with all that stuff they could do, I don't know. I wouldn't pass a lot of stuff. You see where I'm coming from? They could sit here and try to alter your DNA with the things they doing.
It'll be the end of the world. If there's no Y gene, there's no more world. It's impossible.
That's if they let them, though.
Yeah, nature always corrects itself, though. Nature always does. I can tell you that. That's how I know it's something divine.
Mm-hmm.
Before that happened, this bitch will get flooded and it'll start all over.
Yeah, it's gonna burn out.
Right.
This thing will burn out and repopulate itself.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be another creation story that we ain't gonna be privy to. That would happen.
The guy's wife gonna send a plane down here.
It ain't gonna be no pillow of salt either.
Just in case if I see Nate avoiding me, he wanted to smoke, and then I just gave him the sample size. I'm almost done with it, okay? I'm almost done with it. But since he's been avoiding me, just in case if he catches us on the replay, I just want to play this real quick.
You said don't go in the lab. You can't go in the lab, son. You can't do that. Because guess what? I think I got somebody that's going to steal the lab.
Don't agree? You know what? I guess y'all must have forgot.
It's with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament and recollection of history in the making during our generation.
Allow me to reintroduce myself.
I'm the word. I'm the one who put in the work.
Yeah, I used to voice props to the boy Sean. He made it a hot line, I made it a hot song. made it a hotline, I made it a hot song.
Who created that? But wait, there's more.
Bastards doubt me, I'm a hustler. Ask about.
Hell no. No, I'm not touching this.
Get you a word. Nana nana boo boo.
Nah, boo.
Nah, boo boo. How about I can't edit? I won't go in the lab. Bro, I'm clip god. Hey, that's on stage. Stop playing with me.
Worse than I'm clip god. I'm done. You think God of clips.
You post it, I'm gonna clip it. But yeah, I didn't mean to deviate from the conversation, but I just had to play that real quick. But I definitely feel like I just hope people look at the things they've been through and extract the lessons out of them, because that's how you become stronger, man. Learn from your trials and tribulations, like, you know, y'all learn from them. That's what they're there for, you know. We have further conversation about some of the tools that we can use to extract those lessons out of those experiences too. You know, one of them is accountability, though. Without accountability, man, you ain't gonna learn nothing in life.
That's true. That's very true. You can't count
It's
until you hold
hard,
yourself accountable.
you know, and you know, at first, when you first start looking at yourself in the mirror, it can be very uncomfortable, man. You may not like what you see, but the more you go to that mirror and the more you correct that behavior, you'll start enjoying that shit. I love looking at myself in the mirror. And Mouthpiece, bro. The very first show I caught a Mouthpiece, man, it was so dope because I was talking about how I do personal reflection every night. And his brother was like, when I heard him say that, I'm like, I don't hear enough people saying they reflect back on things. And he was like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You want to speak on that a little bit, Mouthpiece?
Man, I think you got it, brother. But if you want me to elaborate, I don't mind. Damn, yeah, you're right though. Man, I wanted to finish hearing what you were saying though. I didn't want to cut you off though. I mean, what was the question? Pardon me, man. My bad.
I was saying, like, one of I think it was the very first show, man. You was talking about how you know, once a week you personal reflect. And I was
Oh
like, man, I started it.
yeah.
But when I started doing that, bro, I got so addicted to it. I just started doing that shit every day because I
Every
seen
day, bro. Every day. Thank you. Yeah.
And that's when I realized, like, it ain't about perfection in life. It's about progression. And to progress, I have to do better today than I did yesterday. How do I do that? Well, I got to look at the shit,
On a
right?
constant
I got to
basis to
look at it.
constantly improve, yeah. On a constant basis, to constantly improve. I appreciate that, fam. I'm glad you reminded me about that. You're right and exact. That reflection is a must, fam. You know what I'm saying? I think people should at least do that. That is the goal right there. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's short term or long term. Start doing it once a week, then turn it to twice a week, then turn it 3 times every day when you wake up before you go to bed. Man, make it a habit. You know what I'm saying? Once you get into that zone, it's over with because you're going to keep powering up. You're going to keep improving. You're going to keep being able to tap into both sides of the energies. On the real.
And you know what? I had a client. Yeah, for those who don't know, I am a life coach. And I had a client, and I was working on shadow work with him. And he asked me, like, how can I reflect back and learn something from something I had no power of? You know, he went through some stuff when he was a kid. And I was telling him, he was like, how can I be accountable for things I didn't have no control of? And I said, is first accepting the fact that you don't have control. So don't beat yourself up about what happened. Don't don't beat yourself up about what happened to you when you were younger. Just understand what the people who did have the power and control did wrong. That way you don't make those same mistakes. And that's how you extract that lesson. Like my mom and dad had me when they were 16, 17, right? So I was with my grandma until I was 9, and then they moved me to Detroit. That impact it had on me. Like when I reflected back on it, bro, I'm like, when I was younger, my cousins used to tease me like, your mom and daddy ain't want you, right? That's why you here with grandma. And I'm like, and I'm a kid. I don't know no better. I don't realize they was kids when they had me, and the opportunity, because a lot of people don't have that situation where they mother or their father can raise their kid, So that was I was blessed, really, because they were still kids. They would have been kids raising me. I was blessed with an adult raising me, right? So I look back at that and I learned, okay, don't have kids when you're young. I had my first kid when I was 36. I didn't have control over that situation, but I still learned from their mistake. And I corrected what they did wrong in my life. I didn't make those same mistakes. I didn't fall into that generational curse. So even situations that you have no control over, you can still learn from. You can learn from the mistakes of the people who did have control. So reflection is a must, man. But that's one of them tools you can use to extract the lessons out of the experiences in life. Reflect back on it, understand the factors of control, what they did right, what they did wrong, and build on that.
That's right. True indeed, bro. It's a must. It definitely is a must. I think that will help people improve in so many ways versus you having to constantly have conflict, have outer conflict. You know what I'm saying? If you could, that the key to life is if you could tame the inner conflict, then you could tame the outer conflict. It's just that simple.
Bro, I got this clip on here. It said I didn't fix my problems, but I fixed the way I think, and then that fixed my problem. It's the way we perceive things. Like you said, that internal conflict. Fix what's going on inside of you, and that way you'll see the results on the outside. That was fire. Rach, is this you who put this in the back?
If I knew then what I know now, sometimes I wonder.
Oh shit, I was on mute. But yeah, but see, I even wrote a poem on that one, especially what y'all talking about, how we overcome this, how we overcome, right, and build our character. See, what me, it was turning, like I told people, my pain into motivation, and I even wrote about it.
If I knew then what I know now, sometimes I wonder, would I be the same or would I be different? A shorty still believes in fairy tales and imagination that lasts forever. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. I wake up in the morning feeling lost and alone, wondering if life's worth living or if I should grab the throne. The weight of the world on my shoulders is hard to bear. I see no change, it's like nobody cares. I look in the mirror, see a stranger staring back, lost in the world and spinning off track. I ask myself, is this all there is, or should I give up and let the darkness win? I see no change, just the same old game. Wake up in the morning, I ask myself, is life worth living, or should I blast myself? I see no change, just the same old pain, but I know deep down, I gotta break these chains. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of time, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. If I can go back in time, tell my younger self it's gonna be fine. Embrace the challenges, let your light shine. You're growing come learn, just give it time. Hey young me, listen up, don't be afraid. Life's a journey, mistakes will be made. Chase your dreams, don't let them fade. Believe in yourself, you'll make the grade. Don't stress about what others say. Stay true to yourself every day. Love deeply, laugh often, don't delay, cause in the end, it's how you play. Be kind to others along the way. Spread love and positivity each day. Don't worry about what they may say, cause your uniqueness is here to stay. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes but things change. Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. If I can meet my younger self, I tell her not to be afraid, that courage will be her wealth and bravery will never fade. Don't fear the challenges ahead, for you'll face them head on. Your inner strength will dawn. You'll grow up to be a warrior, standing tall, unafraid and strong. A parent, a role model, and inspired, fighting for what's right all along. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of time, fix my mistakes but things change. Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. Looking back on all the roads I've traveled, regrets and lessons learned along the way, but still holding on to hope and faith that with God's grace, a brighter day will come our way. I see no change at all. I'm stuck in this cycle, feeling so small. I ask myself, is this all there is, or should I just end it all with a final kiss? I try to stay strong, but it's getting harder each day. The pain and the struggle won't seem to go away. I'm tired of the lies, tired of the deceit. I see no change, just defeat after defeat. I wake up in the morning feeling lost and alone, wondering if life's worth living or if I should grab the throne. The weight of the world on my shoulders is hard to bear. I see no change, it's like nobody cares. Deep down I know I must fight. I won't let the darkness consume me. I'll shine my light, I'll rise above the pain. I'll break free from these chains. I'll find my purpose and I'll make a change. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes when things change. Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. Sometimes in life we make so many mistakes, and we think that when we fall, we're not able to get up. We listen to those that, talk in our ear, tell us that they, are there for us. And at the end of the day, what's crazy? A friend ain't nothing but $1 in your pocket. Family is what you make of it. Family is not who you're born into. Alright? So we need to pick ourselves up and do what we gotta do. Life is not.
That's some real shit. And that's why I tell people, man, I don't just talk the talk, right? And that's why when Word says a lot, he's like, I'm not talking about everybody else. I talk on my experience. You see where I'm coming from, how I've overcome, and it's the same shit over here.
Shout out to Rachel. Shout out to Rachel, y'all. Shout out to Rachel.
Man, salute Rachel. That was fire. Keep cooking.
That she came from deep down, though. It's like I tell people, when I write because of what I see, what I perceive out here, and what I feel coming from everybody's story, not just people's story, but my own.
Hey, shout out to 755. Appreciate you, sis. Appreciate you. I was in up here. I was talking on mute. Hey, she got a dope channel, man. She an artist, and everyone deserves art, man. Y'all check her out.
I'm about to start.
She's some dope art too. Her art be dope and shit. Yo, y'all seen her draw upside down?
You got a couple pieces over here. She made me I won a raffle and won this cross she made. I believe it's from epoxy. It's dope. I put it on the I made a shrine for my mother-in-law. So I put it on there for her. Yeah, definitely. I was sitting here talking and the mic was muted. But yeah, man, I be trying to talk about like current events and stuff. And it's there's always lessons you can extract from experiences. But I gotta talk about myself, man. When I get done doing, give me about 10 more years, I'll be done talking about myself. I done been through about 10 years, man. I got enough content for about 10 years, man.
Oh shit.
And still going. I'm still living and learning, man. Still living and learning.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's a lot of content.
But no matter how you bring it, you still bring an awareness to things. You see where I'm coming from? And it's up to the people how they want to take it. You bring a message. Like if they perceive it this way, that's on them. Like I tell people, it doesn't matter how we bring the message, right? At times, you see where I just come and I talk about the community or things that I'm going through, I've been through, right? But then I do the reviews and reactions, right? And when I do them reviews and reactions, I tell people there is a way, right? And I don't just talk about my story. I talk about stories that I've seen succeed. And that's what I tell people. I'm tired of hearing excuses. There is successful stories out there, but for some reason, people want to talk about the unsuccessful stories.
I'm numb to excuses. Man, I don't even listen to them. I can't hear them. I'm serious, man. Like, I mean, life is hard, bro. We all go through something, man. And I mean, that's cool. That's expected. That's what it come with. But I mean, to just sit there and take it, then I can't do nothing about that. I can't do nothing with nobody who ain't trying to fight, man. I can't do nothing. So I mean, I don't hurt them if I can't help them. Leave them where they at. You know, when they ready, that's just how I look at life now, man. Everybody can't be saved. That's one of the hardest pills to swallow. Like, especially when you made it through stuff, you always feel like, you know, a person can do it, but everybody ain't built like that, man.
Facts. But what's crazy, right? I used to always say that, and my baby pops always tells me the same thing you say. Not everybody's built like that. But like I tell him, right? I was like, at one point, I used to think like them. But someone just like you and you came along, and look at how I am right now. Stories of success is possible. You showed me your success, right? In order to motivate me, to teach me how I could turn my pain into motivation. Okay, so why not continue? Those that want it, I'm here. Those that don't want it, hey, the door's right there. Just make sure the doorknob doesn't hit you with a good Lord split you.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I don't care about what people say, man. You better have enough tape, right, to censor me and enough rope to tie me down. I keep saying that. I've been through a lot. Like, when you already lost so much, it's like, what else can they take from you? See where I'm coming from?
Yeah, there's always more to take.
There's always more to take, but shit. Each one taught me something. If you gotta keep taking, then take it. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, that's the whole point. Be willing to fight. Because I used to say that, then I got my eyesight took me. I'm like, damn, they can take more. But shit, I'm still fight though, even if you take that. So I rocks with that.
Sure. Is that regardless of anything, if you sit down, you're still losing. If you stand up and fight, they taking. So either way, you're screwed. So why the fuck not fight? Shit, I'm not going down as a, listen, fuck it. See it however you want to perceive it.
I would say this too though, is I had to learn how to fight the right fights. You know what I'm saying? I had to, because people be using all their resources in battles, and that's why they be losing the wars. You know, like growing up in the hood, man, I used to tell my little brother, man, it ain't like, when he moved to Detroit, I had clout. People respected my name, but I told him it ain't because I'm the ruthless, hardest. Nah, I'm the smartest. They don't know how the fuck I'm gonna come, so don't nobody bother me. You know what I'm saying? It ain't the fact that they scared of me. They respect the shit out of me because they know it's gonna be an issue, a problem. So it ain't the loudest, the hardest. It's the smartest to survive. So some fights, some battles we gotta lose. Some battles is worth losing because those battles gonna set us up to win the war.
But you gotta correct something. Or still ain't figure it out.
I'm listening.
Word, you're not smart. You're wise.
Oh, in certain areas, I got wisdom. Yeah, I agree with that. I ain't gonna sell myself short. I got wisdom in certain areas.
I was like, you're not gonna say it. I was like, even a smart person can be a fool sometimes. I'm sorry.
A smart person can act a fool. A smart person can act a fool.
You gotta be wise.
A dumb person can't be smart.
Let's go. Hey, but y'all know what's crazy? A dumb person does be right one time though.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Ain't that
Hey
some
man,
shit?
look, yeah, them people. Hey, they what they say, a broken clock can be right 2 times a day.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
that person. Yeah, that's what it is, bro. That's why I listen to everybody, man. I just sit back and be observing, bro, because you can get information and knowledge from anything and anybody, man.
Facts.
You know,
Yeah,
so James, what up, though?
salute, James. What up, family?
James,
Racing favorite can't be on his side, and Trump's all.
Oh, okay. Commander Open Turkey. All right. All right. Great, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I know a lot of smart people who do dumb things. And tell me, bro, I know a lot of smart people to do. Man, I know some smart people, bro. They ain't got no type of. They got all that book knowledge, no type of street smarts, man. So yeah, like they don't. I ain't gonna say street smarts because we predicated into. So I say just life experience in general. You know, they've been in the book so much they never experienced life. So they might be smart with the information, but the decision making be all messed up.
Yeah, that's why I was like, no, you wise. You get on your feet fast. See, like my old heads used to say, it's not, how hard you fall, it's how fast you get up.
I remember, man. One of my coaches told me that, and I ran with that.
Yeah, but it's not a lie though. It's true. It's like every time I felt like in the beginning I couldn't get it until I was like, okay, you know what? You slacking. Stop playing around. Get your shit together. You're not trying hard enough. And then I tried a little harder and I picked myself right back up. Then I figured out how to do it from after that.
And my coach told me, he said, if you're gonna make a mistake, make it fast so you can correct it faster.
X.
James, what up, though?
Blessings, James.
Not much. Just trying to find a conversation to get into.
Yeah, we definitely building, bro. We definitely building. What you think? What you think? What builds your character, man?
Well, for one, definitely experience. You're gonna have to have some experience to build some character, because you got to deal with life. Number two, I'd say knowing what's right and wrong is having that solid foundation. Also build some character, and then with that, you also have to make the mistakes, which comes back to the experience part. Kind of learn where you mess up, and then fix all those little areas where you mess up and grow in that. I mean, that's probably pretty much, I guess, the basic way of building a character. I mean, I had to think about more detail on how you build a character.
And see, this is the way my mind works, and I'm gonna let y'all in on it. So probably the next show or the show after that, we're gonna talk about what is character. No, we talking about what builds it, but what exactly is it? And like in today's society, for me, bro, I mean, just me observing, I don't think there's a lot of value put on character. I think people undervalue people's character. They just look at what material things they possess, and that can even be education. Because a person got some degrees and that means something. Like, nah, bro. If you look at it, some of the most unscrupulous behavior done by the people with the degrees, with the power, with the status, with the money. They ain't got no goddamn character. Not all of them, just the ones who do the unscrupulous shit.
Man, your question, does building character, do you have to have the mental for that?
Definitely.
I don't know if I'm asking the right question, listening to what you just said.
I'm gonna let the panel run with that. I'm gonna be quiet for a minute. Let y'all rock out.
I would think you need me mentally.
You have to have a strong mental. Let me rephrase it.
Yeah, you have to have a strong mental. Yeah, I would say that'd probably be part of building a character.
Well, if you able to utilize each lesson to show you something and remember that, then yeah, you can. Yep, it's possible. Because each lesson that you learn through time can teach you to build up, character, or what, what I'm saying, would be, I would say, not necessarily the appropriate way to handle things, but the more proactive way to get things done. You understand what I'm saying? Because in most cases, a negative can equal a positive. You know what I'm saying? You could do something, every now and again, hey, you gotta, you know what I mean? Hey. I'm just saying, not telling people to go commit crime or nothing like that, but I'm just saying.
No, I
Some
say it
people,
because some people like either what they've been through either makes them or breaks them. You see where I'm coming from?
right.
And
Yeah,
that's
there we
why
go.
I asked that. Even Word said it. Unfortunately, some people are not able to pick themselves up, or learn a life lesson, or take heed to the advice that's given.
Yeah. Because you got to make that adaptation. It's all about
That's
how
what
you
I'm
make
saying.
your
Like,
adaptation.
if you're weak in your, if you got a weak mental, are you able to make that build of a character, right? Or do you have to be, strong mentally to be able to build a character?
That's what I was saying. No, you don't, because that's where your adaptations come in. That's how you build and get wisdom. Because we all had that point. Everybody kind of started from that point where they wasn't as proactive as as they feel they should have been. Or when you had go through your errors, I'm gonna call it an error. We ain't gonna say fucked up situations. We gonna call it errors. Let's just generalize it real quick. When you go through that error and you learn from that error, and you know that, damn, if I don't do this or I don't add on to that, then that automatically, that's not going to come out in my favor. You see what I'm saying? So I think that's what I was telling you. It starts off at a weaker point, but then it does get strong. A lot of people, some people are innately strong though, that already see it. But in most cases, you don't see that because we got a lot of MK Ultra shit going on. You know what I'm saying? They trying to train you to deplete yourself. You know what I'm saying? Easily. You get what I mean? You got to look at that. Your worst enemy, who? You just said it earlier, yourself. But then now they're making it to the point where your other worst enemy is who else? Your family. Because look at all this shit that's going on with people depleting their family. People unaliving their family more now than ever. See what I'm saying? And that's like the basis of the struggle. So if you understand that they turning you against yourself in situations, spirituality, physical, all of that shit, food. America, the only country that got all this crazy shit going on with GMOs. Why the fuck is that? You see what I'm saying? I ain't trying to go off into a whole other wider spectrum with it, but I'm just saying that is the adaptations that you have to understand to help yourself become better, because you see the trap set up for you. Is you gonna walk straight into the trap, or you gonna peek the trap out and, you know what I'm saying, coagulate, or what should I say, bob and weave through it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you can be a weaker person and develop strength of your character. You know what I'm saying?
Character and personality. That's deep. Does your
Yeah, that's
personality
hard. I
build your
gotta check that out
character,
too. Gotta steal
or does your
love.
character?
She said she got a book out. I gotta check it out.
Yeah, I just put it on my watch list. But to add to what Brother Mouthpiece was saying, because that's where I was gonna lead to. Like, even building I believe your mentality is part of your character, man. So you building that character, you building that mentality, you building emotional intelligence. All that is equivalent. I wouldn't say it's separate. It's separate from one another. I would say it's either, I ain't gonna say it's the same, but they kind of work hand in hand with one another.
Facts. Kind of like when Mouthpiece was kind of like breaking all that down, whether people like it or not, it goes hand in hand, even with this topic.
Yes. I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, my bad. It's just that I think Word was talking about it on one line. It's that people now got that mentality, right? I don't know if it's short attention spasm. I don't know what the heck to call it, right? Where they
supposedly
only wanna,
ADHD. Let's just call it that.
not even like that. It's like when they come on social media,
Not even that,
they
no.
just want you to be quick with it. They don't want you to break it down. They don't want to listen to the explanation. They want to hear it. So if you're not talking, for 3 minutes, right? If you talk longer than 3 minutes, it's like, I don't know, they get distracted. It's not ADHD. You could call that ADD. Anyways, like, it's crazy. I mean, we're talked about that on one of his lives, and he really broke it
Microwavable society.
Yup, there we go. There we go,
That's
brother.
what
You
it
said
is.
it.
People,
Microwave shit.
people want instant results. You know, they
They
want
want you to be hot
like,
again and
Instant
crash out
ramen.
fast.
They want some instant ramen.
Man.
My bad. What you say, bro?
They want some instant ramen.
Yeah, they want the instant
There we
ramen,
go.
bro.
Let's go. You say instant ramen? Turn up.
I'm still in that, James. James, I'm still in that, bro.
Oh God, I'm
missed
muting
that
you,
shit.
James. Yep.
I just thought about ramen because I got ramen in my room here with me. I got some ramen that I want
He said
yeah,
ready
bro.
in 3 minutes.
Yeah, man. Don't. I look, man. I'm kind of traumatized on ramen, man. I grew up with mice, bro. They
Man,
used to
bro,
take the
I
ramen
did
in.
too.
Man, damn.
Ramen.
Bro, they took the ramen in. Bro, they was taking the spice packs too, bro. The spice pack wasn't even in the bag no more. Like,
Oh, you talking about the mice? My bad. Because in Philly we got both mice and rats. Shit.
Oh yeah. That part too. Them days was fucked up too.
I
Yep.
used to call mice rats until I went to New York and seen a fucking rat. And I'm like, nah, we ain't got no rats, bro.
Yeah, in Philly and in New York, listen, I think I was like 20 something, right? They used to tell me, oh, you should see the rats in New York. They're bigger than the ones in Philly. Yo, one day I was walking down HP, right? I was coming from the park and it was summer, right? And I know because I came out the goddamn pool and I was still wet walking down. And all I know is like, yo, I'm thinking it was like a cat until, I saw the tail. Yo, when I tell you I landed on top of a fucking car and I'm calling, I'm like, Mom, there's a rat right next to the sewer and it won't move. And I'm like, it's bigger than a cat. And everybody saw me crying. I'm telling you.
Hey, I
Like,
bet you the way they
no,
came out though. I was just picturing that shit. You could just look at the rat, the way that they just come out on the cool, like they be on.
Oh, look, you're not getting what I'm saying. Look, listen.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
A regular rat would be like about this big, right? Fuck
Right.
that shit. It's not going above my ankle. A fucking New York rat is like about this fucking big as a fucking cat.
They same size as raccoon and shit, man.
Damn, he said raccoons. Holy shit.
Man, I seen one. I thought the size of it, I thought it was a goddamn chihuahua or something. They was like, no, that's a rat. I'm like, hey, that should be in your house. Like, that motherfucker be paying rent if it come in my house, bro. You gotta put something on the rent, bro. You gotta pay something on the mortgage, bro. He coming in my crib, you too damn big.
Where you at? Come here, boy. Let's see if he'll come to the camera.
Oh shit.
Come here. Listen, my dog big as shit. Come here, boy. That little nigga won't come and
Bust it down, drop down. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, salute, bust it down, Brown.
My dog will reach. I'm 4'11", right? That little nigga right there. You see him? How he's almost as big as my daughter, right? I seen this man from New York on Facebook hold a rat as big as that damn dog. You got me chopped.
Oh hell.
Hey,
no.
I think my dog bigger than you. You 4'11". I like short people, bro. One of my favorite sisters short.
Hey,
like
you just compared me to his dog.
Oh, I'm saying like when my dog stand up, when my dog stand up, I think my dog got you. I got a German Shepherd though.
I got a blue nose. That little nigga just fat. He big but fat.
Yeah, Commander Alpha Turkey. That's facts. Low attention span. People can't. Man, I don't know what it is. I agree with that 100% because
That's
you know
the word
what?
I was looking for earlier.
We grew up being taught that. You know what I'm saying? I don't like. That's one thing I don't like about this shit too with school. School don't teach you that shit no more. They used to have remember them 3 little questions in the back of the story in English class, the comprehensive thinking and shit. You had to you had to read the whole story. Yeah, in order for you to answer them 3 questions, you had to have read the whole story. Some people used to cheat and just skip to the part where that question asking you and shit and go straight to the question. The question. I ain't give a fuck. I love to read them stories because that shit helped me, you know what I'm saying, figure out how to problem solve and shit. But a lot of people they miss them. They don't do that no more. That's fucked up. Yeah.
Wait, Commander, you was backstage?
No, she was behind on the stream. She said, but bro, man, I'm telling you, man, if people didn't know you, bro, they'd be like, yeah, you and Word talked a lot, bro. Because I did a show on comprehension, bro, and telling people like that ain't just for reading, bro. That's for interpreting life. Those comprehension skills you learn read. They call it reading comprehension, and that's the only time you taught that is through reading. But They teach you through reading so you can learn it. Speech is, I mean, words are words if it's written or spoken. So we should be doing that, comprehending one another. That's like people stop at understanding, bro. No, you got to go to comprehension. So in metaphysics, we'd say you understand, understand, and overstand. Overstanding is comprehension, right? Understanding is understanding you under the information. Understanding you in the information. Overstanding you above it, so you can understand how it functions and operates. So we need to get to a level of, I ain't gonna say we, people in general need to get to a level of comprehension. That's why I was saying, like, when we research history, we have to comprehend what the writer is trying to convey. We got to get in the mindset of the writer. We can't use our mindset to interpret what somebody else is saying. Even me, like us having this conversation, for me to really understand y'all, I have to have a general understanding of how you think. So oftentimes when people have like abstract views, I will ask them like, man, what's your epistemology? I want to know more about them so I can understand why they think that way. And then after that, for me, is no judgment, bro. I ain't got no time to judge nobody, bro. That belongs to a higher power, bro. They ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm just trying to understand people, bro. So it ain't no judgment. I just need to see if it's for me or it's not. Either something gonna be for me or not. And if it ain't for me, it ain't none of my business.
You should, Commander, come up here and poke around these men's brains for a little bit, because I got to drop down soon. I got a little monkey over here. She keeps jumping on the bed. Soon I'm gonna have to call the doctor.
No, that was that shit coming up. I ain't gonna lie, that was that slap. That song makes you want to jump in the bed, though. I ain't gonna even cap to you.
Man, my kids be watching that. I'll be like, yeah, when y'all fall off the bed, I'm gonna call your mama. I ain't calling no doctor.
You gotta warn them. You gotta give them that warning.
Listen, her daddy is the doctor. All I gotta say is come here. When he come here, she already know. I just wonder why she respect him more. I'm like, yo, I be laughing. I'm like, why do y'all take his authority more serious?
Just innate, man. It's that energy, man. It's that masculine energy. That's all it is. It's just that masculine energy. Like even my dog, bro. My dog do not listen to my wife. Man, I look at my dog, she be like, oh shit. I give my kids I raise my voice and give them that look. They be like, nah. Mommy do it, they laugh at her. My wife be yelling and screaming. I said that, they just laughing at her. Let me raise my voice and see what happens. Everything shut down. You think it's a damn pandemic again or something?
Yeah, power is everything. You're right about that.
Yeah, it's definitely got to be that masculine energy.
No doubt.
Because I get that. I had that same thing with my little cousin. Whenever she gets crazy when she's here at the house, I have to be the one that takes care of it because she won't listen to my mom. So,
hey man, that's from the divine, man. That's what the divine created. We all get gifts, man. We all special in different ways. That's something that's innate to males, man. It's that energy. Commander, the minister, the general of defense is in the building. What up, Nine?
What up, Nines? I'm here reporting to
What up,
duty.
man? Chat. She ain't say it.
Chat, where you at? Chat, where you at?
Commander sounds tired tonight this morning. What's up, Commander?
Hi, word, Rachel, mouthpiece, James.
Go ahead.
What up, though?
This the minister of defense. This is the general of the 9 and HR. Shout out to my 9, man. That's my 9.
I've been given a lot of titles. I just want to say thank you. Thank you to my supporters. Thank you for those who believe in me. I appreciate you.
Definitely think so.
That's my 9.
Commander has won the Goddess Award today.
Let's go.
I will try not to disappoint you. Hey, I was talking about that today about like how like if you're asked to do something or like you're asked if you can do something, instead of saying it's not my problem, it's not my job, no I won't, no I can't, like just jump in and do it. And maybe you don't know how to do it, but say, you know what? I may not know how to do it, but I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to give it my best shot, and I bet I could do it.
Facts.
Sorry if that's too much.
No.
Now check this out too, Rich. When we was talking about mentality and character, right? So she's telling you her mentality, and it's just a testimony to her character now. You see what I'm saying? Because I can contest that's what she does. Since I've been around her, I have never asked Commander something that she didn't at minimum try to do it. You know, so when she say it, her actions follow her words, not her words follow her action. Because I seen her do exactly what she said before she said that's how she think. You see what I'm saying? So the character and mentality, that's why I say it's associated. And to a lot of times, that's how you determine another person's character. Do they actions match their words? And if it do, now you can understand the mindset of a person.
Ooh, Word just broke that
Wow.
phrase down.
Oh wow. I
Real
wasn't even
shit.
thinking about that.
Y'all hear me say actions speak louder than words. Old heads used to say that a lot, and Word just broke the whole thing down on that phrase. That's crazy. That one little quote.
I think most people, like, if I like in my experience, like, most people are not like that. Like, most people, like, a lot of people are doing the bare minimum, or I don't know, I feel like you stand out if you even just try. If you show up on time, if you give it your best shot, like, I don't know. I think
You showed
even
them.
just that is a step above most people.
And
Just like
that's why that's why
consistency.
and that's why I tell people I don't think I'm better than nobody. I just do better. I don't have to just do better. You know, I see what people don't do. I always like, especially in a job, I used to do shit people wasn't willing to do. Not to be better than them, just it was to challenge myself. You know, it was an opportunity. Like, okay, I get to learn some new shit. Let me. And one of my mentors, well, he was a boss of mine then, but he's a mentor now. But he told me, he said, you was just always willing to try things, even if you didn't know how to do it. You would keep messing up until you get it right, and that just was a testimony to your character. That's where I got that from, and That's how I started looking like, damn, okay. People say stuff all the time, right? But do they do it? So I mean, I just looked at that like, and when you understand what words do to a person, right? Just like if we were sitting here talking, I'm like, mouthpiece, bro. Hey, look, I want you to do an interview with me, right? He'd be like, when? Next week. Okay, cool. Then next week come and I don't do the interview with him. He'd be like, what happened? Oh, I had this to do. We're set up for next week. Next week come, I don't do it again. The whole time I'm telling him we'll do it next week, he probably anticipating, getting ready for it and everything. Then when it comes, it don't happen, right? And then the next week, same thing. But I guarantee you that third week, he gonna be like, man, whatever, I see it when it comes. And then that's gonna be a testimony to my character. Like, man, this dude did, you know what I'm saying? He ain't real about it. So I mean, words give you anticipation, bro. That's all it do. It gives you anticipation. Think about when you're reading the book, you start anticipating what's gonna happen on the next page. But it's the actions, bro. Is what tell the story though. It's what people do. So when I see people do things and then they elaborate later, I'll be like, okay, you done showed me already. So now you just telling me that line up. But when people just constantly telling you about themselves and you never see that shit, I don't never believe that shit neither.
Thanks.
They trying to rock you to sleep, man. That's what they doing.
I was listening to somebody who was having a rant on his channel, and he was saying, like in most cases, like, people to people, right? Like, generally speaking, like, let's say between your neighbors, your friends, your family, like, it's better to say no, because you can always change it to a yes. But if you say yes and you don't commit to that, then you fail. Then you're not, what's that showing about your character? If you just easily say yes, or just because someone's pressuring you, but you're not going to fulfill it. Like, you're on the fence, you're not sure. Like, what makes you more comfortable if you say, hey, I need some help painting my house? Okay, yes, I'm gonna be there. Or a maybe. and then you don't show up. Or like a maybe is like you don't even know if the person's gonna help you. But if you
That's
say
fact.
no, I'm not available, but then you become available and you show up to help last minute, they're gonna be really happy to see you.
You know what that remind me of? It's a little different, but I never let people borrow money that I need. I never do.
Oh shit! Don't go there, bro. Don't go there.
It's like
Hey, bro.
it's almost
Bro,
the
people
same
still owe me,
concept, though. You
bro.
know what
Like
I'm
people
saying?
still owe me, fam. That shit make me think about it.
Yeah,
Be like, oh damn.
yeah, bro. I'm
Go ahead,
telling
go ahead.
you, it's like the same concept. Because when somebody say, "Hey, I need something, can I borrow it?" You
Yeah.
thinking they gonna give it back, and when they don't give it back, it's like that's a big ass disappointment. So
But even
I had
then,
to
that
learn,
unwritten
like,
rule, though. Hey, but what about that unwritten rule though? When you already know, like you said you was gonna give it back to me, you set the date though. You get what I mean? You know when they set the date, I hate when people do that shit. Don't tell me no date and
yeah,
you miss that shit. I'm gonna be very pissed
Yeah.
off. Like I
You're
ain't
thinking
tripping
about the
about.
date and they forgot about it already.
You get what I'm saying?
they ain't forgot about it, bro. It's half
Man,
of the time they weren't even planning on paying you back. I'm just being honest, bro. They knew they couldn't pay you back. They just needed it right then and there. They knew you was gonna give it to them. And but once I realized that, I said, look, I don't like being upset and I don't like feeling regret. So I never let nobody borrow something that I don't have to give it to 'em. If I can't give it to them, then yeah, that way if they pay it back, it's cool, thank you. But if they don't, I won't even feel no type of way. I'm telling you, bro, these concepts is what we have to, I mean, we have to build ourselves with these things, bro. And all these different concepts we be talking about, all these slick sayings and stuff, bro, they have ways we can apply it into life and they have benefits from it. You
yeah,
know
no
what I'm
doubt,
saying?
no
And
doubt.
I call them tools you can use in life, bro. That's
Indeed.
it. They just tools, bro. When you have that situation, it's times I tell people like, shit, I got it. I just ain't got it for you. Because I'm not sure. I'm gonna give it. Okay, bro. That sounds good, but I'm straight, bro. I got it. Just I ain't got to give it to you.
And then it get to that point where you got to be like, hey, bro, don't even worry about it, bro. You just take that, bro. You had that, bro. Don't even worry about it. You got it.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
even worry about it. Just keep that, whatever you got to do. Because I ain't trying to be let down. Now I got to worry about looking forward
Mm-hmm.
to you bringing it back. Like, no, fuck that. Just let's alleviate that immediately. If you got it
How
from
about
here,
this?
here you go, bro.
Yeah,
Just take it.
no.
Don't worry
So,
about it.
Just
yeah,
take it.
I'm gonna hop down. Commander Japanese Avatar. My daughter says hi and bye.
Aw,
And to you.
bye.
Have
Shout
a
out to
good one,
her.
sis.
No doubt.
Shout out to the little lady.
Have a great one.
Let
Take
mama
it
talk.
easy.
Hi.
Hi.
What up, though?
What's happening? Big blessings on blessings.
Bye.
Have a good one.
See you later.
All right, I'm gonna see y'all.
All right.
I'm gonna be in the chat down below.
All right.
What's up, sis?
Hey, mouthpiece. You ever lend somebody like? It reminded me when he said tools. You ever lend somebody something and they don't bring it back? They don't ever give it back.
Man.
Times. Too many damn times, man. Then you know what the crazy thing about it is? It's the same person. So I just was like thinking, like, all right, bro, gonna come through this time. It's all good. He know he tripped on me last time. He said he was going through something. Ain't no problem. All right, cool. He got me. Shit. He never. It'd be like how the word just said earlier, fam, and it wasn't intentionally on giving it back to me. No way. You understand what I'm saying? Then it was a situation where I had some homies of mine, right? Uh, I used to, go out there. I used to gaffle. You know what I'm saying? I'm keeping it real with y'all. I used to steal a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't steal from my people. You get what I mean? I would go steal from the store or somewhere, where I know I can get it at any time where I want it, type shit, right? Right. So it turns out I had some homies who got some equipment and shit. Somebody ended up stealing their equipment. And then like the neighbors, they saw the person who did it, right? But they only know me because I come over there all the time. So the first thing come out their mouth was it's me. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't me. And then the niggas end up stealing from me. You see what I'm saying? Now, I'm saying this, say this. Majority of the time, when you do that, you look out for people like that, and they already know they ain't got no intention on paying you back. You can tell, you know what I'm saying? It'd be obvious type shit. That's why I say it came to that person. I was just like, man, fuck it. You can just take it, bro, because I just go give me another one. Fuck it. I might as well, because if that's the case, you need it more than I do. You know what I'm saying? So fuck it, bro. It is what it is. Now it came to a point though. Some people I had to really not, allow that to keep going on with, because the simple fact of the matter, all of the shit that happened in the past. You know what I'm saying? Because people they will keep trying to come at you constantly. You know what I'm saying? They say that rule in the Midwest too. They say if you feed the hat, it keep coming. If you feed the cat, it keep coming back. You see what I'm saying?
Keep
So
coming
you
back.
gotta so you gotta make sure you immediately let it be known. You know what I'm saying? I used to hate it too, because OGs, they used to hit you with them rules real quick. As soon as you could borrow something from them. Look here, young buck, I'm gonna give you this here, but it's gonna come with 3 stipulations. Number 1, you bring my shit right back, and you like, damn, but you can't help but respect it because they hold you accountable off the rip. So I think that kind of taught me too, in a way, how to look toward that and not necessarily, you know what I'm saying, be expecting everybody to uphold their end of the bargain when it comes to you borrowing them something, or i.e., or you just giving them something. You know what I'm saying? Because I had to stop borrowing and just give. Like, man, here, bro, don't worry about it. Because I got too burnt out on that shit. Too burnt out.
But it's not only like you feed one cat, the other cats come too.
Exactly.
Because they heard you were feeding cats.
Hey, that's a bigger problem. It get bigger. See, look at that shit. See.
Hey, bro, look, check this out. This I learned my lesson about people borrowing from my boy. He needed $100. I had it. It was just part of my rent money. So I let him borrow it, and I'm like, "This is my boy." I told him like, I need this back. You said Friday when you get paid, I need this back because I got to pay my rent that following Monday. Friday came, Tuesday came,
You know what I'm saying? See
Thursday came, and next Friday came. I'm like, bro. He was like, and I told him like, bro, that was my rent. He said, well, why would you do that? That was dumb. I said, I was trying to help you out. He was like, well, there's no guarantee somebody gonna pay you back. I can't pay you back right now. Why you think I asked you for the money? I'm like, bro, when you borrowed it, you told me to pay it back Friday. Yeah, but I had to catch up on some other bills too. Man, I thought you was straight. Like, what? Like, okay, I got you. I said, you can have it, bro. Don't worry about it. That was just an expensive lesson. I don't fuck with you no more.
You see what I'm saying?
I'm straight. We affect the friendship over $100, but
over $100, bro. Damn. Then you're gonna try to tell me by myself on the back end. See what I'm saying?
Right. Why would you do that? Like what? But you
would have got so long, bro. Hey, bro, he would have called me on one of them days. He would have got fired on, fam. I'm sorry, fam. I'm just gonna have to give you.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I wanted to put hands on him so bad, but then I thought about it like, man, this motherfucker, I should have knew not to let him borrow. I knew better. He was right. That's why I couldn't put my hands on him, because I know him, and he was right. Like, why the fuck would I do that?
Yeah, true that though. They do have you on second flexion type shit. That's true.
That's so
What's up, bro?
Man, but the slug though, he hit you with a slug straight to the face with it though. That nigga said, "Why you do that, nigga?"
Right.
Any little y'all go for you, my nigga. You gonna okay? And that just show you, like you just said, y'all. And that's funny. We were talking about character too, because that also goes to the character of another person. You know what I'm saying? Them projecting their character on you. You know what I'm saying? With that, and oh, why would you do that? Damn, fam. All right, bro. Yeah, you're right. I know you had to ask that. Hey, I bet you asked him too. Like, damn, you're right. Why would I do that? Damn.
No, I'm telling you, when he said that, I didn't think right away. I wanted to hit him. I ain't gonna lie to you. And then I thought about it. Like, hold on, bro. Why did I do that?
Yeah. See. Yeah.
He taught you a lesson. He's all acting smart.
Right.
That's hilarious and
He's trying
messed
to get
up
you to
all
look
at
at the
once.
big picture. He stopped trying to get you to look at the fact of money, though. Yeah, he had to make it a monumental moment for him to make you look at the bigger picture of it all, type shit. Like, oh, okay, gotcha, family. Hey, duly noted.
Duly noted.
That's crazy.
I seen him probably about 6 years ago. He was like, man, you still mad? I said, I ain't mad at you. I just paid for the lesson, and I'm going to reap the reward from it. I ain't fucking with you.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold on, fam. We ain't going to just run past that like that. You said you seen him win? You got to give me that timeline again, bro.
So this happened. I know I had just got that apartment, so it had to happen in 2008. And I seen him about 2000. It was probably about 2014, 2015. And he was like, what's that? Like we cool or something. I'm like, nah, man, we ain't cool like that. Trying to dap me up and stuff. He's like, man, you still mad at me over that $100? I said, I ain't mad. I just learned my lesson, bro. Paid for it, so I learned it.
No
I don't
doubt.
fuck with you like that, bro.
No doubt.
At least he remembered it, because you got some people that act like it never happened, or they try to gaslight you
Yeah.
like, I don't remember that. I paid you, but I paid you. Like, no, you didn't pay me. And then you stop to think, did they pay me? No, they did not pay me.
Yeah, they just don't don't talk to you.
Unreal.
From my experience, I had one friend that messed me up when I sold him a PlayStation, and he didn't pay me. He didn't talk to me ever since. I mean, he paid me like $20 out of it. That was like a down payment.
How much you say?
But then I didn't get the other $80. Like, he failed to pay me the other $80.
He gave you 100 and then give you 80.
No, he gave me 20, but he's supposed to give me 100. Because the deal was he's supposed to give me 100 for it.
Oh hell no! Oh hell no!
We got that running off on the
He paid me
plug,
on
bro.
Man, they like running off on the plug. Man, running off on the plugs and that shit, ain't it?
God damn, bro. They ran off on the plug, man.
Damn.
Well, I mean, we were that was back like when the PS3 and stuff was getting old, because it was a PS3. So I mean,
Oh, okay, yeah. So that means before that it already came out then. By then, yeah.
yeah, it done got kind of old. It was a PS3. It was my first ever one, because I got me another one fairly recently, but this one's the slim that I got now.
Man, I give y'all one even better too, fam. One of the people that owed me money, fam. Why I ended up joining another job, and I ended up seeing the person who owed me money at the job. I don't know if y'all heard me. I'm saying it again.
You got a job, and you seen the person that owed you money at the job.
The person that owed me the money, I seen them at the job. Now, mind you, I ain't heard from this person. Hear me out. I ain't heard from this person since 3 months since I borrowed them the money, right? So 3 months after that, I ended up seeing them at the job. Y'all think they gave me my money back yet? Hell no. That was fucked up. Y'all don't know how hard I wanted to. Hey, bro. Hey, dog. I know you got that, right? But then, like I was saying, that showed you the character of the other person, because that taught me, if you're willing to destroy your connection with me over something so petty as, I'm not going to say the amount, y'all. I'm going to keep that disclosed. But however, that showed me the depth of your character and how of a person of your word you are. See what I'm saying? Some people don't even value their own word. So why would they expect you? So why would you expect them to, you to value theirs? You see what I'm saying? And that, like we were saying earlier, it falls into character.
You just learn with experience. And sometimes it's good to learn from other people's experiences.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, I don't expect nothing no more.
Yeah, the one guy that was ranting, he also mentioned that about borrowing money. Like, don't borrow money unless it's like a gift that you're not expecting back.
There we go. Yeah.
That's a good one. Good
But what about but we ain't gonna just focus on all them folks that didn't pay us back though. What about the folks that do though? What about them? Y'all still cool with them people?
Those are good people.
Yeah, they got great character.
Yeah. Because I ain't gonna lie,
and they should be praised and told that. Well, it should be like celebrated, and
no doubt.
You should be able to show that that's the character people should be able to have or should have.
Yes, there we go, bro. Big facts. Yes, sir. Yeah, because them I've been going through them people. I didn't went through to the other side of where the people that do keep their word and have living same way as on this internet, man. Me bumping into y'all great people on this internet. You know what I'm saying? I've had my share of bumping into those type of people, man. And man, like you say, bro, it's wonderful, bro. It's an understanding. It's cool. Everything is respectable. You know what I'm saying? As time went on, we built a greater relationship. We even help other people see things thoroughly. They've gone on to start businesses, utilize the information and the things that we both learned together to make it a productive thing and grow with that. And I respect them a whole lot because they appreciate me, not just on the monetary aspect, but just on the being on a personal level. You know what I'm saying? Like a friend, from a brother to a sister, or a sister to a brother, or even as a brother to a brother. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta definitely give them their flowers too, man. And big respect to all of those that's
Yeah.
out there that keep y'all word, that don't be bullshitting. The person ain't gotta come looking for you. You know what I'm saying? Because that'd be the worst too.
Yeah.
You gotta look for
They
somebody that
value
fell off
you.
the map. Yeah, man. I borrowed you the bread off good faith. You fell off the map. Then 9 days you ain't even trying to talk to me because you didn't ran off of my money. But a person that understands how hard it is to attain certain things, when they borrow from you and they bring it right back to you, that speaks for respect with all in itself. You know what I'm saying?
Right. They value your friendship. They don't want to let you down.
Yeah, yeah. Because they know what that shit feel like. And they like, man, if I let this nigga down, yeah,
Right.
people be knowing. And part of my my vernacular when I said the N-word, y'all, you know what I'm saying? Brother, a brother is a brother, but excuse my language, but however, y'all understand what I mean. A person really appreciates you, you know what I'm saying, entirely, no matter what race or whatever you are. Just you understanding that the importance of not letting you down. They understand that a lot of people have let us down before. And that's why it's good to build a friendship with somebody who you borrow money with first. So you don't be just handing out money and shit. You know what I'm saying? Now,
Yeah, and
coworkers,
it's
that's different.
the coworkers. What about them?
Coworkers, that's different. You can borrow them money, shit.
Well, and it's not even always monetary. Like it could be like someone will help you move or help you out, like when they need, when you need something, like you help each other out.
There we go.
Like, just give me a hand.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? I was back in the day when I was what channel was on? I forgot what channel I was on, but I was telling them about not putting expectations on people who can't live up to them. And it just reminded me when you said that, because I think sometimes we expect things from people and they're not capable of it. Even like telling the truth, but what's that old Maya Angelou quote? Believe a person for who they are when they show you.
That's right.
Paraphrasing it, but like even that, man.
Yeah,
That's why I use that not only for the bad but the good too. Like like y'all was saying, like people keeping their word. I got friends for different reasons, and I know some of my friends, they ain't dependable financially. Like I can't call them asking for no money, but if I need them, they go show up. Then I got friends who won't show up, but if I call them for some money, I had the money. So I don't put expectations on people who ain't able to live up to them.
Exactly.
Put people for who they are, bro.
There we go. Yeah. Facts.
And like you said, it ain't always got to be monetary. It ain't always got to be money. Just people being there for you, a good shoulder to cry on, or ear to listen. You know what I'm saying? Like that's priceless, man. Those are priceless people who you can depend on. Like if I know I'm going through something, I need to vent, I can call this person and they hear me out, or they call me on my shit. You know what I'm saying? You need those type of people too, man.
That's
I think
true.
we put people in the wrong position in life. We say friends, but we put a blanket over it and never really identify their strengths or weaknesses. And that's what I had to learn how to do, man.
I like those friends that you can just you can be not in contact with them for months, even like a year or whatever, but you can call them up and they're there for you and they're not mad that you guys haven't talked. It's like you just pick up where you left off.
Yeah, no doubt.
Man, I got a homeboy like that. I probably talk to him like maybe once every 2-3 years, but when we talk, man, it's like nothing ever, like we ain't miss a beat.
Yeah.
And if he ever need me, he'll call me. If I ever need him, I'll call him. He'll be there. It's just shit. He got life, I got life. We in different states now. I mean, both got families. Life be life, and we doing two different things in life. But if it's real, it's real. No matter how far the distance or the time involved, it's real, it's real.
Big facts, bro.
King Blackout. Hold on, brother. Hold on. I got something for you.
What's up, King?
Uh-oh, salute King Blackout. Big blessings.
Down with the king.
Too many people out there just living in the moment. And that's the downfall is
Try again. Try again. Try again.
looking for perfection, progression, exactly.
Okay.
So much ass shaking.
Hey, that's hard. Hey, that's
Oh, you
hard. That's
down
hard.
with the freeze?
That
I
was dope.
got
That was dope, bro. That was dope. Hey, hey, shit. He the man.
man. Shout out to King Blackout, man. King Blackout.
King Black
He
out,
been
bro. You
showing love
the
and
guy.
blessings since he came over here, bro. I had to do something special for him. I had
That's
to do
lit.
something special for him, man.
That's lit.
Okay, I'm a that couple that's shaking, they're twerking. I picture that's him and his wife dancing. Every time I see
You
it.
know, courtesy of D-Tip.
The who?
D-Tip be sending me all these crazy videos and stuff, and that was one of them.
Oh yeah, D Ship's like, you have IG? Cause I send words, some stuff, some funny stuff.
Man, shout out to Shep. Shep is a clown, man. Naomi, happy birthday. Hey, everybody take a second out. Tell Naomi happy birthday. Happy birthday, sis. I don't have a happy birthday song,
Many more
but
blessings.
Happy birthday, Naomi.
Yeah, happy birthday, Naomi.
He's gotta
we
work on the
can get
birthday song.
well, I'm gonna work on the birthday song for the birthday people come through, but we can shake some back though. Let's shake some back for Naomi's birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
He was saying that over that clip, and I ain't gonna be able to get the voice out. But I would have definitely used that voice and made my own video. I'm gonna get you. Don't worry.
I'm gonna get you.
No.
But yeah, happy birthday to anyone that has a birthday today.
Yes, indeed.
Hey.
Happy birthday. Big Aries up
They
in the
just-
building. To all the Aries out there,
I-
man. Happy birthday to all the Aries out there, man. No doubt.
I was about to say, Naomi, even if you ain't a bull, guess what? It's April, baby. We all diamond. We them diamond babies.
I'm trying to tell you.
Shout out to all the diamond babies. Stop playing, man.
Let's go.
Diamonds are overrated.
But
You can say whatever you want about a diamond.
Diamonds are forever. Hey, you should play that real quick, bro. Forever.
Oh, they gonna quit me. I'm monetized. I got it.
I know.
Yeah, I got it
I know I'm bullshitting,
monetized.
though.
They gonna quit mine.
Yeah.
If I can find that one version. But I'm gonna start rocking out on my other channel too, man. We'll have some fun over there. I think I got it, Commander. The channel is called 9 Eye View. So why don't we just review over there?
Yeah.
We can do reviews over there. I was planning on doing that. I wanted to, there's a couple videos that I found. I think we can have some good conversations behind. But I think I'm gonna make that like a review channel. But it's gonna be the nines, you know. We'll have people up there. That's a blessing. Since I got 9 more years after my birthday and a couple, well, my birthday until the 25th, but I'd be blessed
9
to
more
see that.
years?
I'm
9 more years
striving
for
for
what?
that. So I hit 50. She said she's 50 today. I'm
Oh,
striving for that.
Let's go.
I
Shout
wasn't
out to
supposed
the
to
50.
see. I wasn't supposed to see 30. I wasn't supposed to see 25, and I'm 40. I'm about to be 41, man. I want 50. I want that. I need that 50.
Looking forward to that too. I'm definitely looking forward to that too, my brother. I'm definitely looking at it. Yes, sir. Because you're right. It's a blessing to make it this far as well as to get to that level. You know what I'm saying? Hey, everybody that's making it to the next level, man. You know what I'm saying? Leveling up. That's what life is all about.
Yeah, 5 decades. What's a century? 100 years? Half a century.
Yep.
Half a century. Half a See, that's what I'm talking about, baby. I bet you got some stories to tell. I bet you do. Not bad. My wife Middle Eastern, but she fried chicken like almost like my grandma. She almost I gave her my grandma recipe. She almost did it. So this is slapping right now. My bad.
Hey, it's all good.
No worries. How you doing, James?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing good.
That's good.
Had a good weekend. It was the weather was nice.
Yeah, water was a little rough here, but
It's been raining, but the weekend was nice.
yeah, it was raining a little bit over the weekend here and everything.
I was kind of ticked off at the weekend. Thursday was nice and warm. Someone told me to weatherproof the kids' swing set, and I didn't. I'll do it this weekend. But it's been cold and rainy. But I never got a chance to do it.
I just saw a video. I don't think it was new. I think it's probably old, but of some teenagers getting rescued from like some raging waters. I don't know how one of them fell in, and then the next one trying to help him fell in. I think it was like 3 of them, and they were able to rescue them. But it looked so bad. The water looked so strong. They're lucky.
I'm doing good, Naomi. We doing good. Yeah, they definitely lucky.
Yeah, you know, like the water when it goes through those canals.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know what you call them. Like on the side of the road.
You talk about like the ravines?
Kind of like the ravines, but like parts of it has like walls and like fencing, but then there's some open ones where you could actually fall in.
Oh.
But see, it's like they had no business getting close to that. But I think like when we're teenagers, we feel like we're invincible.
Man, did you hear some of the stupid shit I used to do? Ride down the freeway with the lights cut off the wrong way.
The wrong way?
The wrong way. Man, I done did some stupid stuff, man. I did stupid stuff. So yeah, young dumb.
I've heard about the ones that are ride the subway or the trains. They go on top of the trains. They do train surfing. What's the other thing? You know what the kids are doing now? They're doing like instead of like what is it called, like ninja knock, where they knock on someone's door and they run off. There's like groups of kids and they'll run to someone's door and they'll like try to kick the door down and then run. Go to the next house and like kick the door. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I think I did the bag of poop on fire probably twice.
Who's done that? Has anybody done? I've never done that.
Hell no.
I've never done that.
He never done that one, man. He on his own on that one.
Yeah, of course, I was the good kid. I was the goody two shoes, close, trying to stay close to the teachers, kid.
The teacher's pet.
Yeah, something like
kicking
that.
the door open. The kicking the door open. That's a little far fetched, man. Right there. That's a good shoes. Man, we used to do the knock on the door though. We call it where I'm from. We call it ding door ditch. You know what I'm saying? Ding dong ditch.
Yeah.
Which is hit somebody's doorbell and shit. You know what I'm saying? Blow it up real quick and then run. But yeah.
Well, you paid the bag of poop, light it on fire, knock on the door. Only the first time the lady brought out a cup of water and threw it on. The second time I did it, dude was thumping on it trying to put it out. That shit was funny.
Oh hell no.
That would piss me off.
Funny. Oh, he was mad. He was definitely mad.
Poor people.
Yeah, man. I was the kid who you dare to do all the stupid stuff and he did it. That's how it was for a while.
Oh,
about
you're
2
the one
years.
that don't
Yeah.
don't dare me.
Yeah.
Don't dare
Tell
me,
me what I
kid.
can't do. Don't tell me what I can't do because I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna show you how to. And then I realized, like, hold on, bro.
We have kids that do the BB gun or like the like those fake ones, and they'll go around doing it to people, like unsuspecting people just walking. It's pretty bad because like you can take someone's eye out. Like that's pretty dangerous. But what else do they
And
do?
I can't remember that dude's name, but it
How do
was
you
a kid
think?
who.
Hmm.
It was this boy. I went to school with his sister, and he used to drive around the neighborhood and shoot paintballs at people.
Yeah,
He shot it
those
at the
ones.
wrong people. He shot it at the wrong people one day. They hit his car 125 times
Wait,
with real
what?
bullets. Yeah, they shot his
Oh
car
no!
129. I think that it was over 120 rounds in the car.
Just the car though, not the
Dang.
No,
person.
no, he was deceased. He was in the car.
Oh,
Hell
deceased.
yeah.
Oh.
He
Hell
stopped.
yeah.
He
Damn.
That
rolled
ain't
down the
nothing to him.
street.
He act like
He
he's
rolled down
doing
the street.
a drive. You know
He,
what?
yeah, he came down the street, hit their car with paintball, and he lived like 2 blocks away. And he pulled in front of his house. I don't know if he was reloading his paintball, but they said a car pulled up. 2 people jumped out with automatics and lit his car up.
Dang.
See what I'm saying?
That's why you gotta not do some of that
Yeah, man. That's
like
why you
all
don't
that stuff,
play.
man. Like you
That's
do
what
it
they
with the wrong
said.
people.
Said you
They had
fuck
a
around and find out. You fuck around and find out it's a person.
That's why
he
parents
couldn't even have an
shouldn't be
open
very much
casket.
on top of their children.
You say he didn't have an open casket or he did?
He couldn't. He couldn't. They
He
damn
couldn't.
near took the
Oh
safe off.
shit.
Yeah.
Oh
That is so
shit.
Yeah, they couldn't
sad.
have. Not with that one.
Damn.
Not that many holes would have been in there.
Damn.
But yeah, James, people ask like, "Hey, where are the parents?" Like sometimes they're at work and the kids get out of school and they just have like time to themselves. Like there was these one kids that were walking around with a fire extinguisher and like doing that to people. Now somebody with asthma, like that's like dangerous. Cause
That's
I don't know if you ever
yeah,
used
but that's
that.
why we need to get back to the days where we have at least one parent like available to be there, like the mom,
Yeah.
to make sure they don't do that stuff.
Facts.
Yeah, you're right.
And people got to stop being so careless about them guns too. I've been seeing that too a lot. You see a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people they just leaving their guns laying around and letting the kids get
Yeah.
old shit. There's a clip going around too that this one kid he ended up grabbing the mom gun while she was trying to make a video online, and thank God somebody else was there to see the kid grab the gun because she could have got shot just that quick.
How old was the kid?
Man, the kid was like in diapers. The kid was like probably like 2 or 3 type shit.
Oh wow.
Man.
What was the
Yeah.
gun doing out where the kid could get to it?
Exactly. I don't know what the
30.
fuck made them think about putting that gun right there on the couch. It was right in the couch and
That's
broad like
Oh no.
I'm like, what the hell?
yeah, that's idiotic parenting, man.
Man.
And it was loaded?
Yeah, I think so, but it was on safety though, luckily.
Mm-hmm.
Or their hands wasn't big enough to touch the trigger. So that's another thing too. She was lucky with. Because thank God they didn't know to grab it or put their finger by the trigger. Because that would have made it would have went off. I'm pretty sure it probably would have went off. Man.
Now let me ask you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, no.
I think I interrupted Mouthpiece.
No, I was done.
All right, Word. What were you gonna say?
I was about to say I freaked out when my 2-year-old grabbed a fork. So
A fork?
Yeah, man.
a
Come on
fork,
now.
man. If he be running, I don't want her to run and fall. You know what? That shit sure.
Yeah,
Come on now.
anything that's a weapon, I would be afraid
Yeah,
of.
you're
If
right.
we use it as a weapon,
Hell yeah.
I'd be
You're
afraid
right.
of.
Or stick it in an outlet, like for some reason, like kids are attracted to doing things.
There we
Yeah,
go.
they do things they're not supposed to. Yeah.
I was gonna ask, how do you guys feel about because like in certain states, it's more accepted or more normal for people to have weapons, and then they teach their children, like they take their kids out to the range, like at age 6, 7, 8, 9, to learn how to shoot. Do you guys think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I mean, as long as they're supervising it, in my opinion, it's fine. Their kids are competent enough at that age. I mean, I
I'm a
don't know.
product of that. So I can speak from personal experience. I am a product of that. And I've never looked at a gun as a weapon. It was always a tool because I was educated at a young age. And I knew what it can do and what I wasn't supposed to do. So I think they made me more responsible. Um, so I think it's where your kid at. I think it's on an individual basis, but I just feel like if even as a kid, like the more education, the less likely they do the wrong thing with it versus the right thing.
Right, because they're teaching them like how to safely use it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like when
Yeah.
I see like a dad teaching his son to do that, I don't know, it makes me feel like good. It makes me feel like proud that they're teaching their son early how to use that. But it could also be bad too
Yeah,
if they're
because
like so comfortable to use it.
I think it's a good and a bad thing to a degree, but I would say showing them at a mature level to understand what it's useful for. See what I'm saying? Because don't get me wrong, I'm not against it. I'm not against it at all. At first I was, because I was like, damn, them kids too little, man. But then when you think about it, shit, nowadays it's best that they do know at a certain, age, and versus also uh, any threats, any outside threats when it comes to defending your household and having somebody that can back you up. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool with the queens learning. I'm cool with the women learning how to use them. You know what I'm saying? Hey, all of that, family, because like I was just saying, if they're using it responsibly, you showing them like the brother in salute to Frankie Blanco too, by the way. Like what he just said, showing them responsibly. You know what I'm saying? You want to show them responsibly as well. Be responsible yourself. A lot of the other gun owners that I've met, they have they thing concealed. They always keep it in a proper spot. They never leave it in any open areas like that when it comes to them kids too, because that's a negative on themselves, and that also can end in your own demise to that degree, because it's been many cases where it's been young kids grabbing these guns. Even with a kid, I think it was a story too that I did too, where a kid was playing with the gun and it went off, and they ended up giving the kid life because he was just playing. So now he got life for end up killing this. He's in juvenile right now, but he's going to also be going to a grown prison when he make 18. So it's
Oh
like, damn, you
wow.
know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's crazy, man. That's why it's very important that you teach your kids safety and repercussions and things of that nature when it comes to dealing with guns. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know someone that unalived his little brother on accident. He was a teenager and he accidentally he was
Mm-hmm.
playing with it. He was messing with it and he accidentally got his brother. His little brother was like I think he was like 7 or 8. But he didn't get locked up because it was an accident.
Yeah.
He didn't
Oh,
get
he got
locked up.
lucky.
He got lucky. Yeah, he really did. But you
Yeah.
know what? He lives with a lot of guilt. So
Yeah, that guilt. Yeah, they know. Yeah, that guilt, man, for the rest of his
and the
life.
whole family.
That's crazy.
But I did hear a story about a 12-year-old, and he was even interviewed by the news, where he was at home alone, and somebody had already tried to like break into their house. So he was already peeping, and the same guy that had already tried to break into their house came back again to do it, and the kid got ready, and he grabbed the weapon, and he actually, I think he got him. He didn't. I don't think he unalived him, but he got him. And
Yeah.
they interviewed him, but he's 12 years old, and he defended his household.
No doubt. Damn.
But what do you guys think is a proper age? Like, you think it's just depending on the kid's maturity level, or you think 12 years old is
Yeah,
like a
I
good
think.
age?
Yeah, I would say that too, because you're right in certain cases, but from a direct standpoint, I would say 13. I would at least say 13 to 14. It got to be a teenager age. I wouldn't think it would be nothing beyond teenager age. I would say.
So if we don't, I'm going to point something out. Like if we don't trust kids to drive until they're 16, I think the same thing should apply to guns, at least.
What's up, Melanie? How you doing?
Hi, I know this isn't a debate channel, but I have done a lot of anti-gun debates. I've seen some horrifying statistics about gun ownership, even when it's done properly. So I think the safest thing to do with guns is not have them.
But you think 16
Well,
is a
I
good
agree with
age to
that.
start? If someone
I can
like
see that
someone
too. I ain't gonna
young
even
has a
lie. I can
parent.
see that too. I can see that too.
I I mean,
And I
I
respect 16
understand
too.
that.
16 is a dope age too. You're right about that. That's a very mature age. You know,
Yeah, you make a good
that's a very
point.
mature age.
I do see it like if we're gonna have it, it has to be like a car. Like it's at least that
Yeah.
dangerous. And more so. Like you can argue a teenager needs a car. How much do they need a gun?
I mean, I've always understand people's standpoint. You know what I'm saying? I just think it's like I said, I've been shooting since I've been 6 years old. 6 years old. I've been shooting since 6, and I just think it's the maturity level. Like my son, I'm not I'm not gonna put no weapon in his hand till he probably bought, because he ain't mature. My son play too much, so no, I'm not doing that. Not until he older. But I've been teaching him how to use. I got a Kindle stick for him, so I'm teaching him how to use a sword. You know, at 5 years old. To me, I mean, I understand people look at guns as weapons. It's just like a knife, though, man. I mean, it's a tool. You know, it's how it's used. So I think it's just the maturity level of the person. But I ain't getting rid of no guns. I'm straight. I love all mine. And I'm very responsible for 'em. I understand, you know, people doing scrupulous things with them, but they ain't coming to take mine.
Melanie, do you know of any laws, like in any of the states, in reference to like teaching your kids at a certain age? Are there any laws against it, or?
Nope.
That is something I could know more specifically about. No, not offhand.
Not that you know of. Yeah, I don't know. I've never
I'm
researched
part
it.
of,
Never heard
I'm
either.
part of the NRA.
It is
I'm part of
mostly
the
up
NRA.
right?
There's no laws.
There's no
Like
laws.
a kid, nah. I mean, some like gun clubs or shooting ranges have restrictions, but not all of those do. You know, like more outside ranges. I haven't seen. Well, I've never seen a kid younger than I think like 7, 8. I think that was the youngest I ever seen at a outside range. I've never seen no kid under 15 in an indoor range.
And
So
I
it's
just
not no laws, but they have restrictions. My bad. Go ahead, Mel.
yeah, no, I'm not saying that there are even laws. I just don't know of any offhand. So I can't say with certainty there are or aren't. And it has to be state based, but I've heard stories about seeing kids at like gun shows and stuff like that. And like to be clear, this is just a concern that like people are going to become a statistic. Nobody's saying like if you have a gun, you are like an immediate danger. But it's more like there's circumstances, right? With like unaliving, there's impulsivity issues. People often do that on a whim without much like forethought and stuff like that. And guns makes that easier to make like a very quick decision with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Frankie says like in places where they hunt, it's a must.
They have
Yes and
licenses.
no, I don't know. You can learn like crossbow hunting, right? Like it's I think always oversimplifying it to guns.
Which one's more? I don't know. For a young kid, which one's more safe or easier to handle?
Well, I
I don't
mean,
know.
I'll say the gun.
Damn,
Yeah,
that's a hard
crossbow.
question. Yeah, that's hard. Shit,
Cause see,
slingshot. It really shit.
and you can't really undelete yourself with a rifle. You can undelete yourself with a pistol, but not a rifle.
What are you talking about? So I would say
I mean,
just
no,
the
if you're gonna
bow
do
and
the complex unaliving yourself by putting a string and so you can pull the.
Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying.
The width from the barrel to the trigger
Like
is
the
more
barrel.
is more unlikely. That there's very few children are unalive themselves with a
Or
rifle. Is what he's saying.
any adult human with the.
Oh no, trust me. I didn't seen. No, I've seen people unalive themselves. Right.
okay,
Yeah,
so
there's cases
I'm going
because
to
they use like
answer
their
the
knee and they
question
use like.
with regards to like hunting though. I would say the bow and arrow is safer, and I'm saying that cautiously because like they're both dangerous to clear. And I'm willing to
Yeah.
acknowledge that.
Yeah, that's why I was saying the
Yeah,
slingshot, because that's why I was saying the slingshot,
Oh no,
because a bow and arrow will do a lot of
I had a
damage if you're not
slingshot
holding
as a
the arrow
kid.
a certain way. A slingshot, you maybe pop yourself one time, maybe hit somewhere, but definitely ultimately not really necessarily hit yourself in the eye. chances of you hitting yourself in the eye with a slingshot is very, very, slightly. But however, when it comes to that bow and arrow, if you turn that arrow one certain type of way, it hits your body. It's yeah, you can't reverse the arrow to come back or aim. You know what I'm saying? Your aim have to be dead at man. That oh my god.
Well, so with the arrow, if you look at like the shooting range lengths for like an archery range versus an actual shooting range, archery ranges are much shorter, not just because like the shooting distance is less, but because the chances of something ricocheting back at you are just so much lower with an arrow. It can happen, but like it's probably lost most of the momentum it needs after doing that, unlike a bullet, which can easily come back at you with only losing a fraction of its momentum. So it is just like objectively safer, with the caveat that like anything's dangerous in the hands of a child if they don't use it properly.
Did y'all see that story when that little boy saved his sister with a slingshot?
No, I don't
Nah.
think
It was
so.
on the. Yeah. I'm gonna try to find it and clip it, but yeah, this little boy, he was in his room, and his sister was in the backyard, and this guy came and ran. Man, he loaded up. I forgot what he put in it. He opened the window. He said, "I had to use." He said, "I don't know if it was a rock or a marble. It was something." I know he was in his room.
Yeah, I think it was rocks.
Man, he opened a window and tapped my man in the head. Yeah, he hit my man in the head. My man fell out, dropped the little girl. He said he ain't had time to tell his parents. He had to go into action. Little boy, man. I'm like, man, shout out to you, man.
I mean, one of the biggest reasons people tend to shoot the other person in their own household is because they thought they were defending a robbery, and it turns out that it was just like someone else in their house moving around. It like a lot of these people, they think like, okay, I know there's people in my house. I'm gonna see who's there, blah blah blah. But like when you're tired and you're waking up, and let's say you just had a dream that maybe you're getting broken into, you can have clouded judgment. It's fog of war, right? So
what's the percentage of that?
I
and
don't.
you're also assuming they're having a dream, like.
So James, you know more than anybody that when I have my Furby, that's when I'm at my actual streaming computer. I'm at work right now. I don't have those documents on hand. Wait, okay, I do have my gun folder. I have some.
I have heard that happen.
Actually, I have a lot of
I have heard cases.
And off of Melanie's point, I don't like normally like now that I have kids. Anytime I hear some weird noise in my house, I go for my blade. I don't even go, but that's my level of expertise too.
Sure.
I'm good with a blade, but I just feel in close combat areas. And then like she said, I like that the factor that she even put to play too, because I don't know who it is or what it is, so I don't want to. And then it's just the vicinity of my neighbor too. Bullets go through walls, so unless I know someone is like definitely like kick my door in, then I'll grab something heavy. But if I just hear like a noise or a rattle or something, yeah, I go for the blade.
That's a good point, because a lot of people don't think about like your neighbors, like where those
I got some shit to go through a couple walls.
That's because I don't live in the city. I don't deal with hearing neighbors. All I hear is a bunch of wild animals usually. Because I'm
also what I do know about the statistics, and if I can find these, I'll bring them to you. Sorry, I'm also playing J-Stress, and it's rude to my friends if I don't.
No worries.
But
what is that? J-Stress? What's that?
It's
Tetris. Sorry.
Tetris.
But with like burglaries and stuff, it's actually safer to not intervene. Just like call the cops, keep yourself safe, keep yourself away from what's going on. Tell them to fuck off if they try to come into where you are. But other than that, like just hope that they just leave once they realize that you realize that they're there. Because most of the time, that's what they want, right? They're not going there to have a violent confrontation. They're going there to steal stuff and hopefully get away undetected. And so,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying though, and I ain't even trying to cut you off, man. I'm sorry, Melanie.
May I just finish?
Why would you?
I just want to land this plane.
Go ahead.
It's that it only becomes a violent scenario when you confront them. So the safest thing to do is to not confront them.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point.
Exactly. Because I was just
Where
gonna
is it
say that, man.
safer?
Like, why would you want to tell them, "Hey, man, get out my house, man," and then they'd be like, "What? Oh, hell no."
And see,
First, you just being quiet and let them take what they want. Fuck it.
I'm like me personally. I mean, I understand that, but for me personally, you come in this house, your ass is mine. That's just how I feel because I don't know what you coming in here for. It could be a burglary, or somebody be coming in here to sexually assault somebody. Somebody can be coming in here to, unalive people. I don't know the intent of the person. So if you come in
Yeah,
here,
you can't read the
Oh
intent.
That's free.
I'm
That's
straight,
free.
bro. I ain't telling.
That's free target range,
Like
bro. That's
you
free
come in
practice,
my
bro.
house, you done.
Well,
Yeah, you can
that's why
You
practice
come
that
in
I
shit.
here,
said
boy.
Hell yeah, shit. That's
that's why I
that.
said
That's
like make sure your family. But the word that's why I said like definitely make sure your family's safe, right? Like get them all together into a
Yeah,
single room, that kind of thing. But anyways, I have to
yeah.
go. But have a good night.
Hey, appreciate
All
that,
So I
right,
Peace.
appreciate
Melanie.
you.
Thanks
Appreciate
for
you.
stopping by.
Bro.
Yeah.
Hey,
You know, they
that's
say
short-term
that.
goals right there. Look, that's short-term
Hey,
goals right there. Somebody come in your crib, how fast can you knock them down to defend yourself and be safe? You know what I'm saying?
I'm
They
having.
say when
Hey, bro.
people come. Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
coming out the room. I'm coming out the room like Jack from Red Rum. Here's Johnny. Like, like
They
I'm
say
coming
when
to
people
get
come at your door, like when people come at your door, sometimes like they're knocking, ringing the doorbell, like they're checking to see if someone's home. And so they say it's better to let them know that, hey, someone is home instead of like ignoring the knock and letting them walk away
Yeah,
because then they'll
yeah.
come back again. So they say it's better to let them know, don't answer the door, but let them know, hey, someone's here. I'm home. I'm home.
Yep,
I'm
because
not
you know what?
interested.
Yeah, because you know what? They be trying to check and see if somebody there. So I think that's that. Yeah, that's real. That resonates because that's another way they try to play it off too. Like they act like they, either selling something or they just knocking on the door randomly
Mm-hmm.
type shit for, hey, yeah, I'm with the company. But then when nobody answering, they're like, oh yeah, we good. They gone. So that's just the check man. You know what I'm saying? I think they be sending the check man in there. Either the check man be the person that's going to
Mm-hmm.
break in, or they send somebody else that's, you know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Now, mouthpiece, what you just said, bro.
Huh?
Um, it is. I had a lot of experiences like that in the hood, and I think like we were talking about earlier. The translation of why people do the way things they do or think the way they think. Like I'm in the suburbs now. Somebody break in my house, they probably trying to steal something. But coming to get you half the time. They come in your crib. It's like they know what they want. I had a cousin who they broke in her crib. Like you said, the tech man watched a couple days and come to find out the one of the it was two guys. One of them worked for the city, but they kept coming around her house. They seen that she was a single female, and one day they came and did that. And so yeah, it's I need to know the intent. Like you come in my house, the intent for me is to hurt. So
No doubt.
I ain't. I mean, I understand what she's saying. It has logical sense. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
But I just ain't got. I ain't got the. I'm not taking the chance that you just want to rob me. I don't know what your intent is. So you come in here, your ass is mine. What? If my dog don't get, hey, if my dog don't get you, then I'm sure in the hell go get your ass. I'm gonna see you coming. I got cameras all around this motherfucker. Come on.
I'm trying to tell you. You say enter at
That's
your
what
own
I'm waiting
risk, huh?
to. Yeah.
he said enter at your own risk, goddammit.
Welcome to the fun house. Cause I'm gonna have some fun with your ass before I call the cops. Yeah, I might be
Hey, you
calling
know
the
what that
fucking
remind me
police.
of, man? Hey, y'all know what that remind me of? Y'all remember that game Manhunt?
Yeah.
Game Manhunt. Remember that, bro? Dude used to sing that.
Mhm.
Yeah, he used to sing that too off the Predator movie. Like my boy, that shit was crazy, man. That's a classic, bro. But yeah, man, I appreciate this, man. I appreciate you too, the word, man. This was a dope live, bro. I appreciate y'all for what I'm saying? Let your boy Big Mouthpiece rock along, man. I'm gonna go ahead and jump in the chat and hit this gas, but I'm definitely gonna keep pulling up. I already subscribed to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. You know what I'm saying? I strongly urge y'all to do the same and tap in with your boy Big Mouthpiece on Come On Brother, because I definitely be talking about these same type of things a little bit further.
Nice.
Come on,
Thank
brother.
you.
Man,
Come
y'all
on,
make
brother.
sure y'all go sub. Go make sure y'all go sub with Mouthpiece, man. I promise you, man, you gonna enjoy your time over there. Great conversation, bro. Good brother, man. Go show him some support, man. We're all we got, man. At the end of the day, we're all we got.
Man, no
And
doubt, man. Appreciate
support.
that, man. Gratitude, y'all. Salute.
Oh, for sure, bro. Yeah, bro.
Take
We
care,
all we got.
Mouthpiece.
Man, we don't support each other. Who will? So definitely get over there and check out, bro, man. Definitely check out, bro. Yeah, man, y'all made this live this was epic. Even the conversation that we have didn't totally deviate from the topic, because we not only talked about character, but now we just showing the different aspects of character. You know what I'm saying? So even in other people, we talked about how to, check out the character in other people. Wrong
Yep, all
emoji,
the
my bad.
experiences we have.
Nate the Great. Hold on, Commander.
Nate,
We got
baby.
Nate signing. Nate, I gotta show you. So this is just a preview, Nate.
Moot,
I
motherfuckers.
couldn't go no. Moot. Oh, do that one more
Are
time.
you ready for Nate, baby? Moot, motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, here we go. This is just the preview, Nate. You told me I couldn't go in the lab, so I went in the lab, and this is what I came up with. This is just a sneak peek.
You said don't go in the lab. You can't go in the lab, son. You can't do that. Because guess what? I think I got somebody that's going to steal the lab.
You don't agree? You know what? I guess y'all must have forgot.
It's with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament and recollection of history in the making during our generation.
Allow me to reintroduce myself.
I'm the word. I'm the one who put in the work.
Yeah, I used to voice props to the boy Sean. He made it a hot line, I made it a hot song. He made it a hot line, I made it a hot song.
Who created that?
But wait, there's more.
Bastards doubt me, I'm a hustler. Ask about.
Hell no. Nah, I'm not touching this.
Get you a word. Nana, nana, boo, boo.
Nana, nana, boo, boo.
Oh man, told you, bro. He thought I'm an AI guy. I'm a them AIs, bro. I got him dancing on stage. That's just the beginning, mate. I told you, bro. I told you. He gonna chop me up when I come in the chat tomorrow. What? So it me like 10 reels back to back. What? Oh man, shout out to Nate the Great, man. Go check out bro, man. 'Cause you know he gonna go in on me. He probably gonna give me a eulogy. I probably gonna entice him to bring back the eulogy. I ain't done yet though. I ain't done yet.
Oh, there's more.
Oh wait, there's more.
There's always more.
Oh man. But yeah, this was a dope conversation. I really appreciated it. I need to get the concepts out my head. Like I was just sitting back thinking, like, what builds people's character. I know what built mine, but I'd be interested to hear other people's perspectives. And it was kind of like a consensus everybody said it different ways, but it's experience, in life, the ups and downs, trials and tribulations, the adversity. James said just experience. So we all got a consensus of what we think builds people's character. So my next question is, what is character? We kind of talked about that too, though, huh? Real fun to have a conversation.
What you're asking us? What is character?
Mm-hmm.
Character is how you carry yourself, your morals, how you treat others,
Mm.
your conviction. I don't know. What do you think, James?
Yeah, there's a lot to character, and I think what Commander just said pretty much is the basis of what is character. Probably more to it.
My bad. Yeah. My bad. I hit that too hard. I'm gonna put that shit up. Yeah, my
What's
bad.
that? Oh.
Nah, I hit the J too hard. You ain't tell
You
me
know,
it
like
was that.
how you carry yourself. Like there's some people that are very humorous, and you say, "Oh, that's just in their character. They're just very humorous." So that's part of their character. That's who they are. Now, can you change? Like, can your character evolve? Yes, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
But I think everybody has like main components to who they are, and then from there they build through learning experiences, etc. But don't you think some people are just born with certain characteristics, though?
I do. I do. I definitely do. Like even looking at my kids, like watching my kids, it's stuff innately that they do that I didn't teach them or nobody taught them. It's like just naturally come out of them. Like the passion for both of them. Like my kids would be arguing, and then when one cried, they'd be like, "Oh," and then I say some kids they just don't give a F.
You
They
got the
just
kids
like,
that never look back, and then you got the ones that are always looking back at their parents to see where they're at.
mm-hmm. But I think some things are innate. We call that nature. That's just the nature of the person. But I believe even that can be changed if one desires. Not if it's work, you know. But I think even the nature of a person can change. It's just work. It's not easy. It's hard, but it can be done.
What about like how people are raised? Because then you have like some people that are like, who raised you, right? And then the parents are like, I raised my kid right. Like they
They
tried.
just don't do that. Yeah. I seen that. Like even like when you was talking, your sister was raised in the same household. I'm pretty sure got similar lessons, but y'all different. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying wrong or right. I'm just saying, like me and all my sisters, like we all goofy. All my sisters are goofy. Every one of my mother's kids are goofy, but we are all different. We're all different, and we was raised in the same household under the same rules. But we all different.
And then I think it depends too, like sometimes like in households, like if you're a girl, if you're a boy, like if you're the youngest, if you're the oldest, like your parents can evolve to parent differently at a
Oh yeah.
different stage in their life, or by each child.
Yeah, because I think I got the most whoopings and my baby sister didn't get no whoopings. So yeah, I definitely got the most whoopings. I was bad as hell. I earned every whooping I got from my mama anyway.
Yeah, and also how you get treated. That also depends on how much you mess up too. So maybe they didn't mess up as much or didn't get caught.
No, they got caught more than me. Man, look, my parents knew I was so bad. I used to get whoopings in the van. Like I get a whooping for shit I ain't even do yet.
Really, I just knew you was gonna try to do something.
Man,
You was predictable.
I remember one time my mama whooped me, and I proved to her I didn't do nothing. She was like, "Well, that's just for what you do later." I was like, "All right, fuck it, I know I'm gonna do something later." Then I tried to remind her. She said, "Well, you just one up. You gonna take this one, and then you just be one up." Like, man, what? These bubbles. Yeah.
Or did you get framed by your sisters?
I was the framer. I used to frame my look, man. It took me.
I used to
I didn't
frame
have.
them.
Man, listen. I didn't have the heart to tell my mother this at the. I didn't tell her this until I think I was like 30. But my mom used to always do their hair, and they had this little hairspray, right?
Yeah.
And I thought it would be funny if I put hot sauce in it because my sisters use it. And I thought it'd be funny if they put hot sauce in it. And so I'm assuming they're going to spray their hair. Then my mama got up for work, went in the bathroom. I just heard her screaming, like, what the Like, she came out, she looked at my sister, she whooped both of them. But was like, we didn't do it. I'm just sitting there
Oh
quiet,
no.
like, damn. I didn't tell her I did it until I was like 30. She was like, I kind of knew you did it.
Kind of knew you did it, but yeah, she's still at your sisters.
No, after she said after a couple days, she thought about it. She was like, "No, this is like something Dorian to do."
Right.
She never asked, so I never said nothing. But when they blame me, I did say I didn't do it. I did say that. When they blame me, I'm like, I didn't do that. Why would I do that?
But
I don't
James, he's
even
not all
use
that
that.
bad. He's not all that bad because Word has talked about doing chores for his
Oh
sisters.
yeah, yeah. I used to
So he
always do
wasn't
that.
always
So
bad.
I was the angel and the devil with my sisters. I mean, they love me to death now, but they tell you stories. I done put them in. We tried to go see. I told my sister to go hide in the dryer and turned it on. Shit like that.
Okay, you're one
I
of
only
those
let her
kids.
go around. I only let her go around twice. Okay, boop 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 boop. I opened it and stopped.
He's one of those kids.
Oh my.
He only
My
said
god brother.
hallelujah.
I remember my god brother. I remember I got you get the utility knives, little pocket knives with the cork screwdriver, all that shit on it. I remember I got one for Christmas, and it was my birthday, and all the kids was in the basement, and the grown-ups was upstairs, and I was trying to throw it and get it to stick in the box, and for some reason he was standing by the box, so it bounced off the box and stuck in his foot, and he started crying, and I grabbed his mouth, and I was trying to shut him up, and I almost smothered him trying to shut him up. Man, I got my butt whooped. They took my utility knife. I was mad. I hated him for a while.
They
Like
say
you just
that
had to cry.
you get like your payback with your own kids. That's what they say.
Oh, that's why I can't do nothing but laugh when they do shit. I remember my cousin. We had these things called bottle top guns, where you take a stick, you take a screw and some rubber bands and a paper clip. I mean a clothespin, and you flatten out the bottle tops. And when they flat, you pull them back with the rubber band, put them in the clothespin, and you would shoot them. Right?
Like a slingshot
Yeah.
type thing.
It was you can equate it to that, but it was they call it a bottle. I think they sell them on. I seen one on. Damn, I seen one on Amazon. But anyway, so the concept is a rubber band, right? That you pull back and put in a clothespin. But you put a bottle cap in when you let the clothespin go to bottle cap before. So my cousin put the praying mantis. Now I didn't put a bottle cap in it, but I did put a rubber band and put it back in a clothespin. I popped her in the leg, and she was high yellow. Man, her goddamn thigh was so goddamn big. I got my ass whooped. I used to sit on my garage and take the shingles off, and I threw them at the neighbor's house. And one day,
Oh my gosh, you
neighbor,
were a troublemaker.
man, listen. One day the neighbor opened her window, and I threw it. As I threw it, the window opened, and I'm looking like, oh god! And it curved, went right to the window. It cut through the fucking screen and hit her in the forehead. So her fucking forehead bleeding and shit. Man, she came over. I got my ass whooped. What
Listen, when
else
I
I
see
got to
kids
whoop
like that,
for?
I'm like, what's wrong with them? Like,
I was
what
on
is
some
wrong with
Dennis
them?
type shit. Yeah, I was on that Dennis. I remember they bought me a BB gun, and I was in a alley, Like we had alleyways. So I'm in the alley with the BB gun shooting bottles, right? We remember those glass bottles or glass Fago bottles or the Coke bottle? I used to buy one and shake it up, and when you shoot it, it explodes. And we had shot the bottles, and like in Detroit, there's a lot of like abandoned houses or burnt down houses. So my house is in the back. Like you go through the backyard, you're in the alley, but there was no house on the other side. It was open, and it was a cop car driving. And I seen the cop car, and I pointed the BB gun. Man, them damn lights came on. I'm like, shit. I ran in the house, got under the bed. Man, the cops came to the house.
He got under the
Man,
bed.
my mama beat my ass, man. Took my BB
Where's
gun, beat my
Dorian? Where's
ass,
Dorian? Dorian's hiding under the
man.
bed.
Under the bed, man. I remember I think I was my dad's mom. I might be the only kid in my generation that got a whooping from her. Um, but this one I got set up. My cousin, we was throwing mud pies, right? Cause she lived by it wasn't an expressway, but it was a real busy street. It was like kind of a 2-lane highway, and it was dark. We was throwing mud at the cars going past. And my cousin gave me one, and when I threw it, it hit the windshield and cracked. He put a fucking rock in it. Ran under the bed again. Got my ass with my grandma whooped me. And when I told my dad was like, you know you was bad because you the only kid of your generation that my mother whooped.
See, where did you
Like,
get all that? I
man,
know you say you're capricious. Like, is that for like? Did you have toys to play with? Or is
yeah.
that just because you're out in
That's
the
what,
country?
man, it was our toys was the environment. That's what we played with the environment. That
It was
was
the
our toy.
woods. You go out
That's
into
what
the
I'm
woods.
thinking.
Yeah,
That's just
yeah,
how
that
you
was.
folk.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you grew up
We
too,
used to play
James?
crayfish. Yeah.
Oh, I was the odd country folk. I was more techie because but I mean, I did have a go-karts though, so I rode go-karts as country stuff. But I was more of a
You're
video
a good
game
boy.
person growing up, techie.
And
Yeah.
we used to swing from vines and everything, playing the creek, we fighting crayfish, catching snakes. 5 years old, I be thinking about some of the shit I did. I be like, I wish my kids would go outside and try to find snakes and play with them and shit like that. I don't even like them playing in dirt.
But but when my grandma was alive, I used to go outside a lot more. When my grandma was alive.
Yeah.
Like grandma, she'd make sure I go outside, get on the swing, and do little stuff like outside and everything. So
Maybe kids, cause like how Gary says, like not a lot of them play outside. They're more like indoors. Maybe they're like playing pranks online, or like I've heard of kids learning how to hack into stuff. They're
They
having
ain't
fun
outside.
online.
No,
Hmm.
they ain't in the house doing stuff. That's why I try
yeah,
to take my kids outside all the time. I try to take them out as much as I can.
not like they used to. Of
Do you think
course,
that?
if you live out in the country, you can do that a lot more. But I think with the way things are now in cities, that's probably the reason they don't go outside as much. At least for us city kids.
Well, and how does that play into character? Like, how does that play into
I mean,
like the new
outside,
generation's character? You know?
yeah, I kind of think they less creative than what we was back in the day. Like when James said swing, you know what our swing was? We built swings, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like ingenuity. I think, um, and then it's different challenges. Like we had a lot of they social challenges are different. That's why like when people talk about like bullying and stuff, it's like okay, as a bully, punch them in the mouth. Bully only bully people who get bullied, who let a bully. Like me growing up, a bully only bullied people who wouldn't fight back. So even if you lost, they wouldn't bother you no more.
But you think
Like,
like you had independence, right? Or like people that grew up in your generation had more independence, and like these experiences that I feel like maybe made them more confident. Like maybe
hmm
those things made you more confident and you're more independent
more
versus now,
creative.
I don't know. People can be creative on
Yeah,
computers. I mean, people are creative on computers, but
But
maybe there's that
a lot
confidence
of, but even that
lacking.
creativity, or even if you think of the creativity on computers, that don't really translate into real life. I mean, it can, but I don't think much of it do. You creative with a computer. So, like in real life, like we had to make things out of. We had to like a basketball room. We didn't have a basketball room. We used milk crates. You know, we use wire hangers to make a rim. You get about 4 or 5 wire hangers, get some duct tape, tape them together. You got a rim. You know, you play base. I mean, playing baseball. I mean, you take some tape and you make a ball out of it. Put some like a rock in the middle, so it's a little heavy to tape that rock all up, and you get a stick. Now you playing baseball. You know, on computers, you go do some AI shit. Like what you?
Well, you got
I
3D
don't
printing.
know.
That's really developing and going far. Where
Like
I mean, I think it.
that's
mhm.
Oh, go
computers.
ahead.
Well, because I know you've talked about where you talked about like changing tires and things like that, but maybe if like the new generation is not having these like outdoor experiences, those kind of experiences, then like I know you, I don't know, do you refer to masculinity or like a man should know how to change tires or like change oil? So then like it's changing what men look like now.
Yeah, it is. Because I mean, you go on. I mean, I don't think I'm an intellectual, right? I like to read. I like to think. You know, I meditate. I go on a deep thought, but I'm also physical. I think you lose a lot of those physical. Right? Whatever you don't use, you lose, right? So I mean, you can have a smart man, but he driving a car and his tire bust. So he got to call. He got to call somebody who know how to change the tire because he don't. I seen
Yeah,
it
I
was this
personally
doctor.
I don't
My
see
bad. Go
it
ahead.
being like less of a man. Like you know how I feel. I don't like someone calling AAA to change their tire. I don't think it's like less of a man, but maybe that's just like how you like my perspective based
No,
on.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't say less of a man, but like I couldn't imagine being on the side of the road at 2 o'clock in the morning with my wife, and I'm waiting for some other guy to come change my tire. Like I gotta, she gotta sit on the side of the road until some other guy come change my tire. Like like for me, it's like that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna just leave my wife on the side of the road, and wait for. We're both damsels in distress now. That's how I look at it. But I mean, so the basic needs I think a man should be able to supply. I just feel like that. I'm not saying it's less than a man, but damn,
I also think with the
I would.
internet, like you could learn anything on the internet now, where people didn't have that back in the day.
Oh no, they didn't have a chicken.
So you can learn things. Like my husband learned how to like fix the car, fix the truck, like fix things that he may not like. He knows some stuff. He's very handy. He's very mechanical, but you go online, there's like tutorials and videos that help you out.
That's the thing too. Like he has confidence that he can go look and replicate something that he sees because he has experience with his hand. It's like when you don't have that experience, like even defense. Like I heard somebody say, "Oh, you know, I can protect my lady. You know, if I got a lot of money, because I can just buy a gun or hire someone to do it." I mean, that's understandable, but like, damn, bro, you can't. I don't know. Like when I was growing up, it was like a thing to learn hand to hand combat. Like you had to know how to fight, bro. You just had to, and that was just the experience. That was like the male experience. And now it's like you don't even. You just go buy a gun. And but shit, I done took guns from people. So like then what? So you hire somebody. Okay, what if I take the people you hire down? Then what? You know what I'm saying? Because like 9 times out of 10, that's what's gonna happen. So then what?
Now, what about women? Like, there's a lot of women that don't know how to cook, and I feel like men will maybe look
Oh,
at the
that
woman like she should know how to cook. Like, it's almost like it's a negative thing. Like, is she not enough of a woman if she doesn't know how to cook? Because today we have like DoorDash, we have all the things we could just order food.
I think society in whole is not is lazy and they dependent on other people. But that in itself, like okay, you can't cook now. Like I'm not gonna say what you're good for because I know women are much more than cookers. You know, women have way much more to offer than just cooking. But um, that's part of I say the identity, just like the physical create or the physical building that men should do. You know, back in the day, you had to build a house. You know, when men built their own house. You know, we ain't there no more, but at least being able to, you know, fix things. Like I heard somebody, man, I ain't even got to bring it up today. But anyway, but just doing those general things like, you know, being a homemaker. If a woman ain't doing that, then it's like I think you lose some of your vibe as that specific set. If you don't embody a lot of um, the
Like I
traits.
like to cook. I cook. I like to cook for my family. It makes me feel good to be able to feed my family, much like maybe a man would feel good to be able to fix things and do things for their
Mhm.
family or their wife.
And
Yeah, it makes me feel needed.
now let me ask you that. Do you feel like you're in your femininity when you do that?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's
So like
nurturing. Like I'm nurturing. Like I'm making you good, yummy food that's gonna make you feel good.
when I fix something around the house, my wife look at me. She said, "That's so sick. That shit make me feel so good." Like my wife, like anything. Well, I can still, like I said, I've been working on cars for so long. I kind of feel my way around. But even like fixing her car, she like, you know, she used to ask her boyfriends to take her car to the shop. Now she just say, "Hey, this need to be done. That need to be done." You know, shit around the house. You know, this need to be done. Okay, I get to it. I had to fix the spout on the gutter when it warmed up a little bit. 'Cause I ain't getting it. But you know, she feel good because she ain't got to call and pay nobody to do it. You know, so that made me feel good, making her feel good. You know, she like, damn, I
Yeah.
got a man who can do this, who can do that. And I mean, as a woman, I mean, how I don't know. Like when my
You're missing
boys be
out.
like, oh my girl, yeah, like my boys be like, oh my girl don't cook. I'd be like, damn, bro, my wife be cooking 4 course meals and just see their face like, damn, like you gotta DoorDash, you gotta go out there. You know, my wife be throwing down.
Yeah, they're missing out. I feel like the woman's missing out and the man's missing out. Vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
On that
Mm-hmm.
feeling that good, nurturing, whatever that good feeling is. They're missing out.
That shit kind of
But
solidify you as your gender. You know, that shit kind of solidify you.
I think men and women should learn how to cook. Men and women should learn how to do
Oh,
household
definitely.
things, just in general
Like that.
household things.
Like I don't fold clothes, but my wife don't wash them. You see what I'm saying? I wash the clothes, she fold them. Teamwork make the dream work. I do dishes, she do dishes. Like that stuff, like housework. I mean, my grandmother, I know how to sew. My grandmother told me, only thing you gonna need a woman for is sex when you grow up. You ain't gonna need them for nothing else. You know how to do everything for yourself. Well, that's how my grandmama built me. So I know how to do different little things, you know, to take care of myself. So a
But
woman can only add to
when you were looking for a spouse, were you looking for a spouse that could do those things that you already
it.
knew how
Yeah,
to do, but did you want that?
yeah, because I wouldn't have to do it no more if she do it. I can play my part, she can play hers. But if I'm by myself, like when I have my apartment, like, man, my apartment clean. I don't need to beg nobody to feed me. You know what I'm saying? Right, so I'm good. So you can only truly add to me. You can't take away. Like if I've seen like people break up, like homeboys with their girl. They get so content on their girl doing all the stuff, playing wife, and then when they leave, now you go over their house junky, bathroom nasty, shit like that. Like damn, bro, you can't take it. Well, then she did that. Okay, now you do it. They ain't built like that. You know, I seen women who, you know, been with men. The man always took care of the car. This one girl. She called me one day. She said my car won't start. I just put gas in. I'm like, your car won't start. You just put gas in. I said, yeah. Which one you put in there? She was like the green one. I'm like, that's diesel. What the fuck?
Oh
Why would
no.
you put diesel? Yeah, she didn't even know how to put gas in her car. She ain't did it for 7 years. But she put diesel in her car. I'm like, well, that's why it ain't going nowhere. What's wrong with you? Look at that bitch ain't go boom.
Not filling up gas. Like that's okay. I mean, because the way women are now, they're not always got their man by their side. I don't understand how that doesn't work.
I knew this one girl blew her motor because she didn't get the oil change. I'm like, when did the oil change sticker say? Oh, last year. Like, that's why. This shit locked up. Ain't no oil in it.
Yeah.
Like, just
Yeah.
take it to the oil change place. Well, I didn't know. The sticker told you when to do it. What are you talking about?
Common sense. But yeah, it
Yeah,
happens.
if it gets to this mileage or if it gets to this date, go change the damn oil. That's what the sticker say. Well, my man used to do this. Okay, well, guess what? You ain't got him no more. You thought you can do better.
I
Now
saw a
you gotta
guy
get
on the Kendra show, and he had his 2 little girls. I think he shares custody with his ex-wife. But you could see his house. They made him do the Kendra cam. And his house was like how you're saying, like his house was a mess. And I'm thinking, man, he
Yeah.
needs a wife. He needs somebody to come help him with those kids, come help him with the house, make that house a home, right? Because that's what we think, like the woman's gonna make the house a home, right? Instead of like white walls, nothing on the walls, like the laundry is like all over the place. The fridge has like a couple beers and like I don't know, some bread. That's it. Some
Half a thing
ketchup.
of mustard, no ketchup. Oh, they had ketchup?
I don't know.
I usually see no ketchup in just a thing of mustard. Like, bro, I ain't got no ketchup. But
Ketchup's
that's
like
how it be.
important.
Right. That's like having Kool-Aid with no sugar. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah,
With the
exactly.
sugar. Kool-Aid,
James,
no sugar.
where's the ketchup supposed to be kept? In the fridge or in the cupboard?
I was saying the cover, but I mean,
Oh, snap.
for me,
Okay. Now
What
I
about the
gotta ask you
mayo?
this question. Is it mayo or mayonnaise? Is it mayo or Miracle Whip? Which one is
what? From the
it?
mayo or man? It's mayo.
It's
Oh,
mayo.
no.
See, I'm down with the
Mm-mm.
mayo. I'm
What's it
down with the best
man?
foods
Well, I
mayo.
mean, some people say mayo, some people say mayonnaise. It's like I don't know.
There's a
I
difference
need the
though.
mayonnaise. Yeah, I need the mayonnaise.
One is more
I think mayonnaise
tangier.
is more southern, so
You said the which one?
I think mayonnaise is the more southern way of saying it.
Is the mayo kept in the fridge or the cupboard?
That has to be kept in the fridge because that's got
Thank you.
eggs.
Thank you, James. Thank you.
Yeah. Now,
Cool,
granted,
cool.
Hey, what's
technically,
the,
they keep ketchup in the fridge too. I guess it's refrigerated
yeah,
after opening
they keep ketchup in the refrigerator. And if Blackout was here, he'd tell you it's a different in texture and flavor if it's kept from when they go from the cover to the refrigerator. The refrigerator's darker hue red, and the I forgot what he
No, the
said about the
cupboard. The
flavor.
cupboard is darker.
it. Yeah, the cupboard
Oh,
is
really?
darker. Yeah.
Darker
Yeah, the
ketchup in
cupboard
there.
is darker where it's lighter when it's in the refrigerator.
I've never met anyone who kept ketchup in the cupboard. Never. No, yes I have. Yes I have.
Well, you did
Well,
right now,
Yes.
James. You said
well,
cupboard
actually,
right there.
it's the ketchup in our house is not in the cupboard because I'm not the one in control of that. It's in the refrigerator.
But if you had control, it would be
I
in the
had
cupboard.
control. It'll be in the cupboard.
Hold on, y'all said it's darker in the cupboard or lighter in the cupboard?
I think it's darker in the cupboard.
It's always
Changes
darker.
the
Nah,
color.
man, I'm looking at the ketchup now. This shit darker too in the refrigerator.
No, it's lighter in the refrigerator. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I can't compare it against no
I
cupboard.
don't really pay no mind though either.
Yeah.
I don't really look at the color. I just get
I
the
need my
ketchup.
ketchup cold. I need it cold,
Who
brother.
who saves their ketchup packets?
Yeah, I got package galore. I got ketchup, sweet and sour sauce. What you need, what you want.
What you
Stop playing.
need?
Oh man, we got some
I usually
nectarines.
don't
Hold
save
on.
them because ain't no point in saving them. I use them when I get them.
Look, man, it's from being poor. You know what I'm saying? We just keep everything that can be used later. I got napkins from stores. I got like
Straws.
probably Yeah, man, I gotta order
I
this
got
shit. You
some
never know.
napkins. I admit it. I got some napkins in my room right now. But
Yeah,
when
Some
you never
sugar, some
know.
salt.
Look, bro. If you ready, you never gotta get ready. Like that's why. Look, once you go through the struggle, you'll never struggle again. You'll be prepared for that shit, bro. I'm telling you. If I run out of ketchup, I go straight to the package. Stop playing with it. They got
Ooh,
backup sweet and
Mouthpiece.
sour sauce.
Mouthpiece said he hates the ketchup in the fridge. That's gross to me.
What?
Mayo gotta be in the fridge once opened. Yeah, definitely.
I can't mess with no mayo, bro. Y'all ever see that movie Undercover Brother?
No.
You gotta watch it because he go undercover as a preppy guy, and his lady tried to give him some mayonnaise, and he got this. He like it's like a spoof movie where Eddie Griffin is funny, but he got this watch right, and he was prepared for it because when she turned her head, he hit the watch and it put some hot sauce on the mayo, so to give it a little flavor. So yeah, he was ready for that. You gotta watch that shit. That shit's funny.
He was undercover, like he was playing white.
Yeah, he wasn't. He was a black guy acting white, but
Mm.
yeah, he went. I forgot. He went into the man. He went. He infiltrated the man. You know how they say, the man. So he infiltrated that organization of the man. It was a
oh,
spoof movie. Yeah, it was a funny movie. It was with
I
Eddie Griffin. You gotta
know that.
watch it, man. That shit's funny. Yeah, that shit's funny, man. It's
That
called
was
Undercover Brother.
what in the early 2000s.
Yeah, yeah, it was early 2000. You'd be sitting there cracking up.
Now the people that help you build character, not only your parents, but like coaches, teachers,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, other parent, like your grandparents, other people in the family.
It can be your neighbor, man. It can be anybody who has potential to influence. You
Yeah,
They
that
know?
say
could be.
sports help.
It could be. It could
Oh,
be your local
definitely.
mayor.
It could be who, James?
Your local mayor.
Yo, mayor. All right.
But if
The
he's
local
not
sheriff.
corrupt, let's just be fair. If he's not corrupt,
Now,
he'll be
now think about this though. Think about this. And I'm gonna say this. I wouldn't use it. We'll have a different conversation about that. But think about back in like the 80s and 90s, right? It can be like Bill Cosby, man. Some of these celebrities help people build characters because they gave them an example of something that they didn't normally see, and it gave them something to inspire for. And a lot of, I know a lot of that was a big thing, like a different world. It was, oh shit, we can go to college, we can do this. You know what I'm saying? You wanted to do that. You wanted to be like that. So it's just I think character builds upon experience. And it's just how the experiences influence you.
Yeah, even the bad experiences,
Yep.
the not so
Yep.
nice ones.
yeah, because
Duality.
Because what, James?
it teaches you lessons on what not to do. The bad experiences.
Mm-hmm. You can go either which way, good or bad. I mean, your character can be built up or built down. That's what you got to be careful of. That's why I say I ain't got no hate in my heart, man. It's not needed. So
Yeah, because you can have bad character or good character. Is there an in between?
you got that. It's perception. I mean, well, I say I've seen people who are balanced. They might have a good heart and do bad things, or might do bad things, but they might have a good heart. So I don't just we talk about duality, but it's nuances to that. It's triality. Where that gray area matters. Where that's where people try to be, not in the good aspect, but balance. That's that gray area. Embodying both the light and the dark. That's metaphysics, though. I don't think people struggle with duality, so I don't want to get into that yet.
Yeah, that's kind of
But
true.
yeah,
Because there's a lady on here where like I told her, like, I don't always agree with what you do or some of the things you say, but like I see her heart and I see her passion for things, but sometimes she goes about it like in a negative way. Like in a way
Yeah.
that I wouldn't agree, as you know, I wouldn't agree with. But I can see like her intention is good.
Mhm. Some people got good hearts and don't know how to do the right thing. You know. So would you say they bad or good? You know what I'm saying? If they doing something and it benefits their family but hurt other families, like is that bad or good? I
I
mean,
guess it depends on who's on the other side, on the other end of
yeah,
what's.
who's perceiving it, right? Who's perceiving it? You know, because the people who reaping a reward, they gonna be like, "Damn, thank you." The people who been hurt will be fucked up. So, I mean, but is it right or wrong? It's wrong because they hurting people, but they just help somebody too. So, how do you deal with that?
Yeah. Life is so difficult.
Yeah, people think it's black or white, and it's not, bro. There's way much more to it. And the more we try to simplify it, the more wrong we get. That's the more fucked up shit get when we try to simplify life. You know, it's not simple, man. It's beautifully complex, and we should indulge, and we should allow life to challenge us, and we should uprise to the challenge. We should rise to the occasion. But people lazy, bro. They lazy as hell, man. It's this way. No, it's that way. No, it's this way. Then you start big fights and shit over bullshit.
Well, like you said, like about Trump, right? Like there's things that someone might accept from someone that they like, right?
Mm-hmm.
They'll accept it. They'll even make excuses for it, right? But not for someone
Mm-hmm.
they don't like. For someone they don't like, man, they're gonna go hard.
Yeah.
They're gonna judge
And
them
that's what.
hard.
And like my wife, she'd be like, "Oh, you're Trump." No, I don't like Trump, but I don't disagree with everything he do. I think he do some crazy good shit, but I don't agree with everything he do neither. But as a person, I don't know him, so I ain't gonna say I don't like him, but I wouldn't fuck with him. But I mean, I respect him because he doing what he believes in, man. You gotta say he stand on his shit, regardless how you feel about what he do. That man stand on his shit. Everything he done said, he done did. So I mean, no matter how
Yeah.
crazy it is, no matter how wild and wacky, man, he stand on the shit. He said, "Grab her by the pussy." He ain't apologizing for that. That's
Like
what we do.
if you need an attorney to represent you, right? Which one do you want? Do you really care about his personal life? Like if he's good in court, right? He's gonna
You see
fight. He
what I'm
might be a
saying?
little wacky, but he's gonna fight
That's
for
like
you. Mhm.
that. What up, though? That's like this, man. Like when I was working in the hospital, man, you see these doctors, right, and everybody holds such high esteem for them. But then you get the man, like, man, you an asshole, you a piece of shit, but they good at what they do. They some of the best around the fucking world. So how you supposed to look at them? You know what I'm saying? My a doctor friend of mine, he was just on the news. He got unalive. One of the best neurosurgeons in the country, right? But
Mhm.
he was gay and he was fucking around with like he used to go to like hood bars and shit and pick up men. It's one of the senior doctors in Michigan, and he was like, but you look what he doing his off time. You going in the hood, bro? Like,
Mm.
and one of the guys unalive him. So I
But
mean,
I want
is
that
that supposed
surgeon. I
to?
want the best surgeon. I don't care what he's doing on
Yeah,
his own time, right? I want that surgeon.
but are you supposed to? Do you judge his accolades and his achievements predicated upon his personal life? Some will,
No.
some won't. Well, some will,
Some
some
will,
won't.
some won't.
Now I'm about to say something controversial. Now that you agree with me on that, I'm gonna say something real controversial. R. Kelly, that man made
Right.
some great music, man. Made some great music, but his unscrupulous ass, I'm still playing his fucking music. People be like, "How can
Right.
you
Because
play
you
that?"
like the music.
I like the music, man. Look at
But
some of
some
your
people will
founding
boycott it.
fathers.
They'll
Yeah,
boycott it because it's like supporting him if you're because he's making money off of it, right? His music, and if you're supporting his music, he's making money. So yeah, I see what you're saying. Like the doctor's making money.
Yeah. I mean, man, look at that doctor from Michigan State. He was, you know, essaying all them gymnasts and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But he was one of the most highly, and people were covering for him. Why? They knew what he was doing. They was covering. That shit happened so often, man. Like that,
I
like
don't agree
working
with
in the
that part. I
hospital.
don't agree with that one.
No, I don't agree with that at
Not
all. But
that
I'm
one.
saying, like, when people are good at what they do, a lot of times people make fucking excuses for it.
Yeah,
And that's the
they'll
society we
overlook.
live in. Yeah, like Jeffrey Epstein. How the fuck you get away with that shit that long, man?
I
He
mean,
did
it
it. How he
depends on
get
what it
away with that
is.
so long?
Yeah, if it's a kitty diddler, yeah, no, I'm not down with that. But like if, like you're saying, their preference in the bedroom and all that, I don't care. Or if their religion. What up, that boy
Yeah.
blind? Is that my homie? Is that you?
That boy blind.
That boy blind. Um, yeah, it's kind of interesting though how we do that.
Yeah, that's why I say, man. I just sit back. I don't judge shit. I just sit back and see uh, what the reality of the situation, and then I understand it because whether if I say it's right or wrong, the shit still gonna happen. So it's just important to understand why the shit happens for me, so I can avoid it. You know, if it ain't for me, then I avoid the shit. If it's for me, then I indulge in it. But
All right, my G. Okay, so Blind says that it's a little different with the music because it contains your essence, and R. Kelly had a demon. So yeah, I could understand that too. You're welcome to hit the link. You can come up on panel if you'd like.
you're more than welcome. More than welcome.
That is true because the music does carry an
Yeah,
essence of the person. So I don't know. I don't listen to his music, but
I'm
I
sorry.
have boycotted.
The remix of the ignition. That's my shit, bro. I think it's how I think I don't know. I'm not even gonna say that. That's a long discussion too, because that contains on and off switches. I mean, a lot of people can't look at things as just pure entertainment, but it actually influence them. Does the music make me feel some type of way? Yeah, but I still am cognitive of who produced it, and not indulging, you know. And then like his music, like I don't listen to AJ nothing but a number. I never agreed. So I don't listen to that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
So
that was
some
my next
I
question.
believe
Like,
I
what does the music say? What do
yeah,
the
you know what
lyrics
I'm
say?
saying? Yeah, I don't like remix or ignition. There's like two songs I still play, you know. But then you gotta look at like even your constitution if that's the case. Well, that's not, music, but I'm saying like the founding fathers, we carry them on bills, we praise them, we got monuments, and man, they were some of the unscrupulous ass people on this planet, man. Doing foul ass shit to people, but we celebrate it.
Okay, how do you feel about
No,
that? Like the people that say take it down, but that's like a part of history.
would I make it right? Is it because it's a part of history? I
Like,
don't
because they
really
try to
care
hide
about.
history sometimes, right? They try to.
Yeah, and then history is written by the people who are conquered, so they're gonna tell it from their perspective. So, I mean, we celebrating people for their accomplishments, but do we also have to acknowledge their atrocities also? Is that fair? You know what I'm saying? Would that be fair? Do we acknowledge the good things and the
Yeah,
bad things?
yeah,
I'm not told to take anything down. I don't really care. I don't go, you know, look at shit anyway. I don't really talk about it, but, I ain't about to, I think it's better things we can focus our attention on than taking monuments down, shit like that.
right.
Renaming things, but I understand people, who say it though. I understand that, because we celebrating people who, we celebrating the good things, but they did fucked up shit too now. You know, they done rape people, had bastard kids, you know what I'm saying? But they on our dollars and shit. Took teeth out of slaves and put it in their own mouth. Like that shit crazy, bro. You know, like you treated these. I mean, so I mean,
Well,
but
even the people in the Bible too did
yeah,
bad things.
you know. So I think
You can
I, I,
learn from
I
it.
I mean, to be responsible, I don't celebrate. I don't celebrate too many people. I don't really celebrate too many people. But if I do, I have a reason, and I'm celebrating that reason. Though I can recognize, we all fall short of perfection. So um, I can recognize people wrong, and I can recognize they right. You know, I ain't trying to take no monuments and nothing down. Shit, that shit there. Fuck
Yeah, we all fall short. That's a fact.
it.
Nobody's perfect. But I judge people. I mean, I try not to judge people, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, of course, sometimes we like to say, "Oh, we don't judge," but like, we do. We have our opinions about people. We might not like go after someone. You might keep it to yourself, but you have some sort of thought about whatever the person does or did.
So I got an interesting question now. What is judgment to you?
Judgment is having an opinion on a person or what or a situation or a thing they did or still do. Like having
Now,
a
it's some-
negative opinion.
having a now see is certain like I say I don't judge people, but there will be certain exceptions I will make, like kids, abuse of any form to humanity I will judge, say if it's right or wrong. But that's how I look at judgment, to state something that's right or wrong. So when I say I don't judge people, I just see, like I say, I see if it's right or wrong for me. Then someone said, well, that's technically you still judging. And I'm like, no, I'm not saying what they're doing is right or wrong. I'm saying, will I do it, or will I indulge in it, or will I accept it? It's not to say, it's not, well, I guess a better way to say, normally I do not pass judgment on people. I think that's just a better way to say it. Is that better? Like normally I won't look at a
Pass
person
judgment.
and like for instance, if a person was gay, right? I'm not gonna say it's right or wrong if they gay. I'm not gay. I'm not interested in it, so I won't indulge in it. But I don't think the person is a good or a bad person for being gay.
Or
You
like
know what I'm
something
saying?
someone
Like,
did in the past. Like someone went to prison or
yeah,
committed a crime in the
no, I don't
past. They
judge
did their
that.
time.
No,
Depends
I
on
don't
what it
judge
is,
that.
maybe.
And I say this, like I said, anything with kids, and if it's the past, but if they're currently doing it, that's not the past. I know people who went to jail and they still do the same shit they went to jail for. I know a guy who used to, he went to jail for household abuse or domestic violence, and he still beat on women. He ain't learned his lesson, so that's not his
Mm-hmm.
past. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, if it's the past, then it's the past. When someone says something is in my past, I'm assuming that they corrected the behavior. Now, if I don't see the behavior corrected, then that's not the past. That's your present.
Yeah. And we all use judgment. We're supposed to use judgment in our life. We're supposed to judge things like,
Mm-hmm.
do I feel
Mm-hmm.
like, am I judging this cliff or like this road? Am I going to drive down this road? Like, I have to judge whether I feel like it's safe, it's a good idea. Like, we're supposed to use judgment
Right.
as we go about our lives.
So thank you for helping me articulate that in a better, to a better concept, because I don't often pass judgment, but there are exceptions where I will. But what people do with their life, that's their life, man. They ain't
I
got
think there's
nothing
a
to do with me.
difference, right? Like judgment, because then there's like, oh, you're crucifying the person, or like you're taking actions, like how they say, well, only God can judge.
Mm-hmm.
But we all use judgment, but there's a difference, like if you're actually going after someone because of what
How it's
you judge them
applied.
to be.
That's how you apply it. Like, are
Yeah.
you saying it's right or wrong for you, or are you saying they're right or wrong for doing so? That's why I said passing judgment. It's one thing to say, hey, I don't like that, or that's not cool. But it's another thing, like you said, to attack someone because, you know,
Yeah, now it could be something they did in the past and maybe they're different, but maybe I'm not willing to take the risk of having them around me because maybe there's some portion of risk that I feel like my discernment might say, okay, I don't, I may not necessarily judge you, but I kind of am judging you as far as like, do I let you in my life?
Now, how do you, um, has anyone ever looked at your past and said, because of what you did in the past, even though there's no signs of you currently doing it, I still don't want to take the chance on you?
I don't think so, unless they've never,
That
unless I'm not aware of it. I'm trying to think.
that has
Like,
definitely been done to me.
I mean, they've judged me
And
because, like I said, my skin color or like things like that. Something that I did, I'm trying to think. I don't know, but what kind of, or you can share whatever you want. But you've been judged like that.
yeah, I put people in bad situations, family members. Um,
So they
Britain,
won't trust you,
Britain is still
basically.
don't, yeah, they still don't, they don't want to forgive me. That's fine. And I had to make peace with that because that's their prerogative and they got every right to feel the way they feel. Even if I did change. So what? It still occurred. And I asked you that because that was hard to make peace with. It's like, that was very hard. But then you understand, like, look, man, I, I did a transgression against someone. So, even if I changed, even if I said sorry, I have to be at peace with them not accepting my apology. Because if
Why?
I don't,
Because
it's gonna tear me up.
because you could be
I'm
mad
gonna
about
be
it, right? There's people that get mad. Like, you won't
yeah.
accept my apology. You won't let me in.
Now see, I've never been mad at people, but I felt like shit. Like I felt like I've never been angry at the person, but it was like more anger at myself. But that prevented me from forgiving myself from that situation and me really learning and moving forward, you know. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, might still do it. I might still be that way. I might still, and it wouldn't let me fully change, because I was always doubt. It was like a relapse. It was like that shit, could have made me have a relapse and go back to my old way. But by forgiving myself and accepting that they didn't forgive me, helped me move forward and helped me learn even a deeper meaning of forgiveness.
Yeah,
Try to
because they
forgive
have the
yourself
right,
when yeah,
right?
go
It's
ahead, my
their
bad.
right to, like, it's
Hmm.
their right to not accept it or feel how they feel. That's their right. You can't do nothing about it. I mean, you could try.
Try to forgive yourself when the person you seek forgiveness won't. That shit hard. That shit is hard, man.
It is difficult to forgive yourself. It is the most difficultest thing, though, that I think I've ever had to deal with, forgiving myself.
Yeah, and even in the context of the Bible, that's how I took it, and it says judge but not judge. Um, it was not the past judgment, you know, not the past judgment on someone, but use your discernment, judge what's good or bad for you, but don't judge what's good or bad for another person. That's how I always utilize that scripture.
So Blind said a couple things. He says the Bible specifically tells us to judge, but judge appropriately. And judgment equals discernment. It legit
Hmm.
makes you feel like less of a person. And then he said, I get judged all the time. Yeah, you do. He gets judged all the
Where?
time for my face tattoos. And what else? And my teeth?
Yeah, man.
You meant
My
teeth.
body language.
I
I don't know what that word is, but yeah.
think he
Tattoos.
said,
Go ahead, James.
I think he said teeth, though, as far as after the tats.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he said teeth. I think that's what that means.
We do get judged on our looks. That's true.
Yeah.
That's very true. And then they say, don't judge a book by its cover.
You know what's sad? And you know what's that? When I go into areas heavily populated by like white people, I know it's in the back of my mind, someone is going to prejudge me, you know, because of the way I look. And when he said that about his face tattoo, I'm pretty sure he feel like that too. Like certain environments he go in, he's gonna be judged. You know, just predicated upon him having face tattoo. You know, you're gonna be judged just for being a woman in certain areas. You know what I'm saying? This is the shit we got to deal with. You know, um, so I had to develop a understanding with myself that, you know, well, just because someone judged me don't mean that's what it is. You know, people can have opinion, you know, but that don't make it right.
Do you think though too, like sometimes we think people are judging us when we're really not, like we're judging ourselves? Like
That has
some,
definitely occurred. That has definitely
yeah,
occurred.
it's happened to me too.
Yeah, that definitely occurred. So when
Yeah,
I'm right, I'm right. And when I'm wrong, I could have been right, so I'm still right. That was off the movie.
yeah, because we gotta be careful about how we discern when we think someone's judging us because we don't know them that well.
I challenge people to even explain what discernment is. I think a lot of people use that term and don't never really nurture those discernment skills.
Well, discernment is like trying to understand. Is basically the way I take it. You're trying to understand the person's perspective, their point of view um, on things, and discernment isn't always easy. It's actually quite difficult, especially if you only interact with the person like maybe a couple times out of the year or even just a couple times within your lifetime. Because there's so many people.
And that's why I challenge people. With even the definition of that, uh, uh, the definition of the word itself, because determine is something that you have to. It's not something that you naturally have. It's something that you have to nurture through experience. You know, it's literally interpreting intuition. You know, you have to analyze. You have to observe. You have to take multiple things into consideration. It's just the interpretation of intuition. You know, you got two brains, right? You got one in your head and one in your gut. Blind, what up, though?
Salute, salute. Hello, Commander.
Hey,
Hello,
what up,
Blind.
homie?
What's
Good
up?
to see you. How you
That's
doing?
what's
What do you
up. That's
think?
what's up.
Do y'all mind if I just make a comment? It might be a kind of a little bit long one. I don't want to go on a rant, but the judgment thing. Do y'all mind if I just make a quick comment on that?
Quick comment, brother. Take your time, bro. You got the stage. We've been talking
Okay,
for 3 hours, 4 hours. Damn. What
thank
time
you.
is
And
it?
I just think this is really important because a lot of people misunderstand and misquote the Bible's teachings about judgment. Like, first, it says it clear as day in John. It says, "Judge not according to the appearance, but judge righteous judgment." So, like, it doesn't say not to judge. It says to use righteous judgment. But Jesus himself, when Jesus said, "Judge not, lest ye be judged," people always leave out the second half of it because he says, "Judge not, lest you be judged. For what good is your judgment if you go to remove a speck from your brother's eye and you have a log in your own?" And then he says, "You hypocrite, it is best to first remove the log from your own eye so that you can see better to remove the speck from your brother's." So I take that to say that if you've gone through it and you actually like know legitimately what that something is bad, that you can and you should help other people to deal with things like that. So it's the judging from a place of ignorance, in my opinion, that's poisonous. But that's all I just wanted to add.
I agree
Oh
with
no,
that.
I definitely agree with that. And like even at that same scripture, um, it reminds me of like when Muslims say I can have 5 wives, right? Yeah, you can if you can treat them all the same way, and that's like impossible. So even when I tell people, don't judge, it's not. I'm not telling them. Well, I am telling them not to judge, but it's from a place like you said. Most people have logs in their eye, bro. Most people don't have the proper skills to give the righteous judgment. So if you don't have that, then it's technically saying if you can't do it this way, don't do it at all. So I agree one cold-heartedly with what you're saying. You know, so when I tell people not to judge, or I don't judge, I don't judge because a lot of times I don't know people's circumstances. I don't know the full story. So until then, I don't do it. But I just don't do it because, another reason I don't do it because it's just like, there's no benefit. Like, I understand what you're saying. Like, you can help people. Um, yeah,
Like,
yeah,
what would be a scenario in which you could do righteous judgment? Like, what does that look like?
that's a good question. You have to ask somebody to judge. I don't do it. Well, I do my
I
best,
mean,
and like, except for the exceptions. That's the only time I do it. But other than that, I don't. But you got the floor.
I think somebody that's that has overcome addiction could probably, it would be right, consider righteous judgment for them to help other people to overcome addiction, or people that lived a criminal life to help people to stay on the straight and narrow, things like that.
Okay, yeah, that's a good example.
I mean, because if you've done it, because I feel like a lot of times in my life, like you said, people have logs in their eye. People will oftentimes be trying to tell you, hey, remove that speck out of your eye when you clearly see and it's like, well, I don't want to listen to you because you got a log in your eye. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
we
I've seen
reject it.
addicts that like they project, right? They're addicts, but they're talking so much crap and exposing other people for being addicts, talking crap,
Yep,
but they're addicts themselves.
that's very true.
Just like with the guy that word says was judging other people, like he's not being a father himself to one of his kids,
Dr.
but he's
Umar.
judging everybody on their parenting
Yep.
and stuff.
Like, that shit wild to me, bro. But that's
Well,
what we
and
got
that
in society today.
it seems like people do that a lot too, is to like,
Mm-hmm.
I guess there's some type of like evil in that because people will attack you for what they're insecure about in their own life, you know?
Drop that sauce, brother. Drop that motherfucking sauce right there.
Yeah.
Hit the nail on a motherfucking head. That's what, man. It'd be so much for even on this app, bro. I'll be like, damn. Like, I see somebody talking about somebody's teeth and their teeth fucked up. Like, come on now, bro. Like, your shit worse than his. How you gonna talk about this man or a fat person talking about a fat person? How you gonna judge another? Like, come on now, bro.
We're just talking about that. I think it's funny.
Mm.
I mean, I have a twisted sense of humor and I'm fat, so I like to I think that that makes it funnier, but it ain't right. But yeah, you're completely right.
Yeah, because I told Blind if he
Mm.
ever clowns on people, like call them four eyes, but he's wearing glasses.
Mm.
But that's called petty. That's called being petty.
Yeah, that's petty, man. I'm talking about no. I'm talking about people. Like, if you joke with somebody, like if I make a blind joke, like I'm legally blind. I make blind jokes all the time, right? It mainly be about. I don't think I made a blind joke about nobody else. It'd be about me. But if you making a joke, that's one thing. But if you demonizing a person or criticizing a person, like now you're projecting your insecurity. If you try to go find a person that's a little bit fatter just to talk about them because you fat, then you got a problem. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But if you just making fat jokes, then shit.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
Well, I battle trolls and stuff, so I just attack insecurities, man. So it can be anything, and I'll even I'll attach it to them myself, and just because there's like what a handful of things most people don't want to be: fat, broke, ugly, like just so. I talk a lot of just nonsense whenever I'm engaging in that. But you're right. Like some people have those things eating at themselves, and they want to. They can't get to their goal weight. Therefore, everybody that's a tiny bit skinnier than them is they're going to try and cut them down to feel the way they feel.
Man, I seen somebody trying to expose how somebody poor they was, how poor a person was, and they damn camera slipped. And I'm like, I hope that ain't, feces on the wall, bro. Like, what the fuck going on? You talking about this
What was on the
person?
wall?
I don't know. I don't know if it's feces. I don't know if it was mark. I don't know what it looked like. Shit on the
Oh,
wall.
feces.
It
You
looked
said
like,
feces.
yeah. I was trying. I was smoking. I was trying not to choke and talk at the same time. But yeah, feces. I didn't know what that shit was on the wall, but I'm sitting there looking like, hold on, my bad. You put it. My bad, that's that gas. But yeah, I didn't know what it was, and I'm like, you sitting here
That's
trying to
called
expose
karma.
somebody else, and I'm talking shit.
That's called karma. The
Like,
camera slips.
Yo,
That's
hey,
funny.
but the point is, we're all human, right? Like you can find something about every single one of us because we're all the same in certain ways, right?
Mhm.
I mean, I feel like
Right.
every human does things they are gonna be embarrassed of. Every human does things that they're gonna be proud of, and so forth and so forth.
Bro, look, I be 8 Mile myself. Hey, you can't make fun of me more than I can. Bro, I got a life alert and everything. Stop playing with me. I'm blind in one eye and can't see in the other that good. I got a dent in my head. I'm balding. What else you want to know? I got dad bod now.
See, I'm
I'm
the
trying not
same
to get
way.
comfortable with my stomach, bro. But I'm starting to love it like McDonald's. So I don't really care. You can talk about me all day.
Dad bods are in.
I
That's
know
what I
my
keep
wife.
hearing.
My wife's like, you are so sexy. I'm like, hold on, bro. You know I used to be ripped, right? Yeah, you used to be with me when I was ripped, but now look at me. Like, come on, now don't do that.
I'm working
But
on my
yeah,
dad bod.
I do my best to avoid, like I joke with people and stuff, but I try my best not to like insult no one. Like really like talk about people. You piss me off, I will, but I do my best to avoid like talking about people. And it's not the fact that I don't want to be talked about. I just know how it feels, right? And I mean, like you said, we all got insecurities, we all got insecurities, we all got, flaws. Every last one of us. I don't care. Man, look, I don't want to tell this story, but it was this girl I worked with, fine, pretty as hell. Everybody wanted to talk to her. Man, I got with her, and like she just her pH level wasn't right, and I'm looking like, man, you beautiful, got a
Oh
nice body and
God.
all that, but like, bruh, like, so we all got flaws, right? It was a medical condition, that her shit was just, but it's like, man, everything perfect except for that. I'm straight, but like that proves me, like, bro, everybody got flaws, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely everybody has flaws. But do you think that says something about someone's character if they're like unkept or like overweight or like anything like that, where like maybe it's seemingly like they're not taking care of themselves? That say something about their
Honestly,
character?
Yeah, for sure.
honestly, I I I would need more. I would have to look at that on an individual basis because somebody can be overweight because a medical condition is that's not their fault. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not their
Is that
fault. They have a
really
What if
true though?
yeah.
what?
Oh yeah. It's like hypothyroidism. Yeah, hell yeah. It's different medical conditions that
But how? Because I know two people with hypothyroidism, and I know many people with diabetes and stuff, and it seems like every one of them, when they decided to get back in shape, got in better shape. like maybe not have went down to a size 2 or nothing, but all of them, it seems like when they decided to be healthier, they got healthier. I don't that
I,
health thing. Go
I'm
ahead,
just speaking from experience. Like, just working in the hospital 15 years. I was an anesthesia assistant. Just to give a little background, like I wasn't no janitor or nothing like that. I was actual, anesthesia assistant. And I can tell you is what is the gland called? It's two different glands in your body. If they overactive, I mean, you can do whatever you want, bro. You gonna gain weight. In males it cuts testosterone down, which cuts them uh, uh, fat. What is the name of? But it's different amino acids that actually attack fat, and it's different medical conditions because even the medication, like if someone has to take a steady steroid, there's a possibility that they go gain weight off of it. High probability that they go
Yeah, no
gain weight
matter
off
what
of
they
it,
eat.
no matter what they eat. So it's situations where people have defects. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't. I don't feel you can blame that on them. You
You're
know.
right. You're right. Yeah, I stand corrected on that. You're right. I mean, I guess that's just me being judgmental or harsh or whatever. But you're definitely right.
Yeah, that's us, but individual basis because there's some people who big and they can do anything and everything. They just don't do it, and that's just a testament to their laziness. You know. So I would have to say on the individual case.
I knew a doctor I know a doctor that has like
Oh,
medical condition. He's heavyweight, but he's not taking care of himself. He's not eating right. But yet he's a doctor with lots of patients who love him and he's giving advice to his patients,
Same
right?
same
I
with
know a heart
car
doctor.
mechanics. Car mechanics always drive the shittiest broke down cars. I mean, that makes
Yeah,
sense to
there
He
you
me.
ain't
go.
fucking lying. He ain't fucking lying.
Hey, Andre's in the
Oh
chat
shit.
supporting. Thank you, Andre.
Dre, what up though? What up though, Dre? But he ain't
Yeah,
lying
or
about the mechanics, man.
like construction workers or like people that, yeah, their houses are like get no attention
Mm-hmm.
because
Because
they're
it's
out busy
easier to
fixing other
help
people's houses.
it's easier to help that person than to help ourselves, right?
Mm. Say it
Ooh.
again, brother. Say it again.
Yeah, it is. It's easier to tell somebody else what their issue is than to tell ourselves what our problem is. That
Ooh.
And that
that
goes back to the reflection. It goes back to that self reflection, bro. People don't like looking in that mirror, but they sure can look out and say what's wrong, but they can't look within and say what's wrong. Yeah, people don't like that.
yeah, people get
You
threatened.
know,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
and I would tell people, you know what kind of remedy me from that too is accepting myself as an example. Like it's literally people looking up to me. So one thing to say something, but it's another thing to show them how to do it. So even like in a relationship talk, I wouldn't be talking about relationships if my wife can contest to what what I tell you. I would not be talking about relationships. It people talking about relationships and they ain't even in one. It'd be people talking about relationships and never had a good one. But they know the whole nuances about it. They just can't do it for their damn self because they fucked up inside. They don't want to get right. You should do this, you should do that, but you can't do it. Like, nah, I'd rather show you.
Well, do you think, dang, because that's an interesting idea what you just bring up. Because think about it, the doctor still gives good health advice, and the mechanic still gives good mechanic advice. Is it? Do you think any of those people who are like that? Because I always say I don't. I try not to speak on anything that I don't know through practice. Like I'm a hands-on person. So like I don't really talk about stuff I don't know about. But do you think maybe those people talking about a happy relationship might I mean just I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Like the same way that the same way that we're applying it to the other things. or they don't know because they haven't experienced it?
I would say it like this, right? If a person telling me about a relationship, like I get it, okay, you can tell me what not to do in a relationship if you have that experience. But how you gonna tell me what to do?
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I know a heart surgeon, bro. He overweight. He always criticizes people about what to do, but he can't do it.
True.
Make that make sense, man? Is
But
it good
maybe
advice? Yeah, but how can I trust it if you can't even show me? How can I trust it? I have to apply it. So I always tell people information is just that. It makes you aware. So it's up to you to do your due diligence to see if the information is correct. But I wouldn't take what people say for gold. Like I believe a person who was in a bad relationship can give me some good advice. Like I said, on what not to do. Tell me how you
that's
fucked up.
true.
That's what you can tell me about. But you can't tell me if I do this or if I do that the relationship will be good. You don't have the results of that.
That is very
And
true.
if I go blindly and do what you say and it don't work out, then that's my fault, right? So
Like if I hire a fitness trainer, like if I have a choice, I'm gonna hire the one that's fit, right? The one that's doing it, done it, proved it. Tell me what you're doing. I'm gonna do that because I want to look like you.
Mhm.
Yep. That would be a fatness trainer. I could do that
Right.
one.
Let me show you how to gain this weight real quick. I can say you how to do that.
But I've always thought like there's people that don't have kids and they give advice about kids, right? Or they have judgment and advice about, but they don't have kids themselves. I've always thought, is that right or wrong? Like, what if they have education and like children? They don't have any of their own.
You know what I learned about having kids? They
They're all
different.
different.
They're different. So I don't want to hear about them. But you can only make me aware of something that everything becomes hypothetical. Even a parent, right? A parent who's been parenting really into that. Like if people ask me for like parenting advice, I'm brand new, right? My oldest kid is 5. So people ask me, well, what do you do? I can only share with you my experience. That's all I can do. Even over here, as we talking, how many times have I told y'all if y'all do this, you will get this outcome? I ain't never said that shit in 2 years. I can only share, hey, I did this and this is what happened. You know what I'm saying?
But your kids are small, right? So like what you're saying is like you can only give advice on what you've experienced with your kids as far as their
Mm-hmm.
age goes now.
That's
But
all.
you've been a teenager, you've experienced some things, so you
And
could
there you go.
potentially give
Yeah,
advice.
but different
No,
time, different generation. There's a disconnection there.
but watch this though. There's a different connection in the we can say situation. Like situations are different. You can even say circumstances are different.
Different.
But you can still give me looking back at how I was when I was their age, that's why I can understand them better. Even though things are different. Even when they get older, I remember I was that age. And I know why I did this. So it's still a foundation. That's why it's
Yeah.
important. What she just said, you remember when you was a kid. I think that's the best way for a
Yep.
parent to interact or to even understand or how to go about things with their kid. Don't look at it. I think nowadays, like we get older and we become a parent, we remember why we used to always ask questions, but now we become a parent and say, because I said so. You know what I'm saying? We forget when we was kids. But if we can remember, we can better connect with them and understand them better because we was there before. Even though times has changed, we were still there. So we know, like, as a certain age, now we feeling ourselves. You know what I'm saying? I want to be grown. Who hasn't? Name one person who wanted to, when they was a kid, they didn't want to be grown. Name one person.
That's everybody.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Now,
get
when
what
we
you're
look at
saying.
our kids, we understand that, okay, so we give them a little responsibility because we didn't get that. We didn't get that taste of adulthood. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We didn't get that. So you give them a little bit of it, and see how that worked out.
Yeah, I mean, because that's why I try to tell when I tell my cousin what to do, my little cousin, I try to tell her why. I don't just try to leave it blank, as in like, I said so. You know, I
But
try to tell her
I,
why generally.
I will tell you this, bro. I done helped my mother raise 3 of my sisters. I've been in my like cousins' lives and stuff, and I thought I knew what it was to be a parent until I became a fucking parent. It ain't
Yeah,
the same, bro.
yeah,
That shit is
I'm sure it
totally
ain't.
fucking different. That
Because you
shit,
have to
it
deal
hit
with
me
them
that way too.
24/7.
24/7, and then it's a different level of responsibility. You can love, bro. Look, you think you know what love is until you have a kid, bro. I was 36 when I had my first kid. I thought I knew what love was until I had my son, bro. I tell my son every day he saved daddy life. Every day I tell my son that, man. Yeah, he did. Tell my wife that too, bro.
Yeah.
They gave me something bigger than me. I got something bigger than me, bro.
They gave you purpose. They gave you like
Yeah.
responsibility. They gave you reason to grow up.
They gave me reason, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not afraid to die. I haven't been afraid to die since I died the second time, but just haven't been afraid of it. But now I don't want to die. I don't want to die, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
because
not afraid to. I just don't want to.
you don't want to because you got responsibility to your family. You got to take care of
And
your
that shit,
family.
bro. That shit make you look at life different. It make you attack life different and everything. Like it's like I always had purpose. I always strive for greatness, but it just kicked that shit to a whole nother level, bro.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
there's a
heard
whole nother level of purpose. Yeah.
Blind. Well, I've heard both of you guys speak separately, you Word and Blind, about that feeling when you passed and came back, and he described a portion of it similar to yours, like about
You
that
did?
that. What's that?
No, I'm saying he did.
Yeah, you know how like you said like you felt like this. What did you say? Like a peace, like a good, like you felt like.
Peace, man. It was good. I mean, it's really hard to explain. It's like, have you ever like just not worried about nothing and you just felt everything was like, I don't even want to say everything is everything because I don't explain nothing, but
That's
everything was
exactly
just.
bro. That's the everything is everything. Like if you don't understand it, yeah,
Now look,
yeah.
Commander, I'm gonna take this away from this conversation for one motherfucking second. But I think I forgot who I was talking to, but when I was telling people like it's hard to explain certain things if you don't have the experience. But when you meet people with the experience, like somebody was asking me about my connection to God or a higher power, and I'm like, bro, I can't explain that. I can only explain it to people who have it or who experienced it. The same thing, like when I said that's the only words that came to my mind. But when I said it, he had that experience, so he related to it. That's what I'm talking about, experience, man. When you experience something, some things don't have words. It's just everything is everything. Like I be hearing people, oh, I died and went to hell. I ain't go to hell, bro. I don't know what the hell you been doing. But nah, I ain't had that experience. I had the everything is everything. Now if he on the panel, I'm
Yeah,
gonna keep
it's like
saying
an
that shit because you know
understanding.
what I mean. If y'all don't know what I mean, then that's okay. But he do, so I could talk to him about the everything is everything
Well,
concept. That's
yeah, I never had a near death experience, so I don't know what that's like.
Well, and the feeling that like you don't want to come back. When you come back, you're like shit. What
it's
up, Ozzy?
Ozzy. Well, I was mad as hell. Like, hold on, man, what the fuck is this? Nah, this ain't. Nah, I want the other feeling, man. Like that. Like, I mean, saying peace is an understatement, man. I'm telling you, it was just, man.
Good to see you too, Kieran. Good to see you too, bro.
During the chaos, it's wild because I was so calm. I was able to just, and I was reading names. I was reading everyone's badges because I had enough wherewithal, or like maybe just like that's the way my brain is set on curiosity. I was like, remember everything. remember it, but I was outside of my body, like I was on the thing, and I'm looking at the clock, I'm looking at the color of people's shoelaces, I'm looking at every different like accessory all the females have on, like marking it all down, checking it all down, checking the time. I'm like, okay, because when I come back, because I could see that I was clearly like I was out of my body. I was like, when I come back, I want to be able to compare it and everything. I remember, like I remembered everything exactly the way that I noted it down, but I was so calm. And then when I finally got to the point of like, okay, I like I'm dying now. That's when I was like, okay, and that's when it's an understanding. The whole everything is an understanding in my eyes. It's crazy that you said that, bro. You just blew my mind.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. Like it was. I remember because I had took all the tools out and walked out of the hospital, and I was walking, and I remember passing out. And then the next thing I know, I seen these lights. I seen these people picking this body up, and I'm looking like, what the fuck? And I'm like, damn, that's me. But like you said, it was that calmness. And I followed them back to the EMS, went back into the hospital. They working on me. And then it was just like I let go. And I seen it was just it wasn't even like white or light. It was just like everything was fluffy, and I felt connected to every fucking thing. And it's like I just knew everything. Everything made fucking sense, and I was at
Yeah.
so much peace. And the next thing I know, I'm like, I remember taking a real deep breath, and then I remember three of the people I knew. One of the ladies was crying. Um, she seen me grow up. So my mom worked in the hospital for over 20 plus years. So uh, I'm just looking around. I'm like, damn, bro, I'm back here. Because like I start feeling pain and all this shit. Like, oh shit, all them sensations start hitting you at once. I'm like, fuck. Yeah, man, that shit crazy.
Did you while you were going through it, did you think about anybody that wasn't there? Because when I was in the ambulance, I like I still don't know if it was real or what, or like how I look at it. But I'm in the ambulance and my wife had went home, and I'm like, man, I wonder if my wife is okay. And I'm like, man, like focus, 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 and bam, I'm like right in front of her, and I see her sitting on my bed crying. And I'm like, okay, she's okay. And then I'm back in the ambulance, and I'm like, I wonder about my mom. And I'm like, focus, focus, focus. And and next thing you know, I'm like in the because they were following the ambulance, and I'm all of a sudden I'm in the vehicle, and I hear her saying, man, I hope that Dr. such and such is available, because I've had a doctor, like the same doctor forever. And she's like, I wonder if Dr. such and such is going to be available at this time so that he can get in here and help or whatever. And I'm like, okay, she's okay. She's tore up, but she's okay. And I'm back at my body. Like it was almost like I transported, but I don't know if that was just like, I mean, I don't know.
But you asked for projected. I didn't see anyone, but I felt like people, like my uncle and my grandfather. I felt their presence. Like it wasn't. The only visual experience I had was like looking at myself, being in the ambulance, being back in the hospital. But it's like I don't want to say it was visual, but I felt like that's the only way I can kind of explain it. Like I felt the presence of like my grandfather and my uncle, and my aunt, and they had passed away like within like a 8 year time frame from that situation. But I felt them like they was right there next to me.
Did it
Like
scare you when you saw yourself? Were
nah,
you scared at all? No,
nope. I was at
me
total
neither.
peace, bro. I didn't feel no fear at all. That fear wasn't even. I
Not
didn't
even an
even.
idea, right?
It
Like you
didn't. Yeah,
knew.
it didn't even exist. Yeah, it was like no pain, no fear, none of that. But when they brought me back, bro, I'm telling you, because I had a
Hell
chest tube in. I
yeah!
took the chest tube out Imagine ripping a test tube out, man. I felt all that shit. I'm like, oh, like I took a deep breath and screamed like, shit. I was trying to sit up. They was pushing me down like, calm down. We just resuscitated you. I'm like, shit, for real? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, that was, and then that's when I realized like, hold on, bro, that shit was real. Like all that shit was real. Because even when they was, like when I first came back, I'm not thinking like I'm in a hospital or nothing like that. I just felt this pain. Like, oh shit, and I went to sit up and then people hold me back and I'm looking like, hold the fuck up. And then it's like all like that's when I realized that experience I had was real. Like all that shit was real.
Hell yeah.
Now let me ask you this. Did you tell anybody anything they said when you was out?
What's that?
Like when you said you seen your people in the car, did you tell them what they was talking about when you
Yeah.
came to? It freaked them out, didn't it?
Everything was spot on. Everything. My ex-wife had went straight home and she just sat at the edge of our bed crying. My mom said that's what she was saying in the car. My doctor's name was the name I remembered on the emergency surgeon or whatever the name is the name I remembered on the badge. Like everything I had remembered was exactly the same. The time, I made sure to look at the clock and like count the exact time, everything. But I didn't.
You was uber conscious. I was just like in the moment. I wasn't even like you were, uber conscious of what was going on. I was just
Well, I
kind of like
made
in the moment.
myself because I was
Yeah.
like, this is a once in. I mean, like, because I honestly didn't think I was gonna make it, but I was like, if I do, I want to be able to like know exactly what happens on, because I knew what was happening. There was never a moment when I didn't know exactly what was happening.
Can I ask you a question? Do you believe in like a higher power? I don't want to just say God, but do you believe in
Yeah.
like a higher? Okay,
I'm a
so
Christian.
definitely you now. Okay, so I can just talk like that then. So you definitely had that. You definitely supposed to tell your testimony.
Well, what's crazy is
You came back to tell it, bro. I'm telling you.
I wasn't a Christian at that time, though. Is what's wild.
You don't have to be, bro. It don't matter, bro. Look, you got the connection with the divine. It don't matter what you call yourself, bro. You got that connection. I don't call myself a Christian, but I do believe in a divine thought, and I know. I don't even believe. I know. You know.
Yeah.
My bad, though. Ozzy hit the stage. My bad. Ozzy. Oi, oi, oi.
What up,
Oi.
Ozzy?
Hey, Lindsay.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, just doing a mic check, just the mandatory mic check. Am I good? Hey, blind.
What's up?
Is the mic okay?
It's a
Yeah,
little
you
bit
sound
off. I heard a
good.
little bit of
Sound good
It's
to
a
me.
little glitchy.
a little glitchy,
Okay.
but yeah.
We'll see how we go for a little bit. I've really come to listen more than say much because I've had the experience, like you know, I've had the experience of being torn apart. You know, I have a chronic pain syndrome that almost did me in for 2, 3, 4 years. And it's really fascinating to hear that you guys had a moment that kind of pulled it all together, because I never had that. I'm not even sure. Like, I can't even identify the moment when I got better. It was just seemed to be a step by step little thing, and I found myself kind of back in the world again. So, like, I used to think it'd be great if I could turn my story of pain and suffering into some kind of noble quest and say, yes, there was the bad bit and there was the part where I overcome it and I come out the other side a new person. But I never had that moment at the end that kind of said, right, it's over, and now I've got a new perspective. It was just kind of clawing my way along. And in some sense, I still feel a bit, I'm a lot more settled now, and I'm a lot more, that's all in the past. But I don't seem to have a moment where I can say that was when it ended. I'm not sure if I'm making sense. I'm just kind of sharing my own perspective off what you're saying,
You're making complete sense to me.
And I'm interested. I'm interested in why you don't have that moment. It has to. I wonder if it's something that you blocked out or something that you. Um, I'm just interested because, like, having that chronic pain and then being relieved from it is like. I mean,
I think
I
it was.
understand what you. Oh, go
Yeah, I
ahead.
think it was. Yeah, thanks, bro. I think it was because there wasn't a particular moment. Like you guys have had what's effectively, use the word loosely, like a revelation, like a Damascus moment, a Damascus Road moment.
Like an
Mine,
epiphany.
yeah, like an epiphany. Mine was just clawing my way out, and at some point looking back and going, yeah, shit, things are a lot better now than they were. And it took a long time for that experience to feel like the past, like it was with me. And there's even times, even up until even recently, where if I was having this conversation right now, I would experience
Like
symptoms.
pain.
Yeah,
And
little, which would
that
then, which would then freak me out because I'd go, oh my god, it's back,
is
right?
coming back. And that's
But I
what I
think
was
that,
getting at. Like, is that why?
yeah,
Why you kind of blocked it out because because it's still like um something subconsciously you thinking it might come back. So it's just better
well,
not to even acknowledge it and just move forward and be grateful. That's what I was thinking when you were saying that.
along those lines, I think what I come out with it was a really hard question that even makes me shudder to raise the question, which was in what universe would a creator create a world in which what I went through was possible? Right now, there are people who have suffered way worse than me, and I feel for those people even more. So I think I'm getting at the philosophical question of natural evil. How can we explain? Because my problem was my own nervous system was turning against me, right? And I thought, like, I couldn't even go anywhere. Like, I couldn't escape. I couldn't find someone. Like, I couldn't get out of the environment because it was happening inside my own body. My own nervous system was the one that was literally driving me insane and almost to the brink, right? And so I thought, how can I'm going to say it, how can I trust God when he created a universe where that experience is possible? It just seemed to me to be so brutal. Now, I'm sure inside that there's a deeper, I don't mean to be disrespectful to God, this is my perspective of what was going through my mind. And without that experience like you guys have had, the only thing I can come up with is I've just got to have faith that it's it's all part of a bigger thing, and you stick to your principles and you keep going and you keep going. But then I think about people I know who are very close to me who lost that battle.
Can
And
I
I
ask
think,
you a
well,
question, Karen?
yeah, please do.
I'm very interested in what you're saying. I'm curious. Do you consider your energy a powerful energy at all?
That's a really good question. I consider it to be a powerful energy, and a lot of the when I act in that mind frame, I get reassurance that's true. But I spend too much time not acting in that mind frame. So I think we're kind of talking about the locus of power.
Okay, well, a follow-up question. Do you consider yourself a good person?
Yeah.
Okay,
In
so
fact,
I'm curious. Do you think without having lived with all this chronic pain, do you think you would still be the same good person?
No.
I like Brian. I like Brian. I like Brian. You know, I just want to add this, where I've never questioned why God always I just ask for strength. You know, um,
Mm-hmm.
I always ask for strength, but I never question why. Like, you know, I hear people say, "Why would God let babies die?" And then I look at the situation like that ain't God, that's people doing that shit. Or why God would this happen? And I'm like, everything is necessary. I mean, it's to build us. It's to build us. So like all my experiences I went through life, I went through some fucked up shit, but it was to put me where I'm at now. Without going through that, I wouldn't be me, bro. You
I
know,
hear that, but I hear
And the
that, but the
reason
part where yeah, go on, bro.
the reason I asked about the powerful, if you consider yourself a powerful person first, is because think about this: if you were the same powerful person with a negative disposition, then you could possibly do harm to yourself and others, and be an evil entity in this world. You know, so it's like I always look at it like God's God's agenda is, if you hold your hands out, God's agenda is from the tip of one hand to the tip of the other, and your life is a grain of sand in there. Like you can't understand the context of God's plan. Like that's why I look at it. But go ahead, Kieran.
Yeah, I think no, it's okay. I think when you're talking, I think it sort of comes to like this is really like I'm just chewing the fat here. What's coming to mind? It's almost like I've got to come to terms with the fact that other people's suffering isn't my problem. It's not my business, right? So when I feel like I've suffered, I think I spoke about this with you once before, Word, that I can think about the poor the prisoner camps in the gold mines of Kolyov in Russia. Like I've read these stories, or the people in the Japanese prisoner camps, Unit 413 or something like this. You know, we're talking about human experiments on live people, stuff like this. And I think I can make meaning perhaps out of my suffering, but how the hell can I make meaning out of that, out of innocent people going through such incredibly perverse and seemingly meaningless suffering? But you're kind of blind, you're kind of bringing me around to the idea that I don't mean to sound cold, but maybe that's not my problem.
And
but that's
you know what? And
yeah, right.
you're not wrong. You're not wrong for that. And hopefully this will give you a little peace. But when I look like working in a hospital, bro, you seeing people dying all the time. You see them suffering, bro. That just made me appreciate my suffering even more. The things I've been through made me more grateful. You know, so sometimes other people' pain just shows us how appreciative we should be for the little bit we got. That's how I look at life now, man. But they suffering ain't your suffering, bro. So you can be grateful that you don't have to endure their suffering. I mean, it's cold to say. It sounds like it's cold, but that's reality, bro. And that's not God. That ain't got nothing to do with God, bro. All the foul shit that happened on this earth ain't got nothing to do with God, bro. That's humans, bro. That's all humans, man.
And
nothing to do with God, bro.
I think the overextended empathy is like one of the biggest problems that we face today, man. People are empathetic beyond the reasonable measure. And
wow, man.
It's to our own detriment.
Wow. It kind of reminds me of the old chestnut, you know, when the plane's going down and the oxygen masks fall, you're always told to put yours on first because you can't help anybody if you pass out, right? So, like you're on a plane, it's going down, there's smoke in the cabin, the masks fall down. You've got 3 kids beside you. You want to rush and put their mask on. No, put your mask on first. That's what it sounds like. You've got to, damn, bro.
You know, check this out though, bro. In Buddhism, they got, you know, various concepts, but one of them is life is suffering, right? And the only way you can distinguish that suffering is to accept it. Not only your suffering, but the suffering of the world. You have to accept the fact that it exists. And so often we look at things and be like, damn, why did this occur? And we begin to suffer from things that don't even affect us, bro. So I concur 100% with what you said.
Well, I think that's a parallel with the Christian point of view. I mean, the whole story of Jesus was accepting the suffering and coming through with the glorious end, right? Like I said to you one time on Hereword, Zizek, what's his name? Zizek Slav. He's a I don't know. He's a philosopher, sociologist who pointed out. I've said it once before. I hope I don't repeat myself. Well, yeah, I'll fucking repeat myself. One of the last things that Jesus said on the cross was, "Father, why have you abandoned me?" So even God incarnate himself, having the human experience, reached a point where he was so desperate that he said, "God, why am I alone? Like, where are you?"
Yep.
And it makes me wonder: is that, like you said before, Blind, about our personal power? Is that what we're called to do? Are we called to face the what Jordan Peterson calls the catastrophe of life? Right? Are we called to face that?
I believe so, and help others to do the same. I mean, because everything is everything, bro. Like, that's the reality. Like the word said, man, that shit's profound, and it's, if you don't understand it, you don't understand it, but you will one day.
Understand it. One day. Everything exists for a purpose, bro, and everything is divinely connected, bro. That's even pain and joy, bro. That shit is love and hate is divinely connected, man. There's nothing really outside of one of itself, bro. It's just how we perceive it. And until we can grasp our understanding of the internal conflicts we have, everything outside of ourselves ain't gonna make no type of sense. That's why I look at the world the way I do today, bro. You know, these things exist. That's why I try to talk about things that we can have solutions. You know, we can do for self, man. We got that power, man. But it's up to us. That's why I always say we all we got, man. And we gonna do it together.
I've heard some people say, probably in a fucking TED talk, right? I've heard numerous people who have gone through, incredible suffering and pain, etc. And they come out the other side, and they've literally said, "I think that experience was the best thing that ever happened to me." And you guys are helping me. Yeah, thanks, guys. You're helping me to come to the same. I don't think I could have ever said that until now. What you asked me before, Blind, would I be, am I a good person? Well, I've always argued yes, and I'm on a mission online, if no one's noticed, to convince everybody they're good people, right? I've had arguments with people. I've asked them straight up, "Are you a good person?" What you asked me exactly. And they can't answer it. They kind of go, "Well, I go, bro, come on. At the end of the day, down deep in your heart, are you a good person?" I've been on a mission to convince people they're good people. I think.
Well, Commander was the one that really brought that to me, because she was the first person to ever ask me that straight up. But I didn't hesitate. I know I'm a good person because of how hard I try to be one. Like the effort.
Yeah. I mean, I've made a ton of mistakes in my life, a ton of sins. I've fucked up left, right, and center. But amongst it all, I'm still trying to do the right thing.
Yeah.
So, can I be forgiven for being incorrect, for making mistakes?
If you ask for forgiveness, you are. According to, I mean, at least in the Christian, to us Christians.
I tell you this too, bro. Can you forgive yourself for all the bad shit you do? Can you forgive yourself?
Well, you guys are helping me to realize that I've been harboring a fair dose of resentment about what happened with the chronic pain, and damn, yeah, that's really something. I've still been harboring a bit of resentment about it. Well, a lot of resentment about it. Like, how dare you do this to me? I try to be a good person all the time. Yeah, I mess up, but how dare you? Okay, I'm sounding like fucking Lieutenant Dan in the Crow's Nest now.
Nah, bro, you sound like, to me, you sound like you're growing. You sound like you just grew 10 feet taller, if you ask me.
Bro, that's what this channel here for, bro. This is what the mind here for, bro. Better you, the better us, bro. The better you get, the better we all will get, bro. I promise you that. That's divinely told to me. I ain't never shared that. But that message right there, better use or better us. I asked the question and I was told the answer, bro. And that's what was given to me. And I rolled with it ever since I seen it. And it always showed truth, bro. It always showed truth, man. I promise you, bro.
Yeah, you know, man. I just got an image in my head which I've seen before. If you put the word "me" in capital letters and you reflect it in water, underneath it says "we."
Yeah.
Have a think about that. Yeah, it does. Put the word "M" in capital letters and reflect it in water vertically. It says you got me and we.
Yeah,
I don't
it's a
know.
lot of work
Yeah,
to go through.
just what comes to my head, you know. I'm a bit like that. Random things come to my head. As you know, the word. I've brought up my fair share of random things on here.
That was super random, but I like it. Yeah, hey, that man, I like 100 times this week I've wanted to say everything is everything, but nobody would have understood what I was talking about. But now, the word you just gave me the ability to say that and feel comfortable knowing at least one person knows. So, and Commander's here too now, so
No.
at least two know what I'm saying, because that is like the most truest statement you can make. Because, and you know what's cool is that, like with my channel name, my channel name, I call myself Blind. It was completely insignificant to my life when I said it, but it's been a reoccurring thing. The just that word has helped in my personal development so much. It's insane. Like the serendipity and what do they call it? Well, coincidences and stuff like that all fall in line is amazing in life.
Yeah, bro. I just thought
I
you
get what
called
you
yourself.
mean too. By the everything is everything. I get that too. Blind. I understand that from my experiences and from what I've read.
Right on.
I just thought blind. You called yourself blind to kind of insult word. That's what I thought you were doing there, bro.
No,
No,
he's
It's one of
blind.
those. It's one of those. It's one of those coincidences, isn't it? It's one of those coincidences.
Yep, it just happened. It was because I'd seen an old movie called Blind Fury. Have you ever seen that movie?
No, I haven't seen it. No.
Yeah, and then
You see Blind Fury?
yeah, the movie. I love that movie.
Why?
Oh
And that
shit.
was it.
I mean,
And my dog was like so hairy. Like the day in my channel, I was looking at my dog, and his face was so hairy that he couldn't see. And I was like, "You're a furry motherfucker." And I was like, Blind Furry. And then next thing you know, like the name Blind has been so significant to my journey. It's crazy.
Yeah, tell me more about that because that's really significant on this panel in particular. So I'm really curious about that.
Well, yeah, even coming and meeting you, the word, and finding out that you're
right.
blind, like that's so wild to me, man. Like it's just
It's
crazy.
legally blind. I can see a little bit. I can see a little bit.
Legally blind and blind fury. You know, it's a good combination. It's a good combination.
My blindness is legally fury. Yeah.
And I've always said that I'm just morally and ethically blind, not physically.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you, bro. But the thing is, people who are actually morally and ethically blind wouldn't say that. They wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't be able to recognize it. It's a bit like the Dunning-Kruger effect, you know. The stupider people are, the smarter they think they are. And
Dude,
really smart people.
That thing haunts me. I try to measure like every time I hear about that thing, I'm like I know I'm that stupid person. Let me try and figure out how. And I can't. I can't do it.
There's so much I don't know. I'm so blind in knowledge.
That's the way. That's the way.
Yeah.
One of my one of my principles for navigating life is I try to be the stupidest person in the room. It means it doesn't mean I try to be stupid. It just means I try to find people who are smarter than me who I can hang around with.
Yeah. And the more I ask questions, the dumber I realize that I am when it comes to knowledge.
Yeah, that's I think that saying is the more I know, or the more I learn, the more I realize how much I don't know. Right?
Yeah.
The more knowledge you get, the more knowledge you get, the bigger the circle of unknown gets.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say the moment I knew I was smart is when I knew I ain't no shit. That's when I knew I was smart. Yeah, I ain't no shit. Like, hold on. Like, yeah.
Well, when I realized that, because I used to value, when I was younger, I used to value being smart, and I used to value, say, in a debate or an argument, I used to value winning. And then later on, I realized there's much more value in being wrong, in being proven wrong, because then you expand your knowledge and you actually learn something.
Well, do you consider those things mutually exclusive? Because I agree with what you're saying, and I've abandoned the idea of being smart, but winning to me is still very important.
I do like to win. Yes, especially in like smash talk. I do like to win in like a good old fashioned roast in a smash talk. I like to win.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah,
Well,
but sometimes I go easy on my opponent because you get a bit tired of winning all the time.
I mean, when I like to compete with myself, like I like to compete with what my standards were at a different time, or what what I accomplished at a different time. I'm always setting ways to compete with myself, and when I win those, man, it's like the best feeling in the world.
You know, to know one's boundary is ignorant. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Well, my boundaries are wide on the ignorance. There's so much I don't know.
I think I found that. Oh, sorry, where are you going?
I was about to say this too. It is okay to be humble, brother. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to be humble, but you gotta give yourself some credit too. You know what I'm saying? I had that was my problem. You know, like I kept hearing people, even today, sometimes they got to check me like, I mean, Rachel checked me earlier, like, you need to correct that. You ain't smart, you wise. And I'm like, okay. You know what I'm saying? So even today, people, because I don't want to get too high or get too low. You know, I ain't going to put myself on a pedestal, but if someone acknowledges something, I have to be aware of that too. You know, you intelligent, bro.
Yeah, but there's so much to know. I keep asking questions. There's more questions to go with those questions.
Yeah, but
the deeper I go, the deeper the rabbit hole gets.
But check this too. You even asking the question shows the level of intellect. You even asking the question, bro. You even want to answer. Yeah.
I've got a little bit of an issue with being humble. I'm not sure that's a virtue, right? So, like Blind said before about, unlimited empathy can be a problem. I think I used to try to be humble all the time, and I found it didn't really work out for me so well. And then I started saying, fuck it. Fuck it. No, I'm going to own it. I'm not going to be so humble. Yeah, in the right context, like before God. Yes, of course. But with my fellow man, nah, bro, let's go at it. Right?
Amen. Hey, the self-deprecation can turn toxic, man. I've seen people that live with that, and it's toxic.
Now let me give y'all a tool. Let me give you a tool, right? So, oftentimes we use things, but we don't utilize, right? So even humble is all about the application, bro. It's finding that sweet spot. You know what I'm saying? because humility has great benefits in it too. Just like it can be harmful, it can be helpful. So it's just finding that sweet spot. So like when I understood the difference between using something and utilizing something, things like humble and ignorance are just tools in my belt now. I use it when it's needed, but I don't have to
Yeah.
live with the switch turned on. You know what I'm saying? You don't gotta live with it turned on, but use it when it's needed, when it's appropriate. You know, sometimes it's beneficial to be humble in front of your fellow man. You know, you catch more bees with honey than vinegar, bro.
Somebody once told me,
Amen.
somebody once told me when you point one finger at someone. So if you imagine making that hand you make when you're pointing a finger at someone, he said you're pointing one finger at somebody else, you're pointing three at yourself
Three more
because
back at yourself. My grandma used to
you
say
got three at
that.
yourself. Well, I applied that for many years, and which meant every time I pointed a finger at someone, I had to self-reflect and go,
But
"Wow." But
that's
now I thought,
toxic too.
well, there are occasions where fuck it, I'll point all four fingers at you. Right?
Yes, yeah. Well, because I did that to the point to where I lost all concept of what actual things I was actually good at, and uh like
Yep.
legitimate
Yep. It
confidence.
undermines everything. Yep. It undermines yourself, and you also lose your discernment. You lose your
Yeah.
ability to, yeah, because every time you see something wrong, you go, that's wrong. And you go, oh, hang on, where am I wrong? And then you start
Yes.
reflecting. And you go, damn, I
I'm
can't tell
so
I can't tell anybody off because of my own sins. No, I've
I'm
repented for
so
certain sins.
guilty.
Yeah. No, blind, I'm with you. It undermines your own confidence. Every now and then, I'm going to take all four fingers and point them at you.
Hey,
Now,
that's what I've been practicing on. Like, I'm glad that we talked today, Karen, because you're helping me to like clarify in my mind some things I've been working on. That's one of them. Is just allowing other person's shit to be theirs. Like, I'm not gonna. To me, I'm not gonna even involve myself in it, but I will make fun of you for it because it's yours. But that's just on my channel. I do things crazy.
I'm a little curious though now. Uh, is there like a need or a desire to point fingers at people?
well, I think it's just a matter of I'll ask a different question. Should we judge?
Well, we had just covered that, didn't we?
I thought we did, but the word's asking about it, and I think that's the part he's grappling with. Is it appropriate sometimes to judge? Like, say for example, I can make excuses for someone's bad behaviour. I can say, well, the way they were brought up, and there was this, and there was also that, and society did this and that. Is it okay sometimes to say you're just kind of a shit person?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, you've made your choices. So I'll give you an example. There were two twins, identical twins. They were separated. They were both raised by two identical twins, and their father was an alcoholic. He was abusive. He was all these things. One twin turned out the same as his dad. Ended up in prison. All this stuff. The other twin turned out to be a model citizen. He was a good guy. He was honest. He was genuine, compassionate. They interviewed the twins, and one of the questions they asked both of them separately was, why do you think you turned out the way you are? And they both gave the same answer. With a dad like mine, how else would I turn out?
Oh wow.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. So at some point,
that's why it's good to act, or not good, but it's necessary to have that, because sometimes people don't realize that they're being a shit person.
Yeah, you make choices. Yeah, it's accountability. We have personal accountability. If you say to me, am I a good person? And I go, yeah. And you go, why? Because I take accountability for my own actions. If I fuck up, I'll apologise. If I make a mess of things, I'll do my best to fix it. I'll do all that. I won't give in to the resentment that you guys helped me realise I was holding against, that whole issue of the chronic pain. I'll say, no, fair enough. It happened, but it's not my fault, but it's my responsibility.
And I would even say you're taking accountability for doing good or for being willing to do good when you say I'm a good person, because that's kind of giving the idea that you're willing
Yeah,
to
it's a
do
big
good.
claim. It's a big claim. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
this might sound weird because of
Yeah.
what I do, and not only on here, but like for my occupation, right? It might sound weird, and I'm gonna try to give it some clarity. But I think the reason I feel like that because I really don't care about things outside of myself. Like I don't care what other people do, and it's not because sometimes what other people do affect me. Most of the time, it don't. But I just feel like I can't control people, and it's a waste of time. So I just
Well,
focus on what I can, and that's me. And like
yeah,
even really critiquing people, or I just don't see the benefit. There's no benefit in it for me.
I
I'm not
think
sure about. Well, just 1 second, blind, if I could. The word you said before that the nine keep you accountable. They'll come to you and say, hey bro, that was too far, or that was too much, and you appreciate that. Do you think they would appreciate if you come to them sometimes and say, hey girl or bro, whatever? That's the discernment we're talking about. That's you calling out. You're
Okay.
happy for other people to call you out. Are you happy to call them out?
See, I don't like that. I would agree with that. I will do that within a nine. Like even family members, people like
Yeah,
if I feel
beautiful.
like it's gonna fall on a deaf ear, I don't care. Like I won't even try. Like
Mm.
I won't try. Like some random person, if I see them doing something, if there's no immediate harm to me or the people around me, I don't care. I really don't, bro. It's like it
I
don't.
don't know. I don't know. Let's take that for a walk, okay? You're walking down the road and you saw a random guy kicking a puppy. Would you feel the need to tell him, bro, don't do that, or you don't care?
Well, that affects people around me. Not like when I said that, I'm talking about like if I see somebody in danger, like about to hurt somebody else. I love animals, or hurting animals, I am gonna speak up. But like if a person, like if I see somebody standing against the store smoking crack, I don't care. I'm not gonna say, hey, you shouldn't do that, or no, I don't care. I'm
Hey,
straight.
I actually agree with you when it comes to my personal life, my private life, but on YouTube, like I'm attempting to be a content creator and you have to talk about other people. You know what I mean?
Well, I
If
wouldn't say have to, but that's your lane. I'll say it like that. That's your lane. That's the way you create content.
well,
But I
yeah,
wouldn't say
yeah.
have to.
I
I
don't
would
know what
say
way to
you'll gain more success doing that than what I'm doing. You definitely would.
I mean, it's hard. It's
Definitely
hard to
would.
find success and still remain noble or genuine or authentic in YouTube. It's very hard.
I'm gonna force it though, one way or another. I'm gonna force it to happen. I'm gonna be that example. I'm gonna create the blueprint. I'm still figuring it out. It's been 2 years. Still figuring it out, but I'm gonna crack the code.
Shoot, I just found the balance of yeah, I got toxic behaviors, but if I also display my more uh positive characteristics and practices, it kind of balances itself out in my experience.
Just talking about that woman, finding that balance. Finding that balance. I mean, like I said, I don't look at things as I do my best. I'm not gonna keep saying it. I do my best not to look at things as wrong or right. You can see what exists, and accept it for what it is.
Yeah.
Guys, it's my time to drop off. Much love. Good night, Nine.
Yeah,
Good
I
night,
gotta.
everyone.
Good
Yeah,
night,
it's
Clint.
5, man. Let me log off. I gotta get up in 3 hours. But yeah, this was a dope conversation. Shout out to Commander. Appreciate you, sir. We've been on here
Hey,
for 5 hours, man. I appreciate y'all. We rocked out.
thank you guys so much, man. I'm out of here too. It's a pleasure finally meeting you, Word. And Kieran, I've seen you around. James, I've seen you around, man. Good seeing y'all guys.
Yeah,
Good to
Hey,
see you,
Brian,
man.
don't be
I've been on your
Appreciate
channel
it.
Brian,
before, there, Brian. Everything.
don't be a stranger, Brian. Make sure you come back over here and hit that link. And don't tell me you can't see. Don't tell me you can't see the link to hit it.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Just
I'll
want to
tell you,
shout
man.
out, Commander. Commander, I missed you. I was going off to take care of nature's call. But always good to see you. Word, I'm going to sign off. But I'm going to sign off. Oh, sorry, James. James, always good to see you, my man. It's been a long time. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it has been. I have a question, Karen. If you don't mind, would you be up for talking for 5 minutes on Discord? Or about 5 minutes, I guess?
Sorry?
Would you be up for a phone call on Discord that might last about 5 minutes?
Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. Hit me up. Hit me up.
Okay. All right.
The word, thank you for what you do, bro. You're doing a good thing.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you.
You too.
I'm not even gonna say trying no more. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I'm gonna just learn how to do it better. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna try nothing.
In the words of Master Yoda, there is no try. You do or you don't.
Right. And that's why I just said I knew. That's why I said I ain't gonna say try no more. You said that to me the other night, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna stop saying try. I'm gonna just do what I do, and I'm gonna just learn how to do it better. That's it.
Well, you're inspiring me, bro. Okay, chat. The obligatory insult. Oh my God, they've been good tonight, bro. They haven't come after me, so I don't know how to insult people.
Bro, nah, man, I don't want to hear that. Don't come up here without leaving without an insult, and I'm gonna feel some type of way. If you don't want to insult them, insult me. Goddamn it, I wasn't being good.
No, I'll do a little. I'll do like a mild one. I'll just go with dickheads. Chat, you dickheads. Love you all. Good night. Talk to you soon. Word. Good night, James. I'll talk to you soon.
Bro. Talk to you, bro.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
Yeah, man, I did not expect to be on for 5 hours, but hey, this was a good conversation. That's what happens, man. I appreciate y'all. I might take tomorrow off. I think I might take tomorrow off, but if I don't, I will be back tomorrow. If not, I'll be back today.
All right. Thank you for having me up, the word, and have a great one, everybody. Take care, everybody.
Have a good one, James. I appreciate you, man. Don't be afraid to hit that link when I'm live, man. I like having conversations with you, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's up, bro? Have a good one, man.
You as well.
All right, people. We done did that thing. We was on here for 5 hours. I did not expect to be on here this long. I was actually gonna cut it at 3 o'clock, but I can't cut it, man. It's hard to cut when we're having these good conversations. I wasn't sitting there about to pass out and go to sleep. I would have kept talking, but yeah, I'm getting old. I need my beauty sleep, right? I don't want no wrinkles, man. You know, they say black don't crack unless you don't take your ass to sleep. Now, remember I said that. But let me get out of here, man. Y'all know what I always say. Care about how you feel. These are conversations to create nations. And if I say anything or the panel guest said anything that resonated with you, do me a favor. Hit that share button. Tell somebody to tell somebody. Help me spread the word. But until next time, we out.